Good evening, everyone. Welcome back to CollegeCoD. We've got a fantastic game ahead here as well. Midway Eagles versus Marshall Thundering Herd. You know what? I'm looking at the scores and what these teams are kind of settling up towards. It looks like Marshall are having an easy streak here so far, 7-0 so far, but Midway Eagles are 5-2 join by none other than Hyperactive. But game set, what's going to go down here? We've got a really interesting match for sure in the Southeast Appalachian region.
Yeah, it should be quite interesting. I think the last time we had a close score, like statistical game, it ended up being a wipeout, particularly the ones that I did yesterday where we saw St. Clair go up against Northwood. And that, we were expecting it to be one of the closest games of the series, be the matchup of the century, and it ended up being a complete wipe. But every production is saying this should be quite interesting. These two have been lucky enough to find some LAN experience as well, be able to find themselves some victories along the way. So these two should be quite close to each other, theoretically. But as we look to the kind of like the teams themselves and the stats, it does read towards Marshall taking this.
Yeah. It does read that way. You mentioned LAN there. They both met together against each other on LAN, and they both went 1-for-1. So they both know how to do it on LAN, but online's a different scenario. How are these two going to face up? As you can see, their seasonal record so far 5-2 and 7-0 on the other side of Marshall. But the records, it kind of says that they do lose a lot of their maps, whether it's on hard point, S&D, or Overload. Midway are kind of a teeter back and forward between them, whereas Overload, hardpoint for Marshall, not to lose one yet. That's going to be the big standout that we're going to keep an eye on here going into the series. Obviously, starting us off with hardpoint, I feel like, well, Marshall should have the upper hand here in this battle, because if you're 50% record against 100% record, I mean, it doesn't always go against the stats though, so that's never what we can judge this on.
Well, talking of stats, we talk about how the Midway, you know, that 5-2 not looking pretty and a 4-2 on that hard point scoreline. But I do want to bring it back to the West Virginia Mountaineers game they faced off against. That was a 2-3 loss on the side of Midway, but the colossal hard point, 249 to 250 loss. That screams close. Then they went to S&D on Raid, 6-4 victory for them. Then they went to Exposure Overload, 2-3. Scar Hardpoint, 250-181, and they lost on Colossus S&D, 1-6. And that was the only wipeout we saw against the West Virginia Mountaineers. And then the Cumberland Phoenix varsity team, that was a little bit stronger, and Midway
that was a DoorDash.
0-3 straight DoorDash, 72-250, 2-6, and 0-7 on that side of things.
Well, heading into the maps and modes that we will be seeing. First off, we're going to see the absolute bang up map that is Blackheart to kick us off. Then we'll see a double den. If it goes further though, Hyperactive, we are looking at Scar Hardpoint, then a potential Colossus Search and Destroy to close us out in the series. In terms of maps, modes, what we thinking here, looking at the overall stats that we've mentioned there, how they have kind of fared up against each other, or at least their previous maps so far. Kind of feel like, yeah, Marshall have got a good map set here for them.
I'm looking straight up map 1 to start off with, and it's quite a surprising pick to come in play when both teams haven't even stepped foot onto Blackheart in the hard points. That, I feel, could lead to one team either really dominating, demonstrating they've been practicing in this latter section of the preseason, than the other team where they may have not been practicing it. Den, strong maps on both sides. When you bring it into an S&D, we are starting to see that Marshalls have played this map twice, while Midway haven't. But again, it's a popular map. I'm not surprised that a little bit surprised we're not seeing at least once being played on for Search and Destroy. But then both teams have played it. Both teams have won it as well, so that critically is another thing to look out for. But we'll discuss Scar and Colossus if and when we get to it. But we go and load in onto Blackheart, and Mark, to big question here. Who's you got your money on?
And you know what? With both of them not playing the map yet so far in CollegeCoD, I still have to pick the side of Marshall just based off of their overall hardpoint wins that they have had and managed to pick up yet to be beaten, right? So I mean, a side that you can imagine is going to be relatively strong coming out of here. They have been pretty dominant in their Scar hardpoint, but this is a completely different map. The bang out map could be anybody's game, all down to the battle of the SMGs up close and personal, making sure these rotations are done for these key hills. Money Hill number 2, of course, is a very, very important hill to be gathering early off to get yourself to a very strong start. Midway, who have struggled to get off to a strong start in a few of their maps more recently, but like we said, against a very tough opposition previously. So yeah, we'll see. This could be a really interesting one. I feel like it's going to be close for the first set of rotations. It might start to go one way or the other as the second set of rotations begins, but it's all down to that first hardpoint breakthrough after the reset of the hardpoints. That'll be where it comes down to the key areas, I feel like, for both sides.
If you're going to put a number on it, what's the scoreline looking?
Oof, numbers. I'm going to say a 250 to a 195.
Ooh,
Marshall.
high.
Yeah, I've got a close game. I'm going to get close enough, but not massively close. That's my prediction anyway.
And would we say 3-0 Marshall for the
I'm
series?
saying a 3-1. I feel like Midway's got a map in them at least mid. But you know, you never know. I'm hoping that we're getting more than just the 3 maps. I don't want to see a DoorDash as we have seen previously with Midway. Marshall, they would love to have another DoorDash and actually just show off and just keep that 0. They don't want to lose a map, right? They've not lost one yet. They want to continue to do the same.
Yeah, I wish it'd go further, and even though there has been hype amongst both teams going on LANs, they've taken on tit for tat for each other. LAN and online are 2 different stories. Online you get a lot more comfort, you don't have that external pressure building up on you, but you do have to deal with internet lag and systems like that, and well, I feel like with the scoreline looking so strong towards Marshall, I think it is going to be a DoorDash. I think it's going to be a 3-0, and quite convincingly, I've even put this map maybe towards that 250, 120 is where I'm looking, so a lot lower. But again, I'm one of those, I'd like to be proved wrong, and everybody in chat, I'd love to see your point of view as well. Put in those predictions, make sure you're rooting for your university / college, and say get the words out about how good they are. But we are still loading in. We are trying to get these guys into the lobby as quickly as we can, and it kind of gives that a bit of anxiety now with this little bit of a wait.
I'm getting nervous more than these guys are getting nervous at this point. This is where we got to keep chapping, and my voice will go before I even get the chance to shout at one of these players' names. As we were discussing names that we have to remember, like our pronunciations might be completely different than the guys over the water to us. Might well be completely different. We might butcher your names, but you know what? You've got to get us off. We're from the UK, right? We don't understand. We don't read your American English. We're English, and you just stole our language, right? Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Whatever we say is right. It was our creation. You're all part of our ancestors, right? That's how it all goes down.
Oh damn! You chose the line that I've always wanted to say to Americans, one way or another. Yeah, one of us.
You're from me.
But quickly, as while we have the map in front of us, Blackheart, we've been seeing a little see-through walk around of this map. Let's talk about these key points. You mentioned how P2 a big money hill, but there's also some points that really are hard to lock down, to grasp and take control, and I'd say that's P1 and P3, 2 areas that really are, P1 and P5, difficult areas to control.
100%, definitely. P1 was obviously always, especially from the get-go, the hardest one to kind of settle down in the middle of the map, right? There's so many entrance points, and you just have to kind of like keep watching every single angle. There's only 4 of you, so there's multiple angles that you have to watch. All 4 of these angles, the chance for people to jump the walls, jumping in. It does make for really interesting gunfights, and it's all about the quick twitchiness of your gunfights, right? You could be really reactive really quickly, but you're always going to know there's going to be a second player ready to try and trade you out instantly. P5 could be a very interesting hardpoint for the most part, but I feel like because it's such a small hardpoint, like the amount of area in which you're actually covering, it's a very easy one to kind of get lost and stuck if the player's spawning from the back, and if you're not able to hold the spawns and get the right connections, it could be a very difficult overall hardpoint to hold. But P2, P4, that side seems to be the more favoured side for holding hardpoints, right? They're really kind of key hills to hold, a lot of areas to kind of just lock down the full map from the front. So that's where we're looking to kind of hold on to as we do blast us off into map number 1 here on Blackheart. P1 is underway. Let's see where we get to in the start of things. Who's going to start off the strongest here is will be Marshall with that first bit of tick time, but this is what we said, it's an absolute blow. Back and forward the kills go, nobody gathering any time.
Not much time, only a second that Marshall's been able to claim. It's been contested all the way through. But P2, no one's really gained break control until we've got 40 seconds into the match. And finally, Marshall started to show up that they have, first of all, spawned in this position, and secondly, that they're able to hold this left side of the map.
Yep, that's exactly it. Holding where they need to be here. Asylum on the inside. It's looking for one, gets a lot of tags, doesn't get the next one. Follows and loses the position, and it'll be more kills going their way. But let's look at these rotations now. P2, this crucial hill that you can get into for P2, holding the back spawns. And it's going to be a perfect position here if Midway trying to get their break in here. Come on. We're on board with it. He's going to try and make the opportunity. Gets the break, gets the shot, gets the kill on towards ET, makes his way in. Break is in, but it's all but that's a nice big spot. I've never even noticed that one from Asylum. He's looking for more. Dusk finishes him off though. And the challenge comes in once again, back and forward. Still a crucial close matchup.
Very close, and Marshall locking things down early in the doors as they make a press onto the point. Trying to make sure we got the right colours on the right way around. Yes, it is Marshall able to lock down and early on the gates. Midway though, give credit where credit is due. They are leading the points, and their attacks have been pretty fluid and fast to get into position and to maintain locational control early on.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's so close. There's 3 points the difference here after our first couple of hills, and as we head to P3, that's a good clean sweep of kills going the way of Midway. They're going to get the early hold, and player from number 5 is still the same, watching the players on the cross. He gets one, unfortunately. Will move from that position, gives his way his life, and that's a chance for Marshall to go push up that left side, looking for that breaking opportunity. Oh, Quan finds one, looks for the head of 2, finds it, but his teammate will eventually get that break on. Asylum still holding here, Midway looking to double up the lead.
Just for clarity, we are seeing that Midway is white and Marshall are blue. I've just recognised it from the small logo, so if you are a little confused about who's pushing when, where, how, and why, that is what's actually happening. So, right now, we are seeing Midway on the point, holding position. Marshall having to push onto site, and Orbital will find a little cheeky little double, not a third, to keep things going. And that is a brilliant break, and when it comes to breaking, it has been Marshall all the way. Rotation, all in favour of Midway.
Problem is, they now hold a spawn, but they're only there for a second. As all of a sudden, Midway get back in control of the point. If they can finish the player off in the back, unfortunately can't do that. That is going to be 3 kills going their way. And once again, Midway holding strong in the hard point, getting the final kill is needed as well to make sure they hold them back in the spawners. Looks like a wee bit of a delay there, but there we go. We're back in the action. They're making the rotation round towards P5. Once they're back in that spawn, it's going to be really crucial here, and that's going to be Dusk. He needs to be keeping his lives there, and he does get the kill as well, and they walk back towards Orbital, and all of a sudden Midway are holding a very strong lead and a very strong position around the map.
This is a long rotation. You sacrifice so much of the latter points on P4 to get over to P5. We talked about how difficult it is to lock down P5, and immediately a pounce forward, and Marshall have found a way to break and open up the site to their own. Spawns thankfully coming into favor, so they will be able to counter the quick midway push. Parallax able to find one, can't get there any more from it, as Asylum will double up and say thank you, dear sir.
There you go. Marshall's good break. That's Quan finding a good few kills. He's doing a good job in his orbitals to kind of pick it up a little bit here for Marshall to try and get anything further forward, as we will be looking to head towards P1. This is where I said we've got a 25-point margin so far. Midway Eagles still trying to fight for that remaining scrap time, but also this is putting them back in spawn for an opportunity to try and get into P1 early once again and try and keep that lead that they have and start mounting it as much as possible. Parallels it's just trying to go on the back here. We'll find the shots in the back, but Revoke, he's just absolutely went and awoke himself here as he finds two on towards Quan. ET gets the next, and Midway keep that score ticking.
Keep it going. Keep it ticked. And also, you've got to keep Marshall onto the right side of the map. This is where the difficulty lied first time round. Midway were great on the first rotation. They did find beautiful rotations. They were able to move around the map a lot more smoothly. But when it came to breaks, it just was Marshall's game to play. And this is why the scoreline has remained so close. And a free sight onto P1 for scrap time. Oh, that's going to bring them right into level pegging and almost a coin flip away on who's leading this.
Yes, and it's P2 pop, so you've got a couple of kills you need, but you've only got two players back in spawn here, and you finally get that respawn. But player number 3, he's trying to look for more kills. One can't do any more. He's trying to find his fourth. He's going to try and find more. ET, and the vote goes down to him. The spawns flip out. Midway Eagles are now going to be down, surely behind for the first time in quite some time here. They do have to get that contest in, but that shut down Asylum. Now, if he can keep it going here, he's trying to find even more kills. Quan still keeping that score going. Orbital start to heat things up as well. He's currently on a 3 streak. Make that a 4 streak, as they will hold for the majority of P2 time. Unfortunately, there's going to be all the back spawns going the way of Midway Eagles, so they'll get that scrap time as the rotation starts to come in towards P3, which could be crucial for Marshall here to start taking a really strong lead.
By the way, that P2, first time we've seen Marshalls take the lead of the match. And I feel it's gone very soon. No, it's a quick, good rotation, and Marshalls stepping up for P2. They've been more confident on those rotations. They've had that map positioning, and they've been looking 3 steps ahead to make sure nobody can get behind them.
Yeah, let's see what we're going to say here from Midway, as they have managed to get their break in. Let's listen in to see what the comms are like for their hold.
Nice! Two more fun. Go, Dill, go.
Nice, 3.
Absolute action. Ain't that kid on the steps? He's close up on the steps. I'm nading her in there, trying your outer. Cross the steps. Get out. I'll bump you here if I spawn here. Yeah, I got you. Go. Nice.
Name back elbow.
Probably in the back. He's in the back. Ciao.
One on me. There's two new. One does.
Dubs in here.
Listen, we're working left. We work houses.
Get on the left work. Yep. Wait for this first.
He's still done.
He could be P2. Signed up.
One's P2 right now.
I hear you. There's one DP2.
Right, I can kill this guy.
John, he's stuck right
Nading the back.
I got fucking god nated. There's one.
They're good.
They're still holding that same spot.
8 front.
Dubs, Nico.
Jim Dubs. All the time. One shot.
I hear you. Back left. Action. Back left elbow.
Heard you. Quam, right side time.
I hear you.
That was still alive. I'm trying to kill him right now.
Gonna be dubs.
I'm weak. One shot. He's just on your front. I need it. Get back. Hit the shit. One shot. He's in the left. Hit that. I'll play new. All good. Play new. I've always done it. Yeah, I'm backing up for new. Nice. You wanna watch over your front right now?
All good. I'm here.
P3. Watch your P3.
P3.
We're gonna spawn.
Well, Midway Eagles, their comms were on point, but unfortunately they could not find that break, and Marshall took an absolute beating towards them there as well, as they managed to get the 200-7 to 30-point lead that they have accumulated here. P5 will be in control of them as well, and if I was saying anything here from Midway Eagles, I don't know what's happened, but it's started to fall apart from them here. They're not able to get in to mid-map. Everything is getting shut down before they even make their way towards the new hardpoint. And look at the action. 1, 2. Oh, it's not going to be 2 at all. It looks like he could have swept up the whole opportunity. Paralysis is down. Quan still holding his line. BT, though, he's going to gun him down looking for that break. But unfortunately, that's not going to be the case. At 232, the 181 hold is so strong. That's 2 back-to-back hardpoints. Almost a full 60 coming in from the paper.
That's huge. Big point, creating that lead, and now it's only a matter of 10 seconds on point. That will come so quickly for Marshall, but we are going back to yet another rotation. Another rotation. How about orbitals rotating to your back and saying thank you, dear sir? And that's the opening and they need. Only 7 to go, 5 to go. Clock starts ticking down. There has to be one last push and jump in immediately. Evoke gets onto point. Dust gets onto point to try and keep the overtime going. 3 points are needed for Marshall to call it their game. But right now, they're spawned out, and they're well away from P2 as well.
There's still an opportunity though for E6, because it's not an easy task to kind of stop them on ET. You're going to hear that Hellstorm. Marvel has got the opportunity to shut it down, goes and puts that in, finds one at least on towards Asylum. It is a contested hardpoint. These kills from Orbitals could be crucial, and that is the 2 seconds needed to take the W. Marshall taking map number 1, and a very close one in the end. It definitely looked like it could have been either team at some point, but the last P4, P5 rotations that went out there before that news at hardpoint, it's just so crucial for Marshall to take a massive lead and go on to take the W.
Yeah, a lot of missed opportunities, a lot of points that both teams made critical mistakes in their rotations, in the way they were holding, some little solo plays that, played off well, but then backfired later on. There's a lot of up and downs, much like the graph we see in front of us. I will stand mistaken. Marshall did start off the game leading onto the first point, and then it was a dominant possession from midway until we got to that second rotation, where that game completely flipped, and then Marshall's coming back at the very end and says, thank you very much, dear sir. We'll get it done and dusted from P3 onwards.
Yeah. DP on, 10 points to manage to get for the next 2 hard points. That's how difference it was that Marshall just took a strong lead. Looking back at these highlights, there's a lot of different things that could have went the other side here. Midway Eagles, they started strong. They were looking to build a good lead. They all just fell apart eventually. Orbitals, once he started heating up, it made a difference as well, because then Marshall started to get the guns flowing and their holds were just super critical on P4. I feel like that was the turning point for Marshall's in the end, to go on and just dominate the remaining time on that hard point. It's a fantastic lead, and like we said, not only so far, still only dropped 1 map here have Marshall's so far in this whole CollegeCoD 26. They'll be wanting to keep that as the scoreline the whole way through, heading in to our next map, which will be a search and destroy on none other than Den. We're going to see a double of that as well, so that'll be interesting to see how these teams fare going into it, with the way that they started off. And Midway Eagles were in that game for sure. They could have won that one. That could have been a nice map to start us off with for them. Unfortunately, not to be the case though, as we will be looking to see them going down by 1. And I was close with the prediction. It was a few bits out, but 250 to 210. I was saying 250 to 195, so I'm not far off. I'll take that as a decent prediction to kick us off in game number 1.
Yeah, definitely better than my 250, 120 that I was putting forward. So yeah, hats off to you. If you're a betting man and you're absolutely backing Mark's corner, you definitely did the job. But I want to quickly talk about the listening very briefly. Those comms were on point from Midway. They were exactly what I wanted to hear, what I expected when it came to communication amongst teams. if that's the level of talk we're going to be hearing throughout this series, I would not be surprised if we get a close game for the rest of it. Going into the next 2 dens, that's the level of talk. The clear, he's over here, make sure you're covering this angle. I've got this channel covered. Beautiful. That's what I want to hear.
Exactly, as we head into Search and Destroy here on Den. Both times we'll want to get this one in the bag as well. That's going to be the first nade kill going the way of Asylum. Taking down Action, and he flies off the map. It's map control as well. The Midway Eagles here as they get the chance to get that bomb down towards B, but unfortunately Quan is going to be found out in the back towards Dojo. So you're going to have 2v2 down towards the bomb site.
Difficult post-plant position. A big wall stands in your way. One good name will give you a lot of information, and maybe a kill instead. Thank you very much, he says. The trade will go through. Now the quick push from Quan will come about. Won't be successful. Down to a critical 1v1 of Dusk versus Paralysis. Paralysis gets the first engagement. Can't get any of the shots to land, but Quinn says, thank you, dear sir. Midway takes round 1.
Almost found the 2 kills to take that there, but unfortunately I can never say paralysis. There we go. Paralysis. There we go. I'll find it. It's just a bit of a tongue twister for a Scotsman at 12 o'clock at night, or 1 o'clock in the morning, should we say? But there we go. A fantastic round 1 for Midway Eagles. There, Dusk finding free in that fade there from himself, and the first kick us off. We want to keep that going, hopefully build towards some streaks here. Very difficult to do here on S&D, but I mean, you start somewhere and Dusk is going to look down towards the open, towards the hedges, and he does find that first blood. He's going to find an opportunity to orbitals as well. He does get some tags, can't get the kill though, but expecting the chow. Coming from the rooftops. Gunned out though, and versus shut down. Paralysis, he'll find a kill. It's that trade and makes it a 3 versus 3.
Great opening. Be patient, allow the players to walk into those sight lines, and life just becomes a little bit easier. But the hesitation from Marshall, they know that players are stacked towards that A site. So you try and position yourself to keep throwing shoulders, throw some information towards A and make that rotation, but it's been read like a book. Midway Eagles, they're already over at B.
Yeah, he's trying to look for his black belt here as he shoots through the wall, trying to use his vision and predictability. See if he's wise on his point. Orbital finds Asylum. He's got the man advantage now. More tags through the wall. Orbital finally gets traded out there from ET, so it's a 2v2, but with that bomb down, you've still got the pressure on Midway Eagles.
Information will become helpful. Little tag from Action. Able to get 1. Paralysis able to help out, get the job done instead. 2v1, not gonna happen. Marshall's able to respond back. But at what cost? That felt like it took longer than they wanted. It felt stretched. And definitely not easy.
Yep. Paralysis on a free streak here as well. In a round, we're definitely playing for the trades eventually once he got that first. All of a sudden, in a 2v1 scenario, you're just calling out, getting the opportunity to get the trade out and get the kills, get the damage done from both sides. So if you're in that 1v2 situation, you don't know where to look because you're getting shot at from both angles. Difficult task nonetheless, but 1 apiece going into round number 3. A good coverage across the map here from Marshall. B is fully opened up for the chance to get that bomb down. It looks like Marshall licks to give them the opportunity to get that bomb down. And they look to go for that retake opportunity. Marshall's now it's all about positioning wise. You can see Orbo's crossed there, Dust spots, and now Action gets the first blood. Orbos finds another all of a sudden. They're getting that bomb down, and it's not there. It's literally sitting beside the site. And unfortunately, you're not going to be able to get the chance to get that anytime soon.
No, that's so open and so hard to get to, and he'll be punished. Marshalls gets the round done and dusted, and it was hesitations off the start, and That's the right thing to do when you go onto a site when you're midway. Understand your site, understand the situation. Is it clear to plant? But you called it out, Mark. Those legs were out. It was a horrible plant, and in doing so, you're gonna get punished from a different angle.
Yep. You come wrap around and you find an opportunity. Paralysis is on a 4 streak now. I haven't won so far. Looking strong for Marshalls in the round so far, but an attacking round. They want to go this way. They want to try and break that serve, so to speak, because that is what will swing it around. But unfortunately, it is a sniper from Asylum that opens up the blood, and it's all of a sudden to Paralysis. But Orbitals is aggressive through the smoke. He's looking for one. He finds one and looks for the second. Gets Evoke. Orbitals, all of a sudden, it's a nice wee peak spot once again. He's found plenty on the last couple of maps. You have this Marshall side. We'll get that bomb down. Unfortunately, Dusk's there watching and waiting. Perfect timing.
Again, bomb in a difficult position. Is recoverable. Quick tap, and there you go. We do see that Marshalls have the bomb once again, but they need to clear mid. If Dusk remains in that mid position, he'll be able to spot rotations, spot and give away a lot of information, and then that will allow ET to rotate off it, and this is a fake. Try and force the rotation to come through, force that knowledge to go back, and this has slightly worked. They are going to get away with it, and that's a free open site to plant. Brilliant work. 45 seconds left, and Midway bamboozled.
Yep, now you just got to think about which angles you're looking at. 2v2 scenario. Number 4, though, you're going to see Das looking over from that mid statue. Dojo, ET is waiting. He's got spots onto Quan. His teammate is going to be getting some tags up as well and getting shots off towards the mid-map, but time going against you. Kills going against you. Marshall take the lead by 2. They break the serve.
Well, I love that. I absolutely love the way they got onto site. That is just textbook faking. Push far enough. I believe there was a possible shoulder that was thrown out, because if you can create a little bit of a sight line that does go through from that gen position all the way across to where Dubs would be, they positioned themselves enough that shoulder was thrown. That forces in the rotation to come through in a slow one with ET, who was practically in the perfect place at Dojo. Just slowly bring yourself across, because nothing's happening at B. You're gonna go A. So, simple but effective.
Action did get some tag with that nade over the top, unfortunately. Nobody's going to be down that side. Benuego's checking it across the rooftops, heading towards this A site. Quan does get information. No, inside lobby. They're going to then rotate themselves on that defense. Problem is, you've got a long wraparound, or you have to go all the way back for your own spawn. Orbos wins that inside. He wins a second. How has he done that? Orbos. He's finding 2 pieces after 2 pieces. But now it's a 3 versus 2. Midwegos. So you have to get that bomb down. Manage to equal it up. Oh, they've got the advantage, and now you need Orbos to get the ace. Got one. Gonna find a second. No, he doesn't. He's already shot out, and Midwegos will get one back.
Oh, Orbitals, you're disgusting, but I love it when I watch it. Time and time again, he's been able to find doubles, triples, and just solo the entire lobby from quick, responsive actions and not being afraid to jump into sites. And I think that's what Midway are not expecting at times, is the fact that Orbitals is not afraid to just jump in, get into your face, and get the job done.
Double positive because of them double kills that he's been getting in the last couple of rounds. Looking this time, Midway push coming up from Marshall, changing things up a little bit here. But there's a massive split here from Midway because they've got all 3 players back in their spawn, but the others making the wrap around. Evoke going the full distance round. Now we've lost their teammate ET as he goes down towards action. Now you're going to be relying on that wrap around, and hopefully that pays off. Surely spots that player in mid.
Gotta have got that player, but look at this. Again, this is just timing this time. This wasn't anything that Marshalls did. Bombs down, and Midway, well, they are able to capitalize on a wrong decision to rotate north. They are able to find themselves go down to the south. That's another comeback. Orbitals finishes it up, and he will get dropped as well.
Yeah, I was about to say it can't be over yet. Orbitals is still alive, but unfortunately, Quan goes down in that trade battle, and it was all of a sudden all down to Orbitals in a 1v2 scenario. Very difficult to deal with. You could get one, but not get the other. Midway Eagles tie it back up. A very close matchup of S&D now after what looked like a trade changing back and forward with Marshalls finding the lead by 2. They are now equaled up as a couple of rounds go the way of Midway Eagles. This could change how the momentum shifts in the rounds as an attacking round now for Midway Eagles. They're heading full rooftop side over towards A. It's going to be information gathered. Analysis is found the first. Spots the second and the third and the fourth, but there's Dusk going to be able to trade them out. He knows they're all there, but he couldn't capitalize on the tags that he got.
Quick rotation out. Midway not wanting to take the fight any further. They know the entire squad of Marshals will be there waiting for more. But this is smart from Marshals, spreading themselves out because there's still that level of uncertainty. They need a positive spot. Quinn gets it, and the rotation is called. So from one battle to another, it looks to be another collapse onto the B site.
Yeah, he's been a very favoured one. Trades go back and forward. Orbo is finally taken down by Asylum. Now we've got Quan in action, trying to hold off this defense. No bomb down yet, so still advantage towards Marshall. It's going to be pressure for Midway to try and get that bomb planted as they do push forward. That statue player action surely is going to get sightline over towards the bomb, or has he waited too long? He has. He's waited too long for that peak to even notice, and all of a sudden bomb's gone down and his teammate's gone down.
Double chow into the dojo. Gonna make this really hard for action, but if there's anything that can come from it, this wraparound may be perfect. Just to time it right as the shots land, don't do too much damage, and Midway saved by a wall to get another round on the board.
That's a fantastic set of remaps rounds in a row there for them. They're finding a rhythm and they're starting to find what's working so far, as they are wanting to take a map away from this strong Marshall side. And this is the way to do it, and then bring it back from being 2-0 down, two rounds down, sorry, to being a round in front with momentum surely shifting your way. Asylum and Dusk currently on streaks. All players finding kills where need be and managing to do the job. Looking down this site once again, it's going to be a strong, fast B push here as we're trying to get as much coverage as possible. The smoke goes down, trophy system's down, a chance to get the bomb down early as well and put the pressure back on towards Midway Eagles. A change of pace which might change the rhythm for the Marshall side.
Bomb's still not down, and the entirety of Marshall's backed off early before we thought the bomb was going to get planted, and this is going to be dangerous because if you look at Asylum, pushed quite far forward, and COD timing again. I think this is the third time Midway have been caught with an opportunity to get some free kills, but then rotated off it. You can't write this.
Spot from Asylum. Creddy, he's going to find it too. And that's the bomb carrier wrapped away all the way around from what was looking like a really early B push to get that bomb down. You've lost the bomb, you've lost 2 players, and now Midway looking to take this to map point. All about timing here. Dusk gets caught timing indeed. He slides one, finds the other, his teammate, and Midway Eagles take it to map point, and that is 4 rounds back to back. It's looking good.
Confidence is flowing through them. Also to point out, this lucky spray transfer kill from Dusk, phenomenal. How you get away with kills like that is, I need to borrow his controller at some point. But a 6 streak for Asylum, something we've not pointed out. He's just shy, and I say just shy of a Hellstorm.
So we nudge on a wee bit of tag or a wee bit of information with a nade that will eventually get that. So you're having lunch. opportunities once again. B, early push, and this time, Midway, surely you should have put that bomb down already. You've had all the time in the world, but you've relied on waiting once again, giving Marshalls a chance to get set up in this defense. 3 versus 3 as the players watching the back, and there's a chance for it to be shut down. Quan finding Evoke. Opportunity for the defense to hold out strong once again, and that's the bomb carrier pushed up too far.
Yeah, bomb. I've always been a person who hates the bomb carrier who goes and presses forward. Paralysis finds 2, says thank you, sir. Asylum will get a trade for orbitals at the other side of the map. Bomb has finally been picked up. 26 seconds left on the clock, and that bomb needs to go down. And B is the only option. There's absolutely no escaping. And even if a rotation comes through, it wouldn't be with enough time. So kills are the only way in Asylum. Cheeky Rap will finally fall. Marshall's still in this game, 5-4.
Still in this game, that's the 5-3 curse. As this is coming back to bite them. Action, it was watching over mid, and he got the good timing. Paralysis almost done it himself though. He got hopped up and stayed alive somehow in that position. But there we go. It is another chance. Match point still here for the side of Midway Eagles. They'll want to clutch this up now. They don't want to be taking this to the risky round number 11. But I'm sure Marshalls will be hoping that that is their case. They're looking to try and take this till round 11, even to try and take the overall map. The defense has been so strong down this A side. Quan, First Blood, he finds a second there. Paralysis is traded in the middle. All of a sudden, it is a 2 versus 3. Midway, make that none. All done. Marshalls have tied up. We're going to round 11.
That's the first time an A push has been successful. It's been failure upon failure upon failure. Just from the angles you can hold to keep yourselves alive, the fact you can hide behind the bomb and use that as extra cover. No matter what, the aggressive A push finally works, and we're here. 4 lives to give, 4 lives to take. It's round 11 on Search and Destroy.
He's got the ice and he's got the nerve here for the round 11. Going to be an attack and run for Midway Eagles. They've struggled to go down this B site a lot of the times here where Marshalls managed to get that first blood. Will that be crucial as you hear that Hellstorm coming in? Everybody's going to have to flock indoors. Knew that was coming from Asylum. This could be the turning point. Actually can't win the gunfight there. Dusk takes the first blood. And all of a sudden, Marshall now keeping themselves alive. The full wraparound surely is about to happen here as Midway Eagles search that towards the A site. He's player number 1, Asylum. He's pushed right through the spawn, right through A, and has cleared every single lane. He knows that, for example, that is going to be an opportunity to put that bomb down, give themselves the advantage. Quan's found, and all of a sudden, Marshall's in a 2v4, and it's going to be a retake scenario.
It's going to be difficult. Asylum's playing deep inside of spawn. This is going to play a lot of time. This is going to help his team massively as it's only down to Paralysis. 1v3. A dream scenario if he can get it. But he has to jump around the corner and find ET and Evoke waiting for them. Midway Eagles tie it up. And we unlock another map. Round 4 is guaranteed. This is far from over.
We'll be going to a Scar hard point soon enough, following the overload. But what a way to do it for Midway Eagles. They look in fine form. They had a rhythm of maps in a row, 4 in a row to say the least. And most of the rounds going to kill. There's only one being the defuse throughout this whole set of 11 rounds. But Midway Eagles, they had the ice eventually to close it on out. It felt like Marshall had a wee bit of a comeback. Well, could have done it, but as soon as that first blood went against them, they were left panicking in the end, and Midway Eagles secured full wrap to work at the side, that bomb down, putting even more pressure on Marshall's under Nern. Fantastic broad series, more 4 maps guaranteed indeed. Finally, I'm not seeing a door dash, and we're getting to see the scores on the doors. Our orbos went big for Marshalls, but it's the players like Dusk and Asylum massive. 10 non-trader kills from Asylum, hence the reason he earned the right to have that Hellstorm missile, which gave them an opportunity to push Marshall back in their defense, give them some more map control in that final round. Anything else you want to say, Hyper, about how well executed that was done?
I think you summed it up quite well. I think that, again, another tit-for-tat style of game where both sides have demonstrated a level of understanding towards how each other plays, and the counters are there to prevent it. And I feel for Midway, from multiple occasions, timing is just not in their favor. COD timing plagues them, but somehow they still are able to capitalize on the situation. They're able to come back and take those wins. So I'm not disappointed, but I'm sure there are opportunities that Midway could have 1,000% closed this out a lot earlier.
Yeah, there was a few opportunities where you pushed up quite quickly over towards that B site. You felt like there was a chance to put a bomb down with lots of time still to spare. Unfortunately, they just delayed their push towards it, even though they've got the control of the map. Decided, you know what, we're not going to go for the bomb plant yet. We'll wait. We'll see if we can find a first pick, and then eventually things trades go back and forward. Hence the reason it was only down to one defuse in the end over these 11 rounds here, because it was mostly done and dealt with by killing off the opposition to win the rounds. And kills like this from Dusk here, the turn and burns, the paralysis going big, but just not enough to carry the side to victory. And unfortunately, left in a 1v3 at the end is almost impossible in that scenario when you know it's all against you with time-wise, with that bomb down. You go back to Deno for an overload, a completely different game mode, a new respawn, and a new chance for Marshals here to see how good they play on a strong map like Den for Overlord, where both teams, they've played it, they both have an idea about it, but you know what, they've only played it once and they both won once, so could be anybody's game.
It really can be anyone's game, and particularly with Den, from the last time I've seen Den Overload, it is a lot faster paced. We're seeing a lot of a high scoring game across, not even just onto the CCL, we're seeing it on the CDL as well. We're seeing it with challenges that Den Overload is easier to score. Create the pinch down south, and if you get an opening that takes out one or two people, bang, you've got the easy access into security or lockers depending on which side you're on. But then you do have that alternative route where you can go north and take that open risk and go for your AB accordingly, up by tree and up by dish on Den. So there are opportunities to get a high scoring game. You know what, I think it's going to be a nice strong 8-5.
8-7. I was going to say that's going to be a massive score, and if we get that, that's one thing I've not seen
I don't,
very much on Overlord. I feel like if 1-6 team has a relay, there's an opportunity to keep going back to back. The problem is it's very difficult with the rooftop side of things, because there is only one way really to go and get that in from top. But you know what, if you like the first one, once you get off from the first EMP spawning, that's the opportunity now to then tie it back to back. If you can position yourself well enough with the second EMP, you then just delay the time potentially to get the wraparound towards the top side. You can go back to back from second to third EMP and find two back to back as quickly as you like. It's all about the map control though. If you can pin them back and get a few kills early on, that's a chance to really two quick scores and put it back to mid, which definitely changes the flow of the game. Obviously only needs 4 before the half, so you get 2 back to back quickly, you put your team under pressure.
Yeah, it's so easy to do. I say so easy to do. I think if me and you,
I can't do it, but
yeah, me and you try it, it's not going to happen at all. But for these guys, yeah, piece of piss. They've got it locked and done. But there's a lot, of course, we always say it's a very strategical style of game. I spoke about how that southern side is so important and how it creates that pathways, but we do forget that mid control is also a valuable area to lock down, and in particular, when you are trying to make that push, it's so easy to either come through connector if you're going through the southern pathway, go through connector and then just attack from the rear. Vice versa, if you need to quickly get back to point, going back through lab, lobby, whichever way direction you're spawning or going, then gets you back into the positions of where lockers, the streets are located, and bang, you've got that reinforcements to deny the plant coming in and the score to come through. So mid control is going to be another big fight that we start to see.
Yeah, I also know how many teams have been doing the whole park bus scenario in this map where you get a good lead, you put back towards us, especially if you're on the right side spawn, you go back towards the pillars, you just be like, right, we're just going to hold back here, we're just going to let everybody come towards us, just get the kills, hold the EMP, and just let time go, do its job. But will we see that? Will we see a team managing to get a decent enough lead to even think about doing such a thing? We'll wait to see as we load in to then overload. It's one apiece, it is everything to play for here. Obviously you want to be the one back-to-back rounds here. If you're midway, you want to put pressure on that Marshall side, who's a very strong side. This is their second map they've only lost here now. And now you'll be wanting to try and make it the third. If you're midway Eagles, can you soar your way to victory in this series? You have to start it here, and by doing this and putting the pressure on, going into another respawn, back-to-back respawns could work in your favor if you get the first one.
Yeah, very easily back-to-back respawns, and very easily you can just put one after the other and create that momentum. We've seen it before, and I would not be surprised if we do see some similar situations. But you look back at some of these previous overloads that have come through. For Marshalls, 8-0, 3-2, 8-0, 8-1, 8-0. The numbers are high. There's only been a few times that we've seen Marshalls really get challenged, and then you go to the midway. Well, we can't really fully speak because of course there has been a loss for them against Cumberland Phoenix where they went 0-6, and then when it came to West Virginia Mountaineers, 2-3 on exposure. Otherwise strong 8-1s and 8-0s on the midway side. So midway are the ones that by numbers alone should lose this, but not from what we've seen today.
Well, yeah, definitely not about how the performances have been from midway. They've looked a lot better and more melodic as they've managed to pull that S&D, which I felt like was well and truly going to be a Marshall round. That is definitely one to notch off that headpost here as they look to try and do it again in the overload. They're strong, like you said, but they have lost a couple. But nobody has really the experience enough to know on then how well they can play on their overload. It's only one apiece on this map, so you've only played it once against each other. Well, you've not played it against each other, you might have played against each other on LAN. I'm not entirely sure what their map set were previously at LAN, but this one could be an interesting one for sure, just like that hardpoint was, but nobody had the experience whatsoever on Blackheart, and it was so close for so long.
Well, we are waiting for the players to just get into the lobby, and of no surprise, any COD player is slow as usual. We've got a little bit of time before we get in. And quickly recap from the previous games: a 210 to 250 on the hardpoint, and then a round 11 game will definitely open things up. Wow, Evoke! A double to get it going.
Yep, and you can have that EMP as straight as you like. You can try to head that first for that first EMP. You've got control over the base side. You've got the chance to slide on in, and you get that first detonation. Midway Eagles starting off within the first matter of seconds and getting that first EMP uploaded already. But Paralysis has got two of his own as they look to try and get that second EMP spawn up through center. You've got the opportunity to try and get the kills through mid here as well, as Paralysis is looking for more. He's 3 in a row. He's going to run the wrap around the back and put pressure on the Midway Eagles squad.
Yeah, you got to put some pressure, create those opening, make it easier for their team to push through those channels. and deny any reinforcements. And in the background, Paralysis is still doing his job. He is still able to find those odd 1 or 2 kills to create the opening. But now the EMP picked up by Midway and an open channel to A. Well, semi-open channel, because Orbitals is in the way. An opportunity presented itself, but as I speak, time closes. Well, time is relative to some as Dusk detonates 2-0.
What are we seeing here? Midway already to the good here against this Marshall side, but they've got coverage over towards the roof. They're going to get a chance to kind of get one quickly back answered if they can, but unfortunately, Action goes down, Arbos follows, and now you've got one player with the EMP alone. Quan does deal with one, but unfortunately, nobody around him, so he'll fall. And all of a sudden, Midway are getting full control into the spawn towards that B site once again. It's going to be Asylum wrapping around. He's already 11 and 3. You need to stop this player in your spawn. He's going to be there. He's going to find the opportunity to find one. Turns the wrong way for a second, but he snaps on Action, and he'll shut him down. 3-3 up already. And now, it's looking like they know how to play Overload.
Asylum is the biggest wingman going. Like, this is the type of guy that you would bring to a date, and you're guaranteed that he's not the one hooking up, but at least he is hooking up, but he's got your friend hooking up as well. That's the type of guy you want, and he is doing a fantastic job. 13 and 4 as well, in the back, getting it done, and then doing so, creating these opportunities left, right, and center. Look how deep he is onto this A site. And he's gonna find another double! Oh, put the shots in because I want some tequila, baby.
He's doing a great job. Unfortunately, Arbos found 2 of his own first of all. He opened up the opportunity and gets the detonation over, so he makes it.
Oh, baby!
Is on a 6 spree, a double with a nade, and he's in your back spawn. There's a chance to close this half early. All the way down to player number 3 of Volk finds that kill. It's EMP, everybody's dead. Guess what? Midway are going to seal it halfway mark already with still 1 minute and 49 seconds on the clock. It's 4-1.
Oh, no, we did not just witness a slaughterhouse. Open up the blender, set it to max.
How many did he end on?
I think he was on a 9 spree the last time we saw. And he was just milking them, farming in every single way.
Disgusting. That is exactly that. Disgusting. 9 streak, yeah, you're right. 22 and 4 to kick us off in the first half of Overload. They're 4-1 up. Marshall are just not off to the races yet in this Overload. Will the side change make a difference here? As we head into the second half, Asylum, he's made it 10 in a row. He's not slowing down.
It's a 5.5 streak right now. That is what he's on. Is there any way of stopping Asylum? That's the only perspective we need. As finally he will fall at 11. The job is done as Action will find a double and get something on the board for Marshalls.
Finally shut down Asylum, and now you get a chance to get pushed up towards the safe site. The kill is done, and the Overload surely goes in. Yes, it does. Spawn. He's going to push up right through the back spawn. They want to find the next kill to try and relay this as quickly as they possibly can, but one can't stay alive. They can find the kills toward Dojo, though. It's going to be Action having to push up. Asylum kills his teammate. That's unfortunate here as well, but he'll answer back by finding orbitals. Can he find more? Asylum's keeping things going.
Tell you what, Marshall may have got one on the board, but immediately Midway stepping back up, understanding what they need to do, but the doors just opened up, and is this another opportunity for another cheeky detonation? Gets close! Detonation done, it's 4-3, and it seems to be you do not want to be spawning from the right. You want to be spawning from the left and attacking into the dojo and running those channels.
Yeah, great job here as Marshall's trying to bring this back. They're getting the kills needed. Orbos, Paralysis, finding kills. All down to one in the back, and he's shut down. Paralysis looking for the upload. It's 4-4. It's tied up, and it did not look like that was going to be the case. It's definitely a turn inside here. The tides have definitely swung in Marshall's favour into the second half, but you just need Asylum to go on a big massive spree once again, and before you know it, it could be Midway Eagles taking the lead back. of folks sitting around waiting for the players to push on out. He's there, he gets the kill. Dusk. It's going to be Asylum shutting down the map with this Hellstorm missile. Going to give them a chance to get some more coverage across the map. You've got to get the call-outs as early as possible there so they can start getting the opportunity to get that EMP, but unfortunately, nobody's headed towards it, and Marshals keep everybody alive.
Hellstorm may not hit anybody, but the useful information will massively help Midway. Finally, EMP back into Midway's hands. A great push down south will create an opening up to the northern side. It make it 5-4. Midway able to get a detonation and bring themselves back to the lead. Open opportunity. Gotta take it.
This is the change from top to bottom here now as they're looking for the second. You've seen them transfer that from the A side. Now they had to go and try and wrap round towards the B side. Anyway, looking to get some control and dominance in the gunfights, but it's trade battle back and forward. It's a 1v1 scenario now over the EMP, and Quan wins it. He turns and he's found his fifth. Now he can push up into the spawn of Midway Eagles. Fortunately, it's still out. Doesn't win that gunfight. Once again, it will be petered out a little bit as we look to try and get coverage over towards the rock side.
Midway was shaken on the start of the second half. Now they found their rhythm, they found the defensive positions they need to be in. It's, again, coming back to strength, but EMP getting close to the end, and the spray down the hallway. Don't let go of the right trigger. It will work eventually.
Could be a relay as well, though they've got quite coverage over the and now one goes down, trade for trade, though, and it goes the way of Midway Eagles. This trade battle, the one fights, is not going to work out. It's going to be a peter out in the middle. He's looking towards the outer roof side, and if he keeps going trade for trade, nobody's going to get control of this EMP anytime soon. There's two players fighting over it. He gets 1-for-1 and once again, but a folk, he's found the two. Is that the opening in the back? No, he's shut down as well, and all of a sudden is back to square one.
35 seconds left on the clock. This clock runs to 0. We will go to an S&D style end.
That's just
overload.
Clever though. He's picking the EMP, but do you want to have the EMP in hand when the timer goes to 0? That is the question. That's the hard part. Or are you just looking to try and close it off here? Your teammate Evoke goes down, pushed up very far up towards his B site. Timing going against you. You lose the EMP here. You lose the fight. You lose the numbers going into the second half. Into that overload. Overtime.
Overtime we go. It becomes an S&D game, but look at where that EMP is. So close to being done for Midway's side.
No more
respawns.
It's the reset. The reset of the EMPs went up north. Who's going to be the first to get there? Who's going to even think about EMP? Or are they just looking for the kills here? Are they playing the S&D right? Or is Orbital's going to try and catch some napping in the mid-map, push himself up towards the outer roof, try and get him some good sightlines if you possibly can. Nobody willing to give it an edge, but you know what? If I was Orbitals, you stay there. No, you stay there. Yes, you win the gunfight, that's fine. Take that, I'll take that any day. Now you push yourself up, you get a chance to get the EMP, and you take the EMP away home. You go back, you're 4v3. Goes down to timing.
That was a fight you didn't want to lose.
Nope.
No, down a man. You don't have the reinforcements to come through. EMP's just waiting to be picked up. Orbital's got a little bit of information with his tactical. The flash landing. Not going to force anything too much. Quan able to get a bit more of information as Evoke will reveal himself.
This is Marshall's game to win this one. This is Marshall's game to win. He drops back. He thinks, right, do we get the EMP? Remember, if you're holding EMP, even if it's even, you still win. But Quan wins a gunfight on towards Dusk. Marshalls are now well and truly winning this one. They take the round in the overtime. Fantastic. Close match once again. 6-5. Just like the S&D, but unfortunately Overload on the way this time on Marshalls. 2-1 up. And this is stopped Midway's push. Their opportunity to win this.
This has gotten epically close, and I will say epically close.
Tale of two halves, I'd say. That was definitely a tale of two halves. Second half,
oh, agree.
Definitely went the way of Marshall. And first half, very dominant from Midway, and unfortunately they just couldn't close it out. That was a situation where you just needed one more EMP in that second half. It might have just been like, right, take that ball, put it back in the spawn, and just hold your own. But they didn't. They lost so many back to back and just started making a few mistakes. Marshall's capitalized.
There were a lot of opportunities of mid-control that I feel Marshalls didn't capitalize on that second half. And it wasn't even like Midway was contesting for mid-control. They weren't going and trying to present themselves from a mid-push to go through servers and wrap round to be that way, which we saw early on from what Midway did off the bat. They decided, you know what, we got control lab, we're pushed further up beyond red, let's quickly go through servers, up through guns, go over to the back of P4, bang, you hit the B site from there. That's what I loved from the get-go, because it was something different. And then they played standard positions, getting that B control opened up, and then lockers as well being an easy attack as on that side of things. But that mid position for the second half, Midway didn't want any Marshalls didn't want any piece of it.
No.
They were happy, they were satisfied. So why would you go and fight a position you don't want?
Exactly. You don't want to push something that's not working out for you whatsoever. But now that that's over with, Midway need to forget about what just happened there, because they'll be maybe full tilt thinking, what have we just thrown away? And we started off so strong. All of a sudden, we're in. I'm going to see the highlights back with their lobby restarts. But Asylum, I was looking at that there as well. Like, he must have got like 35 kills and 28 of them non-traded kills. He was just up close. He was finding the kills. He was just doing everything he needed to do. But Midway in that second half just didn't use him to his fullest. Eventually, when they had the opportunities, he even shooting bodies there. And that's the overcockiness that he got to. Unfortunately, it came to bite him in the backside.
Yeah, this is just a highlight reel just for Asylum. If I ever need a reel to say how good I am, that's the one I'm playing. That's the one I'm showing and be like, yo, this was collegiate level that I was playing. This was supposed to be a close game. We lost it, but hey, I still did an 11 spree. Easy as. To say any double-digit spree is incredible, and don't be surprised if when you're watching the top 10 top 5 plays, we're gonna see Asylum in there, 100%. If he's not on there, I'm lodging formal complaints.
Yeah, he should be in there, but that's the worst part about it. You be highlight player of the game or the week or whoever it is, and you lose the map. Unfortunately, with 35 kills, I mean, very difficult task, because nobody was anywhere near close on the opposition side, but they all played it even across the board, kill-wise, overload-wise. They're all taken apart in their job role. Marshalls, they sneak that win surely under the noses of Midway, as we will be getting the reset into the Scar Hardpoint, this map that we've already mentioned before. Both teams have played it pretty well. Scar Hardpoint has been 5 maps played by Midway, 1 loss, 4 wins, 3 maps. The Marshall have played, they've won every single one. So numbers both pretty good at Scar Hardpoint, but there's got to be one winner. Is it going to be the momentum the Marshalls have to take this one back-to-back hardpoints, back-to-back respawns, or are Midway going to take this to map 5 and take this victory here on Scar Hardpoint? We're about to find out as we roll on into that map. Here we go as things kick off action with the nades from the get-go. Stun and nades, they'll get the tags, they'll get the hell time, and Fauna will get that first blood back and forward, 3 dead in the feed, go the way of Marshall.
Of course, P1, we saw last time, it was stupidly hard to get any points going, and eventually we saw, I think, 11 start to come out at the end of P1. Right now, a lot more is going in favor of Marshalls, but all while this happens, you gotta be looking ahead. You gotta be thinking 3 steps ahead. It's a game of chess here on Hardpoint. P2 is the next position, which Marshalls have still maintained that control, and they know that as soon as that timer gets to about this 15 and less, we gotta be rotating across.
holding, making sure that the spawns are still their side for P2. I don't know though if that favours being on this side, because I was playing a few games earlier today and I feel like being on that side you were just getting spawn trapped, and maybe that's what Midway Eagles are looking to do, but the early time will go towards Marshall's here on P2. In positions as you push up one, we'll get one before he's traded out actions, we'll get the trade onto Asylum. Folk finds one, snaps onto a second, looks for him but can't get it done. Paralysis on a 5 streak and keeping things lighting up the way of Marshall's as they take a good strong early lead here for the first couple of hard points, and he's keeping his streak going as well. Paralysis finding his 6.
Keep it going. Get on the board. Get the streak killed. The streak's up to the max. I should stop speaking because every time I do, they end up dying. Paralysis taken down, and Marshall had beautiful control, but finally will lose it as the break comes through. Midway able to find themselves in a power position, but only for scrap time. The rotation, though, they capitalize, find themselves up north onto P3. Such an awkward site to play on, P3. I'd probably say we're about as bad as P1. You're going to not get a lot of points here.
P3 is an absolute blood show as well. It's very difficult to kind of take any time here, but as you see, Marshalls, they get the break early. Paralysis once again on another streak. Did earn Hellstorm in that first set. We'll be able to use that at some point soon when need be, but he's absolutely gunning with that Fang. He's going to be able to use the Fang Elo site. No, but you know what? Strangely enough, a lot of people still don't favour that one, but Evoke, he's gone for the regular standard Elo site and he's finding kills as well. But Marshall's still a very closely contested game. 12 seconds the difference. So the contest is in. Midway Eagles looking sore here over the playing side to try and cool this back last bit of scrap time, but it's all about the rotation here now towards P4. He wins a gunfight in the back, you have an opportunity, but it's Paralysis that's in the back and he's shut you both down.
Playing spawns here. He understands that yes, he could have stepped on point, get the early time, but it's not going to help the team in the long run. Instead, he's playing Anki. He knows that if a kill comes off, he's got to make sure that his team are quick and there to arrive. Asylum left alive. He was able to pull off a 10 streak before, sorry, 11 streak, but he can't do it this time round. Right now, Marshalls, they're taking full control of anything that is relatively considered the right side of the map.
Seems to be working out for them so far. They've got a 20-point lead, but the break eventually goes in, more scrap time going their way, but that will make it almost even here as the new set of rotations will start to come in. Morales is winning the gunfight on the wraparound, so that's going to give them the early map coverage that they need down towards that motel side. They've got whole plain side covered, and they're going to get the early time in towards P5 with the gap only being 4 seconds before they take control of time.
Missed opportunities action will have to keep looking forward in case there is a repeat. ET will be the one to take that bait, and in doing so, action says thank you very much. Meanwhile, Paralysis on the back side of the map, keeping things on a cool, but this is a horrible spawn. Look at 2 of ET. He's going to come for the rear and take a full surprise and open the door just a step too far. Marshall, who had been controlling P5, has now allowed the doors to be opened up. Yep,
once again getting that scrap time, keeping the game close. Indeed, for our first set of rotations. Actions finding 2, making it 5 in a row. And there we go. Orbital some sliding on in. Scrap time maybe go their way. Not enough. ET can do anything about it. He's not going home anytime soon. Good coverage and a good final bit of time going their way. 16 points difference. Back to P1 we go. But Marshall's covering it once again. Early P1 time.
I feel like it's the same story we had before. Early on, Marshalls had the lead, and then midway does as their name says. Midway through, takes control of the situation, takes control of the game, and starts to creep back into the advantage as Action is putting on an actionful show. Someone said lights, someone said camera, and he did action.
He definitely came into action for sure there to try and get a few players off that spawn. Marsh was getting more time on P1 than they probably were expecting here, and they're going to have to think about positioning here as they push up towards that motel side one. If he gets this shot here, that could have been the game changer to get a good solid hold on P2. But Midweagle still have that close one. They still have the opportunity to get there first. And we got one more player to deal with. Paralysis is there though. Oh, shut down. This one will go player number 8. Orbitus, what can he do? Well, nothing, because he's shot in the back. Dusk is there. Dusk going to find a second on towards action and now push forward onto the time.
Last time round, the team that was on that left side of the map, spawning left, massively had an advantage onto this P2 site. It seems like roles are reversed this time round. The aggressive push forward from Marshalls will grant them a bit more position as Orbitals will find a nade and a gun kill. And a pistol kill. He's going through the entirety of lethals that he has available. And Marshalls with a commanding lead, 170 coming on to 170 to 89. And it looks like we're getting close to the end game and where we could call game, set, and match also soon.
Exactly that. Marshall's doubling up the lead. Let's jump on board to see what they got to say about their come-ons as they head towards P3, looking to try and get that break on towards that Midweagle side.
On the heady, on the swim heady,
I'm nading plane.
Goes heady, I'm one shot.
Really weak asylum, really weak Mika.
Plane, Dusk, weak plane.
Alright, Joe, Midcut's not shot. Yeah. Midcut just shot. One shot.
I'm nading plane again, I'm nading plane
Any
again.
time and then look. Oh, Dust, half on plane. Not shot Midcut. I'm
Hey,
dead Midcut. That's one. Another.
Yeah, we...
Oh, Midcut dead.
Go, fly.
He's half health on the plane, man. He's one shot. Nice. Time.
One more,
I got
two last,
naded.
two last,
I
two
got
last.
naded.
On the line, alright.
We might flip.
No, we're good. But they're pushing
Mid!
up.
Mid, I promise. It could be.
Yeah. Yo, we're giving up the right lane.
Okay, I'll hold her. I'll
Already through. Two.
No, it's time, man. Time, man. I believe in.
Yeah, on new. We spawned out.
Go deep left. Deep left corner, fence. Deep fence. Asylum.
What's my one?
It just spawned there. Oh my gosh. Asylum's one shot. One's on close wood box. Close wood box. Nice, that's two. One's in the back. Close wood box. Top right in time.
Yeah.
Top right's dead.
I blocked the back. I'm playing
I'm in the back.
back.
Weak. Nice.
I'm blocking.
Front. They got through front.
He's weak. Nice. Get out.
Hey, yo, bottom Marty. Blue. ET.
Dead.
Nice.
I got the right.
Bump me.
There's somebody on tank.
I kill him.
Alright.
Two front P1.
Dead. Nice! I'm out!
Give it the back. Yep.
Red spawns.
Right here. Make cut.
Top green.
Two more 18.
Top green. Dusk already. Dusk top green. Nice!
Wait, shut up! Nice, Quan.
Marshall's taken to almost within 30 seconds for this W, but they lost a lot of time on P3, giving Midweagles an opportunity to come back, but P4 was strong. Yes, they lost it early, but they still had to break on in with the real close spawns. Now, ET, what can they do? That's 4 dead. Midweagles need that.
Yeah, Midway take full control of the moneyest of money hills. Once you have back control over by Cafe, you're golden. You spawn in the corner, you quickly pull players in, and in doing so, the kills just keep on going. Midway could look at nearly a full 60 here. Dusk opens things up. He needs to find that second, has been cleared out by the rest of his team. And now we're back to rotation 3. And when you thought you was done and dusted, when we called that there's a potential game, set, and match on the line, Midway keep crawling back and want to go one map more.
Yeah, they get past the 100-point mark. So within 19 seconds, P1, we go back to Quan finding 2. Albertos finds 1. You're surely going to use your Hellstorm at some point to close them down here to give you more time on towards P1. Speaking of which, I can hear it coming on in. Here comes that Hellstorm. But it is ET's Hellstorm, and it's not one of Marshall's. They've not yet used that, surely. We'll look for the full control, but Marshall's in control of that time. Can finish it off completely. Quan finds 1, trades it back and forward. P1 going the way of Midweagles, but there you go. Paralysis eventually calls it in. going to push everybody off of P1, surely. That time will be given up, and there'll be a chance to get back on within 25 seconds. Marshalls can close out.
30 seconds, 32 to be precise, needed for Marshalls. Just a bit more if you're midway, so it can't be done onto P1. Has to rotate to P2, but look who's already there. Action, waiting for the action to come towards him. He is able to find one at distance, and now the reinforcement starts to come through. 30 seconds left if you're Marshalls to get the job done. How about 20 seconds? 20 points is all that's needed, and it looks to be the slaughterhouse that Marshalls want to see. They just have a few more to go. 3 seconds left, and they can call this game, set, and match. It's Marshalls for the taking.
Orbitals all but called that game there by that 5 streak. In the end, he shut them all down, made sure nobody can even contest that time. Fantastic ending to what was a fantastic series, and it almost looked like it was another one of them close maps once again. Midway taking time to get back into it, maybe a little bit too long to get back into it after giving a good lead towards Marshalls, but Marshalls will take control, they'll take the series. And what I said, 3-1 was the overall score, and that's exactly how it all panned out. And funny enough, production had that on the screen prior to our going live. It was just, well, obviously we'll follow over the last series of the evening, but it was in this same order, and it's exactly the way it ended. Unfortunately, that was a strong spell between P4 and P1 in that final set of rotations for Midway Eagles, but they left it a little too late.
Marshalls remain undefeated in those hard points. They know what to do, they know where those pressure points are, and even when things get a little bit pressured, they start to crawl back. Action, 38 and 24 on his side with 29 non-traded kills. Hello! You can't allow that to happen.
I know, that and paralysis as well with 31 non-traded kills. They're just slaying around the map. They're doing their job. They're not getting the hill time. But you know what? When you're relying on Orbitals and Quan to do the job on the hill, you've got your 2 slayers in that map. Deco and Action doing a fantastic job. Asylum as well. Once again, he got to 40 kills. But unfortunately, on that losing side once again, it's just unfortunate that Asylum's just been bragging his way through the series, but just on a losing side. Marshall, Thunder and Herd have now taken 8 series in a row. No losses, a fantastic start to their College 26 season. Midway Eagles now taking their 3rd loss. Will change things in that standings for sure, as they will be more likely on that lower side. Hyper, what a game it was though, what a series it was, and to be fair, I feel like maps at any point in time could have went either way.
Yeah. I think the score lines that we saw today does represent the way both teams were playing. They were on top of things, they were able to tit and tap between each other, they found those common mistakes and exploited them, but critically, Marshalls just have the final edge, particularly on these hard points. They were able to find those spawns just a little bit quicker, and then when there was a breaking opportunity, they broke this point and then went deep, made sure those spawns better for themselves. Marshalls were just a little, I would really say only a little bit better. I would love to see another rematch of Midway Eagles versus Marshall Thunders once again, because that would be another round of entertaining.
Yeah, very entertaining indeed. It's kept me awake for sure. It's 2 o'clock in the morning here across the pond. We've seen a fantastic series between these 2 sides, but now we'll be heading to what will be a short break. Hyperactive, it's been a fantastic series once again. 3-1. Going the way of Marshall, yet to be defeated. A team to keep an eye out in that top 25 that we so speak about in the CollegeCoD scene. One of the teams definitely to look out for the potential to take the full thing, as they'll be wanting to continue that unbeaten streak. We're going to have Seymour and Toxic up next for our casting duo. It's been a fantastic pleasure once again, Hyperactive, to be joined by yourself and to have a College COD cast with you for the first time. So, any final words before we head ourselves off towards that short break?
Thank you all for inviting me and finally having me. And of course, when you bring the two best Brits over to the broadcast, it's going to be entertaining. And I'm kind of glad we had one of the most entertaining matches for a good while. A game that went the distance and kept me on edge throughout it all. But thank you all for watching, as there are still many more matches to come.
Yeah, definitely is, and that means we've got Texas State Esports up against UTSA Roadrunners up next. Once again, we'll see you very soon. Myself and Hyperactive, that's us for this evening. Hopefully we'll catch you very soon, but enjoy the rest of the action for the night. 2 more games to be had, and that's, like we said, the next one, Texas versus UTSA. We'll see you soon.
Hey, my name is John Exotic Bruno. I go to Wichita State University, and I'm currently studying business administration. I first started Call of Duty when how young was I? I was like 15, maybe younger, like 14, playing MW2. And next thing I know, I kept playing. I hurt my shoulder playing sports. Turned 18, I was like, yo, competitive looks kind of cool. So I started playing competitive and then BO3, and I mean, hey, I've been here since, so. It was all about through everything, honestly. So when I first started out, I played a little bit of rank play, and I got up against Big Timer, and I was kind of like nervous. I can't lie, I was really nervous. And this was when I was like, I don't know, 14 years old. So ever since then, I was kind of just playing for fun. Obviously, since the 18 under rule was a thing, you can't be under 18. I couldn't compete, but I was like, okay, I'll play like these little tournaments, like the Twitter tournaments, you know, tweet those kind of things, and start growing from there. And eventually, I mean, hey, I got good enough, and you know, landed myself in a pro spot. I landed myself here at Wichita, and you know, it's been history. It was different, I can't lie. I mean, initially, when I went to school, I was still competing, but I think in terms of all my workload of school, homework, work, everything became like just a little too much. So I kind of took a step back from COD and just started focusing on my education, started focusing on like CollegeCoD League, like that kind of stuff, just with the Wichita State. And you know, that's all really gone. It's been a lot easier for me. It's been a lot nicer. It's a lot less work to do. I really just focus on my schoolwork now, play COD, you know, play some CollegeCoD, have fun with my team, and you know, I enjoy it. I love it. It was different, because I mean, I'm from Ontario, so we have something called OSAP, which was like the student stuff that I'm supposed to be filling out, but I'm also going to school in Wichita, so it kind of made it to where it was kind of confusing initially. I needed some help from some of my directors there at Wichita. I needed some help from people at, you know, my OSAP stuff that helped me out with it. But the transition wasn't the worst. I mean, I don't really visit the school very often because, you know, I am an online student. The transition was okay. I didn't have really many issues. It was just kind of figuring out all my paperwork, my FAFSA stuff, my OSAP stuff, and like I said, it wasn't too bad. Well, I mean, you gotta think, it's very, like I said earlier, it's really time consuming. Obviously, if you compete competitively, you want to have some kind of end goal, right? And a lot of people, that end goal is to play in CDL. And that's obviously what everyone wants to do. It's not as simple as just, you know, snapping my fingers that you're in the league. You know, it's gonna take a long time. You have to work your way up. You have to, you know, actually learn the game. You have to get better. You have to have a lot of connections. You have to know, like, understand people, find good teammates. It's a lot to go. So, I mean, for me at least, the CCL is a really good entry point into a tier below CDL, if you could say so. So it's a really good entry to where you can, you know, meet some new meet some new people, some new friends. CCL is actually really important for, I mean, Call of Duty in general. But it really is a big foundation of, you know, just Call of Duty, the entire challenger scene, the entire scene itself. I think CCL should be a lot more looked at than it is, and you know, I love it. I think CCL is doing a fantastic job. So. I mean, a little bit, right? Because you take some classes and you kind of learn some things from your classes, and you put it into real life situations. And for me, my real life situations is Call of Duty, right? So I can learn a little bit easier. I can read things easier. I can understand things easier. But I definitely think there's some correlation between, you know, going to school, learning, and then translating that into COD. I mean, for me, you know, I've always been a player that enjoys LANs. I mean, I think everyone can really talk for that, right? Everyone enjoys the LAN environment, the LAN gameplay. And I know CollegeCoD, they do have like the end of the year LAN league, the playoff LAN league, or the playoff LAN, which is always a good time. It's always fun. Really, besides that, I mean, I feel the CCL's done a really good job, especially since when I've joined. They definitely changed things up, and I think every year is progressing better. It's always a fun time. It's always a good time, and you know, no one can really complain about that. Well, for me, it's just how friendly they've been. I mean, you know, a lot of people, and just in jobs in general, they're always like, oh yeah, we have a family environment. Wichita is literally a definition of a family environment. I feel like no matter what happens, I can talk to them about anything, and they'll always be there to help me. If I'm ever struggling in a class, or if I'm ever struggling with my own personal things, any single person on that team and every single person in the program will be there to help me if I need it. And to me, like, that's just one of the biggest things, right? I feel like I have a family here, and I feel like I can trust everyone, and I appreciate and love everyone here. So yeah, shout out to those guys. Love them. Well, I mean, I come from, obviously, the CWL era, so I might have, I guess one could say, ego. But I think the players I'm playing with, they've definitely grown from their own, you know, when we first started playing together, which maybe about a year and a half ago. And I've seen them individually progress as players, as friends, as people. And that's something that I enjoy seeing, right? I enjoy seeing the people I'm around progressing through life and just progressing as a person. And in terms of COD, I mean, hey, they got a lot better. I think I'm not the only one who talks about stuff. I'm not the only one who gives input for our team. But I think that the input that we have given to each other has helped everyone, including myself. I mean, I got my passion back. I enjoy competing again. I mean, really thanks to my team.
into the round, slides in, and Huncho for 2. It's Ace with a sniper.
Oh, what?
Oh, and he puts it on a poster. 1v1, no way. Huncho. All you gotta do is hit the deck, buddy. You do not need to take this challenge. He's gonna spot him, and he takes a shot. 15 seconds. Ace now with an M15. Looking to close this gap. He knows exactly where Huncho is, but the clock is not on his side. Huncho, he knows that all he's got to do is stay alive in this moment, and he goes for the challenge. Exotic though gets caught. 13 seconds, keeping the 1 versus 2, and he's got a sniper out. He's got to take the chow with the pistol. Makes it a 1v1. Walks over for the beatdown. And keep again. You gotta be kidding me. Another clutch when the team needs it most. So you're still gonna be worried about these nades that are going to be thrown from the Fighting Scots, but got Bio in the wing, quite literally, and he's picking them apart one by one. 3 go down. Bio taking over, finds all 4 with the pistol too. Why not? And this is the Akron that we were kind of expecting here. Once you get Bio heating up, he's going to be in full takeover mode for the team, Brody.
Oh, mate, I feel like I'm playing Resident Evil 7 right now. We've got a biohazard on the field. Akron in control of the hard point, and it is Bio on a 6 spree. C4 so starting to be a sneaky boy at 4 in a row. 2 Bio continuing on this spree.
Brookdale not that far behind as they look to get pushed through onto P3, but RIT in complete control. It's ready with 3. Now taking his turn on the 6 spree, making it 7 as they look to shut down Brookdale here, finding a new wave of form. It's now 8. Will it be 9? Of course it will. Merciless on the cards.
Their skill levels here as they look to try and seal the deal here in our first game of the evening. 10 spray goes 11 spray, looks for a 12.
Hi, my name is Joseph Miller. I go by Biohazard. I play for the University of Akron, and I am a social work major. I started playing Call of Duty competitively around my senior year of high school, so 2018. I broke my rib cage and I was kind of on bed rest for 6 weeks straight. In that time, I got really into video games, and Call of Duty was my number one. Honestly, I wanted to get into competing in Call of Duty when it was right after I graduated high school. I attended World War II Champs in Columbus, which was kind of local to me, And then like seeing the stage, seeing the competitive aspect, honestly what really did it for me was like all of the champs banners with all of the rosters and the team names and the player names and everything, and like just seeing that aspect and environment, I knew that I wanted to try that and try to get to that level. I would kind of play in random various like online leagues with my friends, and I would never honestly really find much success with it. Honestly, just like a stroke of luck, I got a CollegeCoD recommended video on my Twitter, and I didn't realize that like there was a whole collegiate league for it. I did what any logical person would do, and I went through the CollegeCoD Twitter and looked at every single college that they were following and looked to see if there was any of them in Ohio. And I saw the Akron one, and I was familiar with Akron esports because of Tristan on the Rocket League team. I was a huge E United fan, and Tristan played Rocket League for E United as well as for the University of Akron. And so I looked through Akron stuff. I saw that they didn't really have anything about Call of Duty. Took a leap of faith, and I emailed the director of esports and I asked him about a Call of Duty team, and I was honestly just really fortunate enough that they were looking to build one as I was messaging them, and so it just kind of all fit into place. It's definitely not as easy as most people probably would view it to be from an outside perspective, especially like going to class, having things in person, you know, like contributing to like college life and stuff like that. Like you don't want to just be a shut-in who, you know, goes to class, goes to practice, and then that's it. Like, you know, I tried to, you know, put myself out there and, you know, meet people and make friends and all of that, while also, you know, having that competitive aspect, you know, going to practices and things like that. And it definitely, it's a lot to get used to, especially when I was 22 when I first, you know, went back to college. So I kind of had to relearn school life in general as well. I definitely, for advice, I would tell people to focus on, you will be a student athlete, and you need to focus on that student part as well. Make sure that you are attending class, you know, doing your homework and things like that, so that way you still have the opportunity to compete. Obviously, you know, competing is fun, making a name for yourself is fun, it's very enjoyable, but you have to do the not so fun things as well in order to appreciate, you know, the enjoyable things. So please, please, go to school. Absolutely. Last year, we were watching in our esports facility. We have like a 9-panel TV wall that we normally would put, like, if one of the esports teams has a match up, we would put it on the big screen. It was a football game, and so we put the football game up on the screen, and I wasn't paying attention, and apparently like the ESPN video people were behind and thought that it was really cool that we were like watching the football game. And so like then they put it on ESPN, and they were talking about, like, they were like, oh, like the Akron esports team is showing support to their football team, and I was like that's me. It's really, really cool to see. A lot of times when people think of esports, they think of, you know, being there, playing the game, things like that. And like you said, there's so much more that goes into it. As long as you are interested in the field, I'm sure you could probably find something that interests you. For me, it was social media. There's casters, there's, you know, like editors, so many things behind the scenes that you probably don't think exist, and you can find anything. And so for somebody that kind of wants to dip their toes into it, I definitely say don't be afraid to take that leap.
Welcome back to CollegeCoD, and well, first map was an absolute banger, and I'm sure this next one is going to be just as good. Zach Benoit alongside Colin Moore. Colin, very excited to get this one underway.
Oh, it's fantastic. We get the I-35 rivalry on stream. Texas State Esports, the UTSA Roadrunners. Both teams undefeated going into the restructuring of our divisions. So you and I were talking about it. This is their first test, really, in the second split of CollegeCoD to see where they really stand.
Yeah, when you look at their records, I mean, it's truly been remarkable what both teams have been able to do. We talked about the 7-0 on both sides, but I think the thing that intrigues me the most is the similar records in basically every single mode. You know, you look at the side of Texas State, 8-1 in Hardpoint, 5-1 S&D, Overload 5-1. On the other side, the Roadrunners, 8-0 in Hardpoint, 6-1 in S&D, and then perfect 7-0 in Overload. I mean, this is going to be a really good series, and I'm expecting the bang out.
Yeah, you know, I was kind of looking at both of these two teams, trying to break down where the difference does lie in these records. Obviously, when you're looking at UTSA with that perfect hardpoint record, there's been a couple of close wins to some of these schools, a couple really close losses as well. A round 11 loss to St. Thomas in the Search and Destroy. And then for their overload, it's just been really high scoring overloads for them to be perfect 7-0 record there. For the Bobcats of Texas State, a close loss in the hard point to the University of Texas Dallas Comets, a round 11 loss in the Search and Destroy to the Aggies. And again, just like the Roadrunners, it's been high scoring overload, Zach. So this is going to be a really fun series.
Yeah, very excited to see, you know, how both teams are able to kind of manipulate the map on Overload. And one thing I'm excited to see is the hard point, because when you look at some of these games, I mean, majority of them have been blows, but then there's been a couple of nail biters. And the one I see that I'm very intrigued about was the one against UT Dallas, where, you know, Texas State just dropping it by 3 points. And I mean, back and forth stuff in that one. And this first map should be truly electrifying. Can't wait for it to get underway.
No, I agree. And really, Zach, when we're looking at the maps too, we get this Colossus map number 1, Raid, Search and Destroy map 2, Scar Overload guaranteed for that map number 3. I'd like to see this go the distance to the Scar Hardpoint and the Den Search and Destroy, but again, we don't know how these two teams are going to match up against each other. It's a rivalry match, a really important one when it comes down to the schools in general, so you expect them to bring out that class. And, you know, I'm glad that you're kind of hyping up this Colossus Hardpoint to start things off because, you know, one team's really familiar with it. UTSA are 4-0 on this map. Texas State are only 1-0. They've only been here one time.
Yeah, Colossus, it's one of those maps where, you know, it can be so momentum heavy when you go into the things, but I think it should be an interesting matchup between these two teams. And like you mentioned, when you look at the side of the Roadrunners, that 4-0 record, well, they're pretty familiar with it. And it's definitely going to be a map that's going to be an absolute bang out, especially that P1.
And for the Raid, Search and Destroy, I think this is where I'm looking at it, Zach, to be a little bit more fun because both of these two teams are really familiar with it. Both of them have their single loss in Search and Destroy on this map mode combo. Both round 11s for UTSA. It was a round 11 loss to St. Thomas. For Texas State, it was a round 11 loss to the Aggies, but each of them still share 3 wins on this map too, so a lot of familiarity when it comes down to that map number 2. Both teams can be, I'd say, very vigilant if they do lose this map 1 to feel comfortable just shaking off that loss going into the second one. I think the big thing and the big topic for these two schools will be that overload, Zach, when we do get to that Scar, because, you know, obviously the Roadrunners are 7-0 in this mode. Texas State, they have the 1 loss, but either one of them, they've been nail-biting games, really high scoring, not a lot of defense, I'd say, from their opponents, sometimes not a lot of defense from themselves. It's been close in the wins and the losses, so I expect that Scar Overload to be really high scoring.
Oh, yeah, and the records being what they are, 4-0 on the one side, 2-0 on the other, I mean, it's going to be fun to watch. Scar, definitely one of those maps where if you're able to kind of manipulate spawns into your favor, it makes things very, very easy. But, you know, if you fall into the blender, well, you're stuck kind of spiraling, and we're definitely going to be able to see which team is going to come away with that one. The Scar Hardpoint is kind of the same thing. You know, if you're able to string some of those hills together, it makes your life so much easier maneuvering around the map. I mean, you look at P2 at red, if you're able to control that, I mean, you're basically controlling the entire right side of the map.
Whether or not it's going to be the first rotation or the second rotation, we always know that P2 on Scar is very, very important. And for both these two teams that are, you know, used to winning 7-0, Zach, might I add, for both of these schools, who's going to be the pop-off players when it comes to these hard points? Because again, for a Scar, we look at who's going to get those Hellstorms, a big tool to break those P3s, to break those P5s. Very important when it comes down to a team's success in those late, close, tight-knit hard points that we always get into on a Scar. I hope this one makes it to this map 4. I hope it makes it to the map 5 as well, because a dense search and destroy, we know we're going to see snipers there.
Yeah, you get the snip snaps out there, and it should be an absolute banger. But let's get right into the Colossus hardpoint. Again, you see it right there. That's going to be the mixy side of the map. That statue into P1. Colin, you and I know best. Things get scrappy on P1.
Oh, yeah, we know it. And if eventually you have a trophy system, we hope those trophies can help you the second go around on that P1. Personally, Zach, I'd say Colossus still is a map that I don't necessarily dislike in terms of playing for hard points. I think a lot of teams, especially in CollegeCoD, are going to feel good going towards this map mode combo. Just knowing that you can slay out and really strong arm your opponents away from a lot of these hills. It's really the test of who's the better team in terms of slaying, you know, whether you're going to be bullying out of those hills with late rotations or trying to set up towards new and actually fundamentally play this map really well. It's polar opposites we see all the time. Very high action, lots of kills, lots of deaths, so much I'd say just to look forward to when we get into this first map. It's going to be a fun one.
Yeah, can't wait for the pure chaos to happen there on P1. Man, very excited to see kind of the transition from P2 over to P3, you know, going through tunnel over to boat. You know, some teams find success with the late rotation. Some teams find mega success when they're able to get full control over there at boat. But, you know, just excited to see two teams that are also ranked fairly high in that top 25. Texas State sitting at 10, Roadrunners sitting at 18. So, again, this is that good old I-35 rivalry. And I know both of these schools, they're seeing that rivalry, and they want to be the ones to pop off here.
Yeah, and you know, we didn't even touch on the top 25 list for CollegeCoD. This is one where you're Texas and San Antonio, and you're looking to go into the series not just winning your rivalry like your school has been doing over and over again against the Bobcats, but to take them down in CollegeCoD and steal away potentially a higher top 25 ranking to a team that's sitting in top 10 within Texas State. So it's a big turn in terms of the restructuring when you're going into this division for the Midwest to see where you kind of stand against a school that is, you know, right across the interstate from you, but as well as really close by in that top 25 ranking. If you can take them down tonight, you most likely will see yourself rise in the rankings going into next week. And I think we're going to be all hoping to see some bangers coming out from the underdogs.
And here we go. We're going to pick up things here just on the outside of Statue. A lot of contesting going on back and forth. It looks like the opening set of kills is going to be the Roadrunners holding on to the P1, looking for the spawns out. Going through mid. Key matchup between 4 and 5, and it looks like it's going to be Sam on that far side winning it. Ooh, 2 pushing right through front door, and it's going to be an easy hold there for Texas State.
I don't expect either team to get too much time off of it. Right now, the Roadrunners trying to run up the clock, see if they can at least get some time on P1, work these spawns over towards P2, and try to find some way around Texas State, who do have the better spawns off the initial break-off. D, he's in trouble back here. Manages to get some help, and actually the Roadrunner's going to steal away majority of the time on P1 and get the break into the back spawns for P2.
Yeah, you got to keep your eye on D here. He's been kind of manipulating the map, and he's going to do just that. Oh, Doa almost caught it there, but it's going to be held on here now by Texas State. Pushing through the front here. Fur going to be looking for anything. Has Splody there with him. Good break through the front. They're going to get 3. And they're going to hold control. Looking for the last one in the back here is Texas State. They're able to find him. They flip the map completely.
This is what I talk about. A map like Colossus, you have so many engagements that you fully can strong-arm your opponents out from the front of these hard points as long as you're shooting straight off these headies. But moving into a P2, when a team gets comfortable, when a team gets into the position that they want, you still see it is not easy to break for Texas State. They've not only flipped this lead, but they've looked good on this P2, and you're looking to the rotation anew.
Yeah, I love that rotation right there out of Summit. Just getting early. He's going to have 2 challenging here in tunnel. Sam is going to be the one to win the initial fight. He's going to have another one quickly here. Is Sam going to be able to clean him up? Yes, he can. Well, Sam I am doing everything that he can here on P3 as it pops with Texas State holding. Good intro gunfights there for Sam, who's holding strong. And they're going to be pushing through tunnel. But Demo holding it down here.
Well, the Roadrunners might be a little confusing for those at home who haven't really picked up on the color changes that we do have in the Plays kill feed. It is kill feed for blue towards Texas State. If it's a red player, it's going to be to the UTSA Roadrunners. And for now, Texas State into the hill, trying to run up this lead that they already do have. You need to see a break here from the Roadrunners if they want to keep it close.
Yeah, Sam's close here. It's going to be a big battle up there, but it's not going to be one. Summit. There's going to be Doa right there. Going to be taking him down and going to hold on here for the final 18. Try to hold off this last push through the front side as it's looking early on like the Roadrunners are having an early rotation here, but no. Good kills there by Demo and shut down quickly by Splody. Waiting here for hill number 4 to pop, and only a 30-point deficit between these two teams.
No, and I like what I'm seeing out of Texas State. You know, you're looking at these rotations to see if you can win some crucial money hills. Ferg, in the middle of yellow, he's able to find a crucial 2 kills, but in the back line, you still have DMO trying to fight for these spawns. Texas State going to spawn up with the entirety of the team. DMO goes down to the back line. It's all eyes forward while the Roadrunners try to break from the front.
Yeah, they were hunting Demo down back there. They knew that if he stayed alive, it would have been havoc for them. Now, all eyes, like you said, turn in front. They get 1, able to drop 2, and it's a big 3 going the other way, and it's a quick flip on the head there for UTSA as they're firmly sat in the hill. Got a 1 pushed out, flanking now, looking like almost their P2.
Yeah.
Good pressure here, 4 sat here in the middle of the map.
We're going into the new rotation, give or take about a 30-point lead for Texas State Esports. You get into this next hill, and this is what we were kind of talking about. You know, P1, the first go-around, Zach, it's very mixy. The second time, if you're the first team there, you get your trophies in, you have a lot easier time in locking down some major seconds in the objectives. So I want to see who's going to get that initial control and who's going to get those trophies down.
Early on, still trying to see some of the trophies as there's a couple of those nade barrages we're talking about. Stuns and nades just soaring through the door. And so far, Demo's going to be the one holding up and soaking up all the time. Summit watching the back, and well, again, it's going to be all pressure through the front. Splody able to get the kills and move on forward. Now, their eyes firmly looking at P2 and trying to push up and flip the map on their head. Whippix trying to push on through, but no help there. Splody holding it down on P1.
Not a lot of action towards the rotation either. Finally, you get a player from Texas State trying to lock down those back blue spawns, and his teammate in Ferg is going to spawn up there with him, still collecting time off this first hill and working over towards New. Roadrunners, they don't know yet, but they need to kick themselves into gear to see if they can get over here. And a team nade from D, that's going to slow things down in these efforts, and Ferg makes sure you got the rotation in hand for the Bobcats.
Yeah, Ferg was fried right there. Him and his teammate Doa are looking pretty solid here. Doa sitting at 18-9. Trying to flip it on the head, though, there was UTSA. Contested hard point coming up here. Sam jumping in. Summit trying to answer back. Gets Sam, but Whippix shutting things down. It is a back and forth kill feed right now. No team really able to get any control. We're just trading in the kill feed, and it's still going there with Summit.
The Bobcats feeling good. They're still locking down these back spawns. So they're just able to funnel some players in over and over again and keep those layers going to hold this lead. Still 15 seconds at old. It's going to put them up and around 157 points if they soak up every single second. And not only that, look at this play from Summit. He's already behind the play for the Roadrunners on New. He gets 2, looking for 3, locks it down with the drop pick. 3 kills for Summit, and it's Sam alone on this rotation. He's got nowhere to go.
But again, it's been Sam the saving grace for the side of the Roadrunners, and he's doing it again right here on P number 3. Looking at this one, and it's Sam! Just a lot of kills, but can't find them 2 inside. And now it's going to be looking Texas State holding things down here. Quick push through middle. No, not going to work out there. Strong hold through tunnel.
With that 3 dead, Sam's going to get found out surely. You fully back yourself out, and you're spotting over towards P2, so I'd like to see the Roadrunners maybe chalk up some of this time and rotate over towards this new hill. You can see DMO's going to be working on it, and with that shutdown from Summit again on the rotations, this is a perfect time to go in with the Bobcats for listening.
You want to go jump out.
Watch out, watch out. That's your life.
Yo, we might spawn out.
Your front Summit.
We spawned out.
Yeah, they got me. Yeah, they're in the back. They're in the
Two lobby.
Side door in the back. Spawn far.
One dead.
I'm in the back.
I'm in the back. Fuck.
Hi, watch out.
Side door,
Right,
side door.
stand back. Right, stand back.
I'm blocking the back.
I'm dead. One back, one
Side door,
back.
side door,
Minus
side door,
40.
side
I'm
door.
here. Side door. Going to the back.
In the
Going to the
back,
back. Going to
in
the
the back, in the back.
Statue.
Side door,
Statue.
side door, side door two, side door two. Front and side, front and side.
I'm dead.
Get down the back.
Front. One on right side and
Yeah,
one left side.
one up front.
Don't die. Don't die. Don't die.
Yeah, one more.
One in the back. They're on you, Jacob. They're on you. There's one on you.
Yeah, front.
I'm pushing out.
Watch out, statue.
Yeah. One side.
You keep pushing out front. Keep on.
Oh my god.
Three front. Absolute. They're all weak. They're all weak.
Yeah.
Outer right.
Two front.
I'm clearing this.
Get the guys on both.
I'm going left and going statue.
I'm on. Hey, yo, in our lobby. He just pinched. He's pinched old.
He's already watching. He's on P3. He's just sitting on the back edge.
Alright, sure.
Nice. There's one out of the play. One in time. The other one back blue.
Nice, good show, Summit.
Me too.
One more.
I made it.
Well, coming out of the listen, and it was UTSA with control on P1, but Texas State jumping in, and again, it's going to get mixy. Got to get those trophies down early on. Summit trying to make a play through tunnel here. Gets one, can't get the second, traded out immediately. And UTSA holding on strong. Ferg backing down there with the nade.
UTSA making sure that they don't give up without a fight. Even though they're down about 60 points, you're trying to lock down some good time over towards P1 and see if you can slowly build yourself back into this game. But flurry of kills for the Bobcats, they're going to be in. You don't win off this hard point. We're going to be looking towards a rotation, which right now Roadrunner's holding the better side of the map. They got to be careful not to let any Bobcats through.
Going to be a big gunfight here with 1 and 8, and oh, it's going to be one there by number 8, and they're working on the spawn, and they have the hill control. So good rotation at UTSA. It was a little bit of sketchy moments there, but they held on strong. Trying to push out. Ferg was looking to drop the streak, but here come Texas State pushing up, trying to end this here. They want to break open this hill. Good setup, but even better break coming out of the boys from Texas State.
Oh, they just rolling their way through the front. 12 seconds left. And you got to streak for first still, even if they do break back in. But you got to work fast to get yourself in the hill, or else this is going to be game over. 4 seconds remaining. Here's the last-ditch effort. They're going to be in for a second. Can they get the break? But no,
Big
Summit
time.
calls game. And Texas State open the series. For the I-35 rivalry, the Bobcats, they know. They don't want to let the Roadrunners walk away quickly with these first couple maps. Striking first. They look good.
Oh man, what a back and forth affair we just watched between these two teams. Folks, we said we had a banger of a matchup, and it's living up right there in map number 1. I mean, that Colossus is as back and forth as you could ask for. You look there, it was a takeaway really from Texas State. You know, the Roadrunners, they were keeping things close, but it kind of seemed towards that second set of rotations, especially that P3, that's where things started to separate for Texas State and UTSA. But, I mean, that ending there, Texas State holding on.
250, 165. And for the most part, Roadrunners were keeping up for that first set of rotations. Really wasn't until the second set that you saw Texas State start to get some footholds in these rotations to the money hills, especially your P2s. They were fantastic in those second hills, the fourth hill as well, being very kind to Texas State. But a lot of players to kind of take a look at it and really talk about it. And really, I got to highlight Summit right away. This guy was always on the ball when it came down to those rotations. 31 and 26, 20 non-traded, 3 damage guy at the perfect quad 3s for the damage tally, and all while getting a minute 37 in the hill. Everybody on Texas State having over a minute of hill time, always in the pressure, always in the action, working together in tandem. That's why they're a top 10 team.
Yeah, we saw it a lot through that P2 especially. There was a lot of trades back and forth, and it just kind of seemed like Texas State were always the ones in favor of that trade battle. Early on, I mean, it was the Doa show. He was popping off 26 and 19 to finish. He had 3,553 damage, and I mean, he looked really good when you were talking things. And I mean, these two teams, it did not disappoint that map 1, but it looked like Texas State here in the I-35 rivalry, they're going to be the first ones swinging.
Yeah, and even just kind of looking back to a couple of these highlights, you can see that the Roadrunners, I mean, they started off so well. I really expected them to start to win some of these fights over towards your P2s and your P4s, but you know, whenever you thought that they did, it's a double kill from Doa, a double kill from Summit. Somebody's just taking the reins over on Texas State, just managed to find these breaks over and over again. This break on P3 from Summit really just keeping Texas State in that lead, continuing to grow that lead, continuing to keep themselves separated from the Roadrunners, and no matter what UTSA tried to do, they just constantly got strong-armed out of these winning positions, out of these muddy hills, and they just never truly could win these fights towards the spawn. It felt like they were always trying to break from the front, never truly had the rotation in hand, and that really has me worried for them if they do go down 2-0 in this series, especially thinking about that Scar overload, that Scar hardpoint. You want to make sure you're going into these respawns with something to stand on, and that Scar hardpoint kind of has me a little bit worried if it goes to map 4. You look at this for the Roadrunners now, as this map 2, map 3 become really, really crucial in how this best of 5 will go.
Yeah, we have it in the back pocket there, that Scar overload. We talked about the records of these two teams. One is 7-0, the other one 5-1, and all of them have felt like high-scoring affairs, so would not be surprised if we saw a high-scoring affair in that Scar overload. We have up next that Raid S&D, and it should be fun. We should be seeing some of the boomsticks coming out, especially when you look over towards that ring side. A couple of the challenges up through the mid. I mean, Colin, what are you looking at here when we tee up this Raid S&D?
I think I'm looking to UTSA to bring out some really needed playmakers. I mean, watching that Colossus hardpoint, I think that was definitely a unison effort in trying to win those rotations. I never really saw somebody step up, though, and win those fights. And, you know, you look at somebody on Texas State like Summit, who's just constantly going to be trying to find some routes, constantly trying to make those plays for the team. He was winning so many big 1v1s. Go into this raid search and destroy. Somebody on the Roadrunners has to take Summit down, has to win those fights in the 1v1, deny those rotations, deny those routes, and make sure that you just continue to hold your lives.
Well, looking on the side of the Roadrunners, I mean, Sam in that first map kind of seemed like they're saving grace on a couple of those hills. He was the one last alive saying, hey guys, I'm just trying to hold things down for us, get off spawn and come help me on those hills. And would not be surprised to see Sam kind of play another big role here in the raid again. But like you said, to your point, who's going to be the one to answer up to Summit? Summit has been the one that's been dominating. He's been the one that has been really kind of throwing the show. And it's going to be really interesting to see, you know, which player is going to match up to his pace, who is going to be able to kind of attack Summit here on this raid.
It's funny kind of that you bring Sam up, because even when I was talking to the teams and, you know, I was getting some info about these guys, Sam, the junior from UTSA, this guy's an accounting major, Zach. They said that if anybody's going to be running routes, they trust that the math in Sam's mind is going to help him figure out these routes. It's the equations on what to do inside of a raid search and destroy. So maybe Sam is going to be the answer for this team. I think that very well could be for the way that we saw from that Colossus map number 1. He did have a couple moments. I'm curious if either of these teams are going to bring out the boomstick, because obviously in Raid, you know, there's plenty of timings that you can get off the offensive side for that sniper rifle, plenty of chances that you can get for a first blood with that VS Recon in your hand. It's a map that a lot of players, especially at the start of Black Ops 7, love to bring the sniper out. A lot of pros started putting it away for this map and just trust that the timings, that the speed that you can get on a raid really helps you when there's a Drovic in your hand or an M15. But for CollegeCoD teams, I mean, somebody just pull out a sniper and hit a play.
I think if it was up to us, partner, it would be everybody running a sniper for 2 rounds minimum here on raid.
I never said that. I never said that at all.
You see here loading up into the map, and I think when you were talking about, you know, mentioning to me you got getting some information about these teams, I think the tidbit on Sam was probably my favorite one, saying that he's really good at math, and that's what helps him with the routes on the maps and the rotations.
Look, I was good at math. You know, I can kind of run routes. But, like, I don't see how it correlates on my side.
I need to know how good at math that Sam is. I mean, you're able to translate that into rotations, maps, and just routes. That's just fantastic. Early on, it looks like we're going to be having a little bit of a bang out here at Ring. A lot of pressure being put up early, and shots win. And Again, trades in the feed. We're going to go down to a 2v2 here. Trying to figure out what the play is. Bomb is in the hands here of Sam. Playing it around, looks like for the side of the Roadrunners. Hesitant here. Trying to rotate this around, and it's going to be Splody shutting down that play.
1v2 for TMO. Has the bomb, so at least that's something you're working with right now for Roadrunners trying to steal this round away. A 1v2 would surely light a fire after that map 1 loss, but I like the way that the Bobcats are handling this one, both playing together through mid.
Yeah, you see here, it's going to be unfortunate timing, and yeah, that's going to be the round. Going to be Splody picking up 2, including the defuse. And Texas State, they continue their dominance that they had in map number 1, taking the opening round here.
I like the play that the Roadrunners are throwing in that first round. You play out towards the A-bomb. You notice that nobody's got trophies. Let's stun over Laundry. Let's see if we can draw that first blood. And they do a good job at least trading the player inside Laundry. The issue is that nobody's ready for the second one. And you know, you losing out Blipix on that push into back Laundry really hurts. You find yourself into a 2 versus 2. You try to make that late rotation over towards B. Think, hey, can we catch a timing through their spawn? No, Texas State, they hold themselves in kitchen. They wait for that timing. And hey, this is
I'm
Splody with a
seeing
sniper.
a boomstick. Oh, what do you got for me here, Splody? I think we have opposite boomsticks happening here. One in that garden. But look at the positioning here of D. Pushed up right on those lawn chairs. Splody. It'll be interesting. Is D going to pounce first?
They got no info that D's going to be down here. Nobody spotted that cross. And we don't even get to see kind of what happens. So I thought for a second maybe that was like my program feed froze, but no, Observer crashed out of the lobby. So
I don't think someone likes seeing snipers, is what I'm going to take it as.
I think it's Chugs' fault. We can all blame Chugs, and we can move on from this one. But you know, it's a situation where D most likely should have had a first blood in that round. We're gonna have to wait to see what the outcome is of round number 2 once we get back in. Observer should be able to get into this match once more. I don't think the entire lobby has broken, but I was kind of saying there for Texas State, it's really typical what they bring out in that first round of the Search and Destroys Act, because you know, you're in a moment where 2 versus 2, you can get really antsy and try to force a rotation to flip the map, like what the Roadrunners were doing, pushing through the spawn of the Bobcats. But instead, I mean, you post up in kitchen, you look for that first blood, you get the kill in the 2 versus 2, and you immediately give up that space. You play together, you retake a bomb site, and you have the perfect play call to get that timing over towards the bomb planters. So I think for the Bobcats, I mean, it's only 1 round, not a lot to kind of ride off of, but I like what I saw.
Yeah, and for the Bobcats, I think I agree to your point there, where it's just in a 2v2 situation, you're playing for that first pick, and I think they did that perfectly. They found the pick in the backside of kitchen, and Splody played his life beautifully. I mean, they were double challenging him, and he just slid out, somehow got over towards Vault, and was able to play his life. And then, like you said, you kind of turtle up with your teammate, and you play for that trade against the single, and golden timing on the bomb plant. But again, like you mentioned, still kind of waiting to see what's going on. Obviously, we should be back in there soon. Don't think the lobby did indeed crash, but early on in that S&D, I really liked what I saw out of the Roadrunners. You know, you lost that first map. You don't go down and kind of be a little bit more passive. You come out guns blazing in the first round of that S&D. You take the attack to the Bobcats, and just unfortunately it didn't work out for them in round number 1. But, you know, I like that attitude out of that squad.
Yeah. Oh, we got even better news for you guys. Not only are we back into the game, but the colors are correct. So we didn't have to guess, you know, which in the feed is actually which team. It's UTSA in the blue, Texas State in the red, and where we look towards seeing if the Roadrunners could maybe pull an attacking round out of their hat. It's going to be a 1 versus 3. The player in the back immediately jumped on by Splody, and Texas State answer back. It is defenses holding strong right now as both teams has traded.
Yeah, and you look here, Splody again making the plays, 5-1 in 3 rounds here. I mean, he has been the man early on in the S&D. And to your point, the colors being back, my eyes are healed. Getting a little bit
That's
distracted
your first
there
test,
before.
Zach.
That was the first test, and I won't lie to you, I might have failed it a little bit, but we're not going to talk about that right now. Headed into round number 4 here. Is the team going to be able to break that kind of offensive drought we've seen early on? Splody, do you have the boomstick for me?
Ooh, this time around, making sure that you don't lose D on that quick push into water steps. Look at the mini-map on what the Roadrunners are doing. Triple stack in towards kitchen. Wait those nades out. Play for the retake 4-on-4. And see if you can collapse from 2 different angles. Nobody's going on the flank just yet. It's water steps, and it's Tiki.
Yeah, you can see a double push up here of Tiki, and it's going to be Fur getting the opening kill. Doa putting shots through, and pinned on the stairs, unable to move there, is D. A lot of shots. Doa! Oh no! He's going to slide off the map. Battle inside of Tiki's not going to go anywhere. Sam is running in circles. Ferg is running for his life. And he's not going to be able to hold on. It's all up to Splody.
11 seconds. I don't think there's time. Splody knows that. All he's got to do is check the bomb, and he knows he's done a good job at winning that round out. Doa, we got to talk about that one. I mean, it's like he jumped out of his skin in that moment. He just got shot through the wall a couple times. He's like, you know what? If you're going to take me out, I might as well just go out on my own terms. And then we immediately swap over to Sam, and he's running circles inside of Tiki. It was the most chaotic B retake I've ever seen. For the Roadrunners, I think you kind of look at that defense, and you have to be thinking to yourself, we cannot let a quick plant at B go for free. Again, as soon as that smoke goes down, you got to be throwing some nades out there to see if you can stop it.
Yeah, got to be aggressive trying to take that space, but, you know, Texas State, they'll say, hey, thank you very much, as the opening kill there for the side of the Roadrunners. Answer right on back by Splody and the boomstick. You love to see it. 7-2. You're seeing swaps right there. Blix in the kill feed. Splody is still rocking it with the boomstick and the pistol here. As Sam taking up space here, and Demo, they're just going to kind of turtle up together, look for these players in the back.
Similar to round number 1, you flip the map. This time around, Bobcat's going to meet you and mirror this. So 2 versus 2. Splody does have that sniper in hand, so I'm curious if the Bobcats will try to retake through mid and salvage somewhat of a gun for him, but playing back towards R, Splody's going to have a lot of sight lines to play with the sniper.
Well, here we go, information through the middle, and it's Splody right onto Sam. Hello, how you doing? 9-2, here is Splody. And it's going to be all down to Demo. What is the play? Still going to be wrapping through mid. One player sitting on ring. Demo getting the bomb down. Give it to Splody. No, it's going to be the teammate taking it away. Oh, man, I am enjoying seeing the boomstick out, and Splody is not disappointing.
We love the snipers. Can you believe that they were going to take snipers away from us?
Yeah, still blows my mind.
But no, it's a moment like that where again, Bobcats make the right call. Just like round number 1 with the 2v2, you post up in kitchen, you look for that kill, and you try to play somewhat of a foundational defense. This time around, they change up their strategy. They play active. They rotate back over towards R because you know Splody's got that sniper. You don't want to play those close fights, so you get some distance. Splody finds that kill to put you in the 2 versus 1, and you really put Demo in a bad spot with little to no time to play for.
Well, it's an equal 2v2 push on both bomb sites, but early on, Texas State, oh, they are slaying. D tries to answer back, but it's Ferg coming away with it, getting those wallbang shots in. It's going to be Sam left all in his lonesome with the boomstick, and it's not going to do much. Texas State looking tremendous here in the S&D, 5-1 in the round count.
And this is really Texas State showing what their mettle truly is. Both these two teams, obviously in their respective divisions, heading into the restructure for CCL, are undefeated. And that's going to change tonight. And for Texas State, the number 10 team in CCL, they are looking poised to retain this top 10 spot with the way that they're playing against the Roadrunners, number 18 in CCL. So 5-1 is not what you like to see here. It's going to be 5 unanswered rounds. If you want to steal this one away, wouldn't be a full sale, but again, like we say, it's the next best thing to it. And they're going to flip the A site on its head and take laundry control.
Yep, Splody here. He's sensing something thrown over towards that white van. Doesn't gonna connect with anybody. Sam finding Doa. And what do you got for me here, Splody? Trying to peek around, look through that A-bomb. Taking space here. Whips is going to take down Summit. So a 4v2 here for the Roadrunners. Great positioning in ring, and Ferg gets taken down as well. Splody can't find anything, and how about the big round out of Whips?
I mean, that is as flawless as you can get for a round when you're looking to just extend this map even further and show what kind of a test you can bring to this Rain Search to destroy. A full flood through Laundry, you're gifted that space, a God nade into back jungle to draw that first blood onto Demo, or onto Doa, pardon. And then not only that, you don't rush the plans. You play 4 players on Texas State to try to get a trade to bring it into a 3-on-3 before the retake does happen, and you just immediately isolate every single gunfight. That is tough.
Oh, early on, we're going to have a bang out in mid here, and oh, it's going to be Texas State taking the lives. Quickly a 4v2, make it a 4v1. D left all on his lonesome here, coming up steps, going to see 2, 1 on ring, 1 on bomb. And this is going to be where they pounce, and it's Texas State continuing their dominant run here. 6-2 in the S&P. They're looking really good as that 10th ranked team.
Look, I gotta be honest, when I was going into this, you know, maybe if it was a Coyote, I would give the Roadrunners a chance, but it's a Bobcat that we're talking about, and these guys are fierce. Splody 9-3, Ferg 10-5. We'll definitely get a look back at all these stats when we draw it up in that scoreboard after we look at the round's settings. It was Bobcat start to finish. That 2v2 win that they had back in round number 1, it was as good as you could ask for from Texas State. You move into the next 3, 4, 5, 6, and they really were making little to no mistakes. Winning their gunfights, winning their rotations over towards the hills, and making some really strong break-off calls to get those quick plants and really catch the Roadrunners off guard. I give the Roadrunners some grace back in round number 7. That play out towards Laundry was really smart, it was confident, and they executed perfectly. But when it comes down to the consistency in this game mode, Texas State just had your number the entire time. 6-2, they look good, they're up 2-0 in the series, Zach. You couldn't ask for anything more from these Bobcats.
Well, coming into the map too, we were questioning, saying, you know, who was going to answer Summit? Well, it wasn't someone that needed to be answered. It was the 4th-year senior in Splody who really, from the get-go, I mean, he was dominating. You see the M15 in hand there, and then he picked up the boomstick, and that's where things really got dangerous for that young man. And, well, what a job out of Texas State. I mean, we didn't know what to expect coming into this one. We knew there were going to be 2 top teams, 2 teams that showed dominance early on, but so far through 2, it has just been Texas State controlling everything.
No, and that's going to be the story, I'd say, for a lot of CCL teams going into this restructuring, is just how do you play now that you're playing against other teams in similar records as yourself from the start of the year. And for UTSA, yes, it's tough. I mean, that Colossus, you had your moments, the search and destroy. I mean, you had a couple flashes in the pan, but you're really kind of learning where these mistakes do come from. And a team like Texas State, they're going to punish those mistakes, and they've been doing it over and over again. This is a team that has a storied history in College COD. We know Texas State are going to be strong, especially when you got Splody at the helm of this roster, and going into this overload, they got all the confidence.
It's going to be interesting to see who can come away with it on overload. We're going to step aside for a short break. We'll be right on back here with more action between the I-35 rivalry.
Rory. My gamer tag is Cruz. I go to Oklahoma Christian University, and I am a nursing student for Bachelor of Science in Nursing. Okay, so my very first memories of playing COD, my parents had never let me buy Call of Duty before. I'd asked them plenty of times, me and my brother. But I went to one of my friend's house. We played Modern Warfare 3. We played it all night, and then I came home and I managed to convince my parents to let me get it. Me and my brother just played it all the time. That was probably my first memory of playing COD. So I would say Black Ops. So when I first started playing in Modern Warfare 3, I think my full first prestige in Modern Warfare 3, I had like a .28 KD. I was like the worst player ever. Black Ops 2 League play, kind of towards the end of that game, I started realizing that I could kind of be pretty decent. I was a lot better than all of my school friends, so I started looking for like other people to play with. And then when Ghosts came out, that was when I really being like, oh, okay, I could actually maybe do something with this. So I finished high school in 2017. When I finished high school, I didn't really want to go straight to university or college after I wasn't very motivated. I kind of just decided I needed to take a break, and competitive was kind of like a thing that I like to do to kind of like, not escape from like what was going on in my life, but like it was a good kind of like thing to give me to vent or just kind of get my feelings out. And then it wasn't really until I moved over to the US during Cold War and started competing over here that I actually found out what like the CCO was. It showed me that I could do like both things that I wanted to do. So I always wanted to like try and go pro in COD, but I also wanted to do like a nursing degree. And so doing the CCO gave me like an opportunity to do both of those at the same time. So I feel like it kind of was like a no-brainer for me to kind of come over here because it let me do everything that I wanted to do all at the same time. I would say that the journey moving over here, it was definitely difficult. I think the first time I came over here, just to like give you guys some timeline here, so I moved over here 2020, right before Cold War came out. So I played the competitive year of Cold War in the US. I lived with my fiance, my now fiance, and her family in Tennessee. I competed then, and then I went back home after that in New Zealand trying to get my student visa during Vanguard, and then I moved back here for Modern Warfare 2. So I think when I was here in Cold War, it was very different because COVID was happening. I didn't have to worry about, I had money saved up already. I didn't have to worry about working. So life was very easy. Change that to now where I moved over here. I am paying for my own apartment. I have a dog that I'm also paying for. I have a job, and then I have classes, and then I also had like scrims and tournaments and everything. I would say the journey was, at least for the last 2 years, have been like very stressful, but it did teach me a lot about like time management, prioritizing things. So I actually get asked this quite a lot by people on Twitter. Why do you do this to yourself, or how do you do this? What I learned is that the biggest thing is kind of like I said, it's time management, but not in terms of like sitting your day out and being like, okay, I'm gonna do COD from 1 until 8, and then I'm gonna do school from 8 until 12. Not every day is gonna be the same. You can't follow the same schedule every day because some days you might get 8 hours of sleep and some days you might get 2 hours of sleep. Don't waste your time. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I think over the last 2 years, I've barely watched any movies, any TV shows, always doing something that I think is productive. The amount of time that people spend procrastinating on things, they could definitely work a full-time job with that amount of hours that they spend doing almost nothing. I would say that you should do it because I think that it is hard and it will take you a while to get used to it. I think the hardest part for me was my first 2 semesters because I had never experienced juggling all of these things. The thing with competing in COD is, as much as it's a great thing, the chances of actually getting something out of it are very slim. So playing like while you do college is a great way to have like, not necessarily a backup, but it gives you something else to do. Like, you should have enough time while you're competing at any level, and if I can do this while we're getting like 3rd to 6th at majors and whatever, making champs, then you can do it as well. You have enough time to do your degree and then also compete to the level that you want. I never went pro, and that's fine with me. I'm not really bothered about it. I think that I had a great time and I achieved a lot of good things that I'm proud of. And now I'm done competing and I almost have my nursing degree. I'm already 3.5 years ahead of where I would be if I waited until I was done competing to start. We had not played really with Gus the whole year, and Gus had also not competed at all on Black Ops 6. So he hadn't played any sort of competitive. So we were basically kind of starting from square one with him, which, when all of you are all juggling your own challengers teams as well, makes it quite difficult to kind of get there. But I think going into that event, I'm not gonna lie, we drove like a van down there or something. It was like a 9-hour drive. I did not think that we had really any chance of winning that event on the way down there. I was gonna go there and give it my all. Going into that event, there was St. Clair, which was like a full Challengers Elite team, Fisher, who was also pretty stacked, and then Northwood, who were all top Challengers players, but like Flames and Mock also didn't play that much, so they were kind of in the same boat as Gus. But I feel like on paper, we were probably like the weakest team. Yeah, I don't know. We got there and it just all started clicking, playing on LAN with the same guys that I'd been playing with for like 3 or 4 years. Honestly, that stage
Welcome back here, ladies and gentlemen, to CollegeCoD. Zach Benoit, Colin Moore, and well, Colin, early on, we've kind of just seen the dominance out of Texas State, and when you look at the I-35 rivalry, it's kind of been won by UTSA, so I think Texas State are getting a little bit of their comeback.
Yeah, it's a revenge day in the rivalry for Texas State Bobcats, and no matter what you say about football, basketball, whatever it is, COD team's got your back. And
COD
for
team's got your back all the time.
the search and destroy from what we saw, I mean, Splodey's in full form. I mean, he had a great map number 1 too, but it's the Summit show in map number 1 that we were talking about. Doa had a great map number 1. And I think going into this map number 3, you're feeling really confident as the Bobcats to just continue what has been a really dominant best of 5 against the UTSA Roadrunners. When we flip things, however, towards the Roadrunners' perspective going into the SCAR, they're 7-0 in this game mode. They have to be good at Overload. That's what I'm saying. And, you know, I think that when you look at UTSA, you got nothing to lose. You just come out here with full grit. You're like, let's throw up some kills. Let's throw up some touchdowns. Let's be Shaq and Kobe on the goal line and drain some, I don't even know where I'm going for this one. I'm just talking.
I wanted to see where you were going with it because I was hoping it'd be something accurate.
I just want to see the Roadrunners put up some scores, some high-scoring games against the Bobcats.
Well, lucky enough, this has probably been their best Overload map in SCAR 4-0 record, and I mean, really, none of the games have been particularly close, but that's kind of just SCAR in a nutshell. When you look at the map, it's just, if you're able to manipulate the spawns, you can string together 2, 3, sometimes we've seen 4 points strung together, but it's all going to come down to who has the map control, who has the slaying power. Through the first 2 games, it really has been Texas State. But, you know, I want to see what UTSA has. I want to see what Sam has. Sam and D. Those are 2 guys that they seemed like they were starting to heat up. And then that S&D happened. They got taken back a little bit, you know, stepped on their toes a bit. But how are you going to answer now in the respawn of Overload, especially on a map where you've been so dominant on SCAR?
I don't know. I'm hoping that they come out with a little bit of flair. That Colossus really kicked off well for them off that P1, and you know, you saw that they were coming in with some aggression. They were showing some forward thinking in the plays as well. Scar's a little bit harder, I'd say, to wrap your head around this game mode and the complexity of it. Obviously, you're not just kind of looking to a rotation, you're just trying to hold map control, and I think that might be where UTSA struggle the most in the fundamentals of a game like Overload. Rather than knowing where you're rotating, it's just kind of manipulating those spawns and trying to force out Texas State to your will. And just like you, I look at D and Sam to be players to make that happen, but it's going to be a full team effort if they want to take a win at the end of this SCAR Overload. And this is where you're stepping up to kind of show where you play up against a top 10 team in CollegeCoD. And Texas State right now have just had your number on every single map. You got to show them now on this map 3 what you can do.
Well, UTSA, if you wanted to reverse sweep, you got your best map and your best mode coming up here to get things started. So we'll see what they have in store for Texas State. Again, very excited to see how the SCAR plays out. I mean, Overload is one of those maps where it's so momentum based. If you're in a flow state, it is sometimes hard to break out of it if you're the enemy team. Here we go, and starting things off in shop. Splody continuing off from the S&D. Uh-oh, here's Splody for 2, pushing through. Demo, Splody for 3. They're going to try to take it quick, and the trade's coming through. Roadrunners able to settle things down for now.
Hey, you gotta settle things down quickly. First trying to make a run for it over towards green, but fortunately enough, Demo will catch him. And that got a little bit scary. Splody's 3-piece really felt like that was going to lead to a capture. You got to give it to D for stopping that play and giving a chance for your players off the respawn to clean up the rest of those kills. To not let that first come through. Now, D, back blue, trying to make some noise. Not able to get it done. Whippix and Sam through the middle of the map. They got the Overload device, but it's still on a flank.
Doa, big plays here. He gets one. He's going to play his life. Trying to escape. One more is going to chow him. Pistols out, and the pistol fight is going to be Sam winning it. We've already seen a couple players trying to take map control early on, but really at the 50-yard line, nobody has been able to get past. Demo and Whippix just combining for 2 there, and So far, we're having another stalemate through middle of the map. Doa trying to get position, but he's going to be unable. Whippix catches one going red. And defense holding up strong.
It's plays like that I just don't really enjoy, Zach. You know, when you're kind of playing around grabbing this objective, you hope that somebody like Whippix with that forward pressure might look towards some of these kills to take some control away on the map. Instead, he tries to force an objective grab, and instead, now the Bobcats have a chance to score.
Oh, D couldn't complete the kill. Ferg not going to be able. It's Sam coming up big again. We called upon his name, and he's making the plays here at 6 and 5. Trapped inside of shop. Summit watching front door. Gonna catch one. Spreading out here is the Roadrunners trying to get some map control. Unable to. Sam left all on his lonesome. And it's gonna be Summit making the play once more. Whippix now in the spawn. He's cleaning them up. And again, it's just the Roadrunners just trying to get out of their own spawn. They're always facing one or two, and right now it's Splody who's pushed up. He's 11 and 4 to start this map.
Yeah, he's having a good one. I think the one thing that the Roadrunners do have in their pocket all the time is somebody in enemy lines just being a nuisance. Whippix this time not able to find that kill on the Ferg. It would have been a real momentum shift if he did open up that middle of the map for the team, but scoreless going into this 2-minute marker for the first half. It's not bad. I mean, you're playing close like you did the start of that hard point. It's just looking to see if Roadrunners have the consistency to hold on the entirety of this map 3.
And it seems early on there's a little bit of a fire underneath the Roadrunners. Again, going down 2-0 quickly in that kind of fashion that they did. They want to answer back here, and again, you talk about it. They're pushed up into the spawn here of the Bobcats. Can we get our first score? No. Guess who? It's Splody stopping things. Ferg, he's going to pull in and try to take it. Demo trying to be spoiler. Not going to be able to connect the shots there, so it's going to be the Bobcats taking this up plain side, but top green, hello, Whippix shutting that one down.
You know what, Draco? I will give a script shout out because, you know, even though he can't be here for the sexy state reunion that are the Texas State Bobcats, he's here in spirit, and I'm happy to see the alumni from what is a very historic CCL team here in the presence of the stream. D, though, looking to put Roadrunners on the map, and that's the first score of the game. UTSA kicking off from their side.
And it's just been continued pressure here from the Roadrunners. Pressure inside and around blue. You've seen it a bunch of times, those Bobcat arrows. They've turned around, always having to pick up that extra man. Bobcats trying to take space here now up the left side of the map, but it's going to be a big gunfight with Demo. He's found himself in a good position to hold off any pressure. Look at Summit and Demo here. Who's going to be able to slip by? And it's going to be Summit winning another big gunfight just outside of green. 3 kills down. Can they transition this into a game-tying score in the first half?
Okay, 3 players here to defend. It's not going to be easy. I think the hard part is that Whippix mid-map trying to shut this one down, but first going to make a break for it. Then he doesn't get it through. 12 seconds. D holding it in his hand.
The pressure's still here, though, from the Bobcats. Trying to push it up, but I think things finally settled down. As Ferg, seconds away from grabbing it to try to force that overtime. But how about the Roadrunners in the first half of that overload? The constant pressure, they were able to get rewarded with 1 score.
I think if you're asking anything out of UTSA, it's not going to be an easy game win, but they're kind of checking off that list. You've seen multiple times, Zach, that they've gone 3 dead, and there's always that one player to make that hero play. You know, whether it's Whippix, whether it's Demo, whether it's D, somebody's been there to save the day. And I think that first capture for UTSA now swapping over to, yeah, the less preferred side for sure, but still an opportunity on Scar where you can maybe steal this one away and force a map 4.
Well, it was early on Splody who was just popping off for the side of the Bobcats, but looking at here, he's trying to continue that pace. Good early kills here for the side of the Bobcats, holding up map control. Gonna come down to Sam, big gunfight in shop, gonna go the way of Ferg. Doa, he's had a little bit of a slow game so far, 5 and 12, but we know the pop-off potential that he has. He's gonna take the overload here, try to rush it forward. Unable to. Summit, he's right there though. Summit, bobbing and weaving, not going to be able to find it. Sam's shutting the door again. Sam, big 3 kills there for the side of the Roadrunners to shut down the push.
Doe's gonna find his 2 through boat. Make it 3 dead. Overload device is still here. You need somebody to save this, but Summit's gonna score it. No, it's Splody to put it away. And Texas State have us tied up in the opening first minute of the second half. It is red alert for the Roadrunners, because you still haven't even cleared Doe out of your spawn.
They're stuck right now in blue, and it gets chaotic if you lose somebody in that blue building. They can just play ring around the rosy with you, and it's almost impossible to find them. Here now, the Roadrunners trying to get some map position. Splody finds 1, he finds 2. He was peeking for the 3rd. Can he find the 3rd? Yes, he can. Splody cannot be stopped. 22 and 12, make it 23. He's still going, and he finally gets shut down, but the pressure being applied here. Doa trying to get lost in bottom blue. He's going to be able to do that. Hopping around, looking for an opening here is Doa, 8 and 14. He's trying to turn things around here in this game.
You gotta remember, I mean, he might be 9 and 14, but 3 of those kills led to that first capture for Texas State Esports. Overload device getting picked up, and they're just gonna wrap it over towards A through top blue. Sam tries to make the dash, and it's Ferd there for 3 now. Kills coming in, the goal line stop. Can they hold on? Doa won't get through the back line. And somehow UTSA shut down that offensive attempt. Now trying to work this device out of their spawn.
Well, they look to the senior of Whippix, who pops 3 right in front of the overload circle, and well, they're saying thank you very much, sir, for holding us in this one. And the trade's coming through. Texas State going to be the victors of that trade battle in the feed. Doa trying to take space. I mean, look at this. He has completely turned his game around. Only negative by 5 now. The pressure being applied in blue. Whippix trying to get lost over here in green. He's going to force those spawns over towards the B side.
Oh, they're just going to grab it.
Trying to go quickly. Can Ferd play spoiler? He can't find the first. The shot, Sam able to get the go-ahead tally. And you can thank Whippix right there. He forced those spawns down at B. A was wide open.
It's like a pun return right there, all the way to the end zone. And UTSA take back their lead in what might be a game-saving effort from Sam, a player you highlighted going into this map 3 to step up 20 and 19. Texas State now off the P2 hold in red. Try to see if they can rally this one. And the defense of the Roadrunners are setting up. Texas State are taking so much time.
Going to be a big 4-man push. The first 2 are down. The second 2, they're still holding. But now, finally, things are going to be pushed back. Splody just playing his life unable. And they're going to be a big push through red. Ferd trying to shut it down. He's going to take 1 to the grave, but can't find any more. Stuck up in red here is Whippix with the overload. Can they get a dagger shot here with 1:05 left to go in the second half? D, he's trying to play spoiler. That's 2 big kills from D. You got to look at Doa, though. He's hiding down low.
Everybody's hiding away right now for the Bobcats. Overload device in the hands of DMO. He's got some help through Shaw, but he just gets right up top. 4 dead, number 3 on the board. And the Roadrunners looking to pave way to another hard point. 2 up with 40 seconds. You gotta say, Zach, this feels like game.
It could very well be game. You can't count it out just yet. Ferg with a big kill. If you gotta rally, you're gonna rally now. Can't find the second. Doa just gonna have to take it down mid, but look at the map spread there. They have everything covered here is the Roadrunners. We're a perfect 4-0 coming into this one. It's looking like they might be going 5-0. Hellstorm coming in, running out of shock. He's stuck. 2 dead. And Demo getting the TK, but it's not gonna matter. UTSA have responded, and they're showing why they are dominant on Star Overload.
Well, you wonder what a team that is also 7-0 coming from the opposite side of your division can bring to play against a top 10 team in College COD. UTSA and the I-35 rivalry as it might be a little bit quiet to open up this best of 5, but you get to that overload, you remain undefeated in this game mode, 8-0 in your overloads on the season. And it might not have been pretty per se, but you got away with it, and you get to see another map in this series. That's gonna feel good for UTSA. Exact San Antonio right now trying to make some moves up the top 25 leaderboard to see if they can climb higher than number 18.
Well, how big would it be to beat a top 10 school here in the side of Texas State? When you looked at the map breakdowns between these two teams, the first half of this series, it looked like it was definitely in favor of the Roadrunners, but I mean, things get a little bit bouncy here early on, and well, the Roadrunners, they are answering the call right now. How about the big game out of Sam? 28 kills, 3,000 plus damage, and I mean, non-traded 23.
You just look at that damage that he's putting down across the board with Whippix, both of them making plays. And you talked about round number 1. How many times did Texas State in the first half with this overload find 3 down, have a chance to score, and then there's one player on the flank from UTSA. He kills the carrier, he kills the momentum, and he keeps the Roadrunners alive in that first half to manage to hold on to this map the way that they did. It was Sam at times, D had his moments. You see Whippix obviously putting the damage down. He was always an issue when it came down to making those flanks, but you have the goal line stop too in the second half. There was some true magic for the Roadrunners on Scar Overload, and we're going to see it in these highlights too. I mean, this moment right now, for some of you thought for a second that was going to be the stop. Sam makes the play, he gets 3 kills. Eventually, Texas State do respond with getting that kill or that point on the board, but then you make some magic if you UTSA. You sneak away somehow a capture from that plain-side spawn, and I really don't understand how this one didn't go in. Splody not getting across his Whippix on the goal line. He gets a triple kill, but I gotta see that run from them again when they do get that second capture. It's right here. That was unbelievable.
Yeah. And you said his name, Whippix. He had that big three-piece on the goal line, and then, well, what does he do? He just runs completely up plain side, off spawn, completely spawns the side of Texas State out. They're all pushed down to the bottom side of the map, and really that was the turning point in the game. He pops 3, he reads it perfectly, pushes up to back green, and he's able to manipulate that spawn in his team's favor. And like you said, it was like a punt return. Nobody was around them as they took it into the point. That is a big response for the Roadrunners.
In terms of my ball knowledge there, I'd say, punt return really usually has a lot of people in front of you to get past. That was more of a deep bomb, a Hail Mary toss, and Roadrunners, they put it through for that second score. The third one too, I mean all the way through top red, you jump up with your pistols, somehow you come away with 4 kills being the carrier. That was fun. That was a fun overload. These are 2 teams going into the series that we said their overloads in the past have been really high scoring. That one being 3-1 really shows that when 2 strong overload teams come together, a lot of defense is going to be played. And that was what we got in map number 3. Moving on though, Scar Hardpoint. This is where I said to you, back after Colossus Hardpoint was done, Zach, I'm worried about them if they go down 0-2. Because yes, you might win this overload, but you go back to the Hardpoint, and that is where a lot of fundamental issues for UTSA were really showing when it came down to those rotations. There were so many times where Texas State were just the better team at locking down those spawns.
And, Scar Hardpoint kind of playing similar to what Colossus does. It is very rotate early heavy. You got to get that map control. You got to play for the rotations mightily. And, when I look at the side of the Roadrunners, after that Scar game, I'm looking to, again, a guy like Sam, but also a guy like Whippix, who really kind of just put the team on their back there in that game, really able to turn things around. Is that the wake-up point that UTSA needed? Was that the turning point in this series? They needed to try to wake up, get those guns hot again, because again, they looked really good on the defensive front. And the biggest thing in the first round, to me, really was the constant pressure in blue. You alluded to it at the halfway point, that they always had one man inside of blue, and it was causing havoc for the side of Texas State. And when you look at this map, I would not be surprised if they kind of run that same tactic where they have one just kind of off doing his own thing, causing havoc behind the scenes.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all. Scar Hardpoint, 4-0 for Texas State on this map mode combo, 2-0 for UTSA. Both teams have experience bringing themselves to this hardpoint. Neither one of them have lost. So it's really going to be on UTSA to show, even though they're still having some experience in this map mode combo, how can they play a hardpoint against a team that just continues to outslay them in some of these big moments for Hills? They struggled with the breaks on Colossus, so when you go to those P2s, when you go to the P3, P4s, really looking to make sure that the Roadrunners are continuing to stay active in terms of these rotations and getting into positions where they can punish some of these Bobcat players.
And they were able to do so well on the map control in that Scar overload, and I want to see that translate here into the Scarred Hardpoint. You mentioned that these two teams are undefeated in this map mode combination. Well, both teams were undefeated in the Scar overload as well. 4-0 on one side, 2-0 on the other. Somebody's going to get their first loss here on Scar. And for the side of the Roadrunners, they're hoping that they can remain undefeated altogether on Scar here. And, you know, just I'm excited to see this one go. It finally feels like the guns on both sides are red hot. We saw Doa. He took a little bit of a step back in that game, but something happened at the halftime. You know, he went to the locker room, got refreshed, came back out, and, well, he turned things around in the second half of that Scar overload. So who's going to be the one to step up now? Because, again, it's been a different player every single map so far that has stepped up, whether it be from UTSA or whether it be from Texas State.
I think that's what kind of makes it fun, Zach, is that you just can never anticipate who's going to be that player to surprise you in these maps. And you can always look forward to somebody being that playmaker. I think for UTSA, I mean, you've had a couple moments from Sam where he looked good back in that Colossus, and same thing with that Scar Overload. So you go to Scar Hardpoint now, you expect Sam to, again, be that pillar for you to really light the way. But the Bobcats, I mean, Splody was doing Splody things back in that map number 3. The fact that they weren't able to get some of those captures was really heartbreaking, I'm sure, for Texas State. But you get to go to another map. The I-35 rivalry continues, and we got another hardpoint to look forward to.
And, well, look at it. It's Demo right off the rip, getting 2 with the nade. I don't know if you would have believed me, but I was going to say, watch Demo this map be that guy. Early on, gets 2, and it's going to be a contested P1. This is what we've typically seen when it comes to Scar Hardpoint. This P1, extremely mixy, same as P3 under Plane. Who's going to be the team to get control of red early on? It's going to be Summit and Texas State holding, and they're pushing those spawns backside of green. Summit in a golden spot here to hold off the first push. He's able to get 1, looking for 2, but he's going to play his life. Oh, the reach out at a Summit. He sees everything. Great info there for the side of Texas State.
As you get that P1 locked down, a lot of time, too, from Texas State and this rotation. This is literally what we were breaking down in the pre-show. What we're worried about is not being the first ones to these new rotations in the Money Hills. And yes, a couple players from the Roadrunners will be here. Fur gets cut down in the middle of the map, and you have some players top red, but can you get these kills? D needs to go big for the team.
Yeah, D was the player that kind of snuck behind enemy lines, and he was able to blow things up. Now, can you hold it? Ferg, that's a big entry kill, but he's going to get traded out immediately by Sam in the feed again, going back and forth, red and blue. And so far, it's the trade war, but hold on, D pops 3, and he finally gets answered back. Demo trying to hold the push through mid, not going to see anything. You know, working through, big gunfight coming up between 8 and 1 at the top, and it's going to be Splody. Who else but Splody winning that one? Early rotation, it looks like, for Texas State. Mixie Hill here in P2. And after 2 hills, it looks like it's going to be Texas State holding a little bit of a lead here.
Yeah, and it's moments like that where I'm just looking at UTSA to say, hold these. And how do you like them apples? So a couple of points off that P2 rotation. You're the first ones to P3. You got players on the plane wing. So yeah, now we get to see how they get to lock down these hills.
Ferg early on, I mean, he is ripping heads off of Plane. Doa, excuse me, is just right behind enemy lines, causing havoc. Tons of map control here for the side of the Bobcats. Summit is just shooting them back blue. Splody, he's going to take some space here. But I mean, this is just a textbook hold on a hill that is usually very, very mixy. But look at this. Summit from behind finds one. Can't get the second. Sam is going to be able to stay alive here. Excuse me. D down low on the plane wing. Fighting for it here. One-on-one has reinforcements. They get the trades. So hold on a minute. Can UTSA get some map control here?
Well, they do have the map control. They have the spawns. It's the same thing over to P3. They get broken almost immediately. This time it's going to be a little bit of a stronger setup on P4. Back blue, not easy for Texas State to get through this one. So you look at the SMGs to make plays, and Summit, he's already taken them down.
Summit got spotted, but he couldn't get found fully. And he's able to take one down. Ferg not going to be able to win his gunfight. Top blue, big kill there for Demo. And, well, they're holding off the first push. Can they maintain it? Yes, they can. 20-point lead here for Texas State. But it's the Roadrunners that are slowly bringing things back. In a good spot here is Whippix. He's going to find one. Good play out of 5. And it's going to be number 1 trailing behind him mid-map. And Splody, he has been making the plays really throughout the entirety of this series. Pushing up, 17 seconds left to go. Good rotation from Whippix. He is the guy that you got to look to for these early rows.
This is perfect. Whippix is exactly the guy you look at to make these big plays. Are you the senior for the team, the most experienced as well? I mean, you might die in this rotation that he did make, but you like to see plays like that. UTSA have completely brought this one back. A lead change in that last hill. And you got a player, Whippix, spawning in the back to see if you can put more pressure on this hard point.
Well, here you go. Tons of pressure being applied. It's the Roadrunners that have a lot of the control around the hill. They're winning the gunfights. And, well, now finally in hill, it's Demo who's going to be soaking up time. Top green. Doa, see you later. Can't connect there. Splody trying to avenge his fallen teammate, but he has to wait to regen health. D's holding things down middle. All the way in the back. I mean, this is a textbook hold on green. Splody, can he break through top green? He gets called out immediately. The Chow coming through. Beautiful stuff early on here on this hill from the Roadrunners, and they have completely turned things on its head.
I mean, there's back-to-back, like, 40-point swings for UTSA Roadrunners. From P4, P5, you chain it together, and 132 to 88 going into the second set of hills. This is where Texas State started to really pull away back in map 1 was the second set of rotations. So curious to see if they can find that flow state yet again going into the SCAR, or is UTSA going to continue what has been just a fairly strong map number 4 to them.
Well, you called upon his name. It's been Whippix making the big-time plays. We saw it earlier on that green hill. Now he's trying to play through mid, and there's a big kill entry. Sam is going to just pop it on hill, and big trades coming out of the side of Texas State. They're going to be able to pop 3. So pinned back into the spawn, and I kind of like this out of D. You get that streak out, find everybody the map control. 2 of your teammates are able to win their gunfights. And it's working down.
As it looks like we've kind of lost our feet again.
I think we've lost our feet again. I wasn't sure if it was me or if it was the feet.
This is fun. I mean, it's a situation too, Zach, where you know you're 143 to 103. This is a perfect time to call in your Hellstorm, and it should in fact lead to at least a little bit of breathing room through the middle of the map, which it doesn't look like it did. And something went wrong off the back of that Hellstorm, but even still, UTSA with a 30-point lead, find an immediate 4th down into the new hill.
Yeah, you said the streak didn't work. Well, let's just use our guns, and well, they do just that. Break in 4 dead. Trying to shut down things here is D. Gonna call out 2, 1 going top red. The first initial gunfight's won, and this has just been a great hardpoint on SCAR from UTSA, really showing why they were a squad coming into this one that is undefeated. Sam is holding things down. Top red wins his gunfight there. Not the pop-off game we saw early on from Sam, but, I mean, he is contributing quite a bit. D, on the other hand, 21 and 13. Make it 21 and 14 now. Whippix has been the man on the early rows. Can he win this fight? It's going to be a tough one.
It is going to be a tough one, but for a team that has just been dominating through this map number 4, I want to see how UTSA handle it in the comms with this break at P3.
They're going to stop blowing me, boys.
Splody, one shot time! Splody, one shot time!
Playing weak!
On the wing. I need help.
Playing weak as fuck. Okay, but.
Ferg weak, he's on your side!
Oh, one shot.
No,
dude.
That was my streak.
Very good.
P1.
I have to keep trying to kill P1, Splody, P1. decent. Dead. I'm pushing. Might be dead. Dead. I got two. Last time in green. Time in top green. It's contested.
I got double shot time, 2 bottom time. Nice. 3.
Just take my weekend.
I'm picking up deep left.
Yep. Weak, nice.
One more. We're top. DOA.
I got left. I got deep left.
Berg one shot.
I'll beat you the right here.
Play per.
I got deep left. Don't worry about deep left. I heard some right. You're on top window. Help.
I killed one right, one on me right, deep right.
Someone get time. I'm not there. Nice.
Tell me in the back, deep right, kayaks, 2.
You want in deep right.
You want dead.
Nice, lost one deep right.
One shot DOA. Watch my back. Keep going right. Oh, I got finished. Slowly weak in the back.
Top.
One's right, and then one's gonna be our front store. We trolled though. We should just look for the right.
Leave you right. Alright. W. We coming.
I'm already.
In the back.
White ball. Nice 3.
I'm weak as fuck. Nice.
Bump Sam.
I'll bump y'all.
Well, here on the Blue Hill, it was looking kind of shaky. Texas State walked on in, but UTSA, they hold control, and it's the Super Soaker and Demo who has just continued to cause havoc. Sam from top blue, I mean, completely broke that down. 2 huge kills out of Sam, and, well, the rotation, it is all control for the Bobcats. I mean, this was the hold that we saw the Roadrunners have, but can they be able to break it? That's a good opening kill from D.
You got 2 players pressuring those back spawns, and Splody deals with them both. You turn around, you got trophies down, you got the back spawns as well, and here's your moment for the Bobcats to see if you can sink your fangs back into this map number 4. Splody's just got to stay alive as they've lost green control. It's the Roadrunners trying to break from above.
Splody doing everything he can, fighting tooth and nail, but he finally drops Summit up top. He's just going to try to contest the man that's on the front of green, and a lot of back and forth here on this hill. Gonna be one. The Roadrunner still being mixy. Doa's here. Doa's going top rope with the pistol, but D shuts it down. 29-19 out of D's, having himself a game. Demo, where else would he be? Already on the rotation, sitting in the new hard point. I liked him to listen in as well, Colin. We heard Demo saying, somebody said hill, I'm on my way, saying that he is the Super Soaker, to say the least.
And they're only 10 seconds away from putting this one away and sending us to a map number 5. Texas State are in for the contest. They're fighting from sandbags, and they're fighting for their life right now. 4 go down. The Bobcats are in, but they gotta go 50 points in a row without letting up 7 to the Roadrunners. And already UTSA, even with 30 seconds here, you see a flank coming out from Whippix.
Splody gets 1. Splody almost able to get 2. Whippix, big time flank. Only need 5 more seconds. Can they hold on? Splody drops. It's going to come down to number 3, but he's not going to be able to get there in time. We have ourselves a map number 5. What an answer back in the Scar from the side of the Roadrunners.
Oh, you said it too when we went into the listen-in. It just was pure passion on the side of UTSA. It's not just every day that you get to play Call of Duty against your rival school. And for this I-35 rivalry that just spans the test of time between Texas State and the University of Texas in San Antonio, would you expect anything other than a Game 5? You know, it looks a little bit shaky at first for UTSA across the series, but you go into that map 3, they get that momentum, they get the taste of victory. And this map number 4 was just second to none when you look at somebody like D and the plays that he was making. DMO has officially been crowned the Hill Kitten of this squad, the Dan Ghosty certified. And plays like Whippix, when you're looking at him working those rotations to P5, when you look at him making that flank play to P1 to call game, those are some veteran calls that you look at from somebody like Whippix, the senior on this team, stepping up when they need him most. Incredible stuff from UTSA. This is absolute cinema.
And I just want to point out, this was the 2 maps that Texas State were a combined 8-0 on. Map and mode. They were combined 8-0 on Scar, and they've just dropped a Scar Overload and a Scar Hardpoint. But, you know, we have a completely backward series because Colossus Hardpoint and Raid S&D, well, you looked on the other side, the Roadrunners were 7-1 in those map and mode combinations. So, we've completely flip-flopped. I don't know what to expect here in this Den SND.
That's good homework, Zach. That's fantastic homework from either school to see how the other school plays. You learn how the system works, you break it down, and that's what each team has done so far. The number 18 UTSA, the number 10 Texas State Esports, a Game 5 Den Search and Destroy, and this one is just going to be spectacular to watch. For this hard point, I mean, looking through these just replays, I think I'm just really impressed by the tenacity that UTSA brought to this map number 4. Even with a slow break off into P1, P2, like we saw at the start of the Scar hardpoint, I mean, the resilience into P3, P4, P5, it just completely shifted that momentum their way. You heard in the comms, they're hyped, they're ecstatic, they're having a good time for the Roadrunners. Not sure how the Bobcats feel going into this map number 5, but either way, it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, cannot wait for this map number 5 to come through. Again, Den SND, when you look at the head-to-head tapes, well, Texas State, they haven't played it yet. They're no record, and it's a 2-0 record on the side of the Roadrunner, so a little bit more experience on that side. But again, these teams have had so many reps on these maps. I'm sure that Texas State have something cooking in the side of Den SND, and you know, we're curious. We saw a couple of those snipers come out on raid. We're gonna see any of those boomsticks come out here on Den.
I'd imagine that if it's Splody on attack for Den Search and Destroy, on defense, he's gonna have a sniper out. That's one thing on Den that we see from players like Beans, we see from Spart at times, just the ability to take that sniper on defense and really catch those first bloods, whether it be through Dojo or through top window. There's a lot of opportunities there. You don't normally see attacking teams on this map really bring that sniper out, just because it's kind of a hindrance if you don't catch that first blood with it, especially in those post plants with how quickly a team can drop that smoke and be in your face. So I wouldn't be surprised if teams are hesitant to bring it out on the attacking side for Den, but on defense full well, I'm going to be looking at Splody.
Yeah, Splody has been the man in the first 2 maps. When you look at the last 2, well, the guy that's been making the big time plays for his team, it's been the senior in Whippix. I mean, doing everything that he could possibly do in those 2 Scar maps. Just truthfully amazing stuff out of the Roadrunners there. Sam, we mentioned him, and I think it was Sam when we went to that listen-in that was just fired up, to say the least. The passion was oozing out of these players as they were getting ready and getting rocking and rolling there on Scar.
Yeah, there's a couple guys that are just like, oh man, I just scammed my streak. Like, it's okay, guys. You're still up 40 points. You don't need a streak at this point. Your guns are streaks themselves. And you hear the rotation of P4. They're like, oh, guys, we scammed this one again. You can see that the Roadrunners, albeit passionate, were getting a little ahead of themselves. But the fact that they were able to kind of temper their expectations and kind of bring themselves back from some of those mistakes really shows that UTSA truly were never out of this series whatsoever. So going to this Game 5, I think I'm kind of flipping this one. I think I'm looking to see what the Bobcats can show in terms of resilience, because we haven't seen them in this position yet. A Game 5, a match against a rival school, into a Den Search and Destroy, which they haven't played on the season. Everything is looking to see what are the Bobcats cooking.
Well, again, you talked about Splody, and well, boomstick in hand for that young man. Early on kill, it's Whippix. We just mentioned him making the big time plays. He gets the first blood here, and it looks like the Roadrunners are going to try to wrap this over towards B. I mean, Whippix, tons of map control, pushed up in a dojo.
You're going to get a free plant over to B if Ferg can't get an angle on this one, which he sees the swing, but there's a flank coming out from D. He's behind Dojo. He's going to have a free kill on Splody if he's not careful, and he does. Doa there gets caught. Splody 1v3 with a sniper. Yeah, good luck, buddy.
I mean, I thought he hit that shot for a second, but it was the kill just moments before. Splody has one. He's going to pick up that M15. Working here. Can he get one? No. So early on, it's the Roadrunners getting the upper edge here. It's first round for them.
What a good round, too. It all started with Whippix, the play. Patience through mid, a lot of pressure over towards rooftops, and the rotations from Texas State Esports were met just by some 200 IQ calls. Whippix says, all right, guys, make some noise. Let's see what we can unearth. And they unearth the first blood onto Summit and immediately rewrap it over towards B. I mean, that is textbook Den Search and Destroy right there being shown by a team that has obviously been prepping for this. Splody?
And Splody, did he get dropped? Nope, he was just... He had to think about what his route was going to be. And
it's a fast
flank.
flank.
Very dangerous one. Yeah, you see Whippix and D working quickly here. They have all the information in the world, able to get one, make it two. Can they find more? They get three. Whippix, he wants the ace. Keep pushing through, young man, and you're going to find it. Inside Dojo, give him four. It's Whippix taking over in round number 2.
That's year 4 COD team Whippix. As Captain Whippix to you. 6-0 starts the search and destroy. And they didn't start. They didn't stop on that flank route that you did see from them. Yeah, we get a look back at this one. This is just perfect. It's just full flow state. The bomb trying to get down. Doa realizes, oh, you made some mistakes here. And no, Splody, I mean, he's playing for some kills towards Dojo. He gets his. But in a 1 versus 4, 1 kill's not going to cut it there. You get blindsided in that round. Back-to-back for the Roadrunners. They are riding this hype.
And look at this again through mid-map. Whippix has nobody with him. The closest is going to be Summit as we have a 3v3 on the B-bomb site. And oh, the nades come through. It's Sam winning the battle, saying my Semtex is better than your frag. 2 inside Dojo now. Whippix pushing up.
Does he read the close corner? Oh, he doesn't even check it, so first death for Whippix on the map. 3-2 though as the bomb gets planted at B. D has full mid-map control. They know it's going to be a Dojo retake.
It looked like he read the corner, but Summit was just so pushed in, he just couldn't get the body. That's a big-time play for Summit. As Ferg pushing up, it's going to be a tough retake here. Summit's going to drop in. Well, this is just textbook S&D out of the Roadrunners. We mentioned they faced some adversity going down 0-2. What was it going to be? What was the response going to be from Texas State? And right now, they don't have one. It has just been all Roadrunners.
Yeah, you even see in the round that Splody puts the sniper away. He recognizes that sniper's not working. Obviously, Roadrunners have figured out that, you know, they are Roadrunners at the end of the day. It's time to pick up the pace. And Splody's sniper just isn't catching that timing that he was back on the raid, which considerably a lot easier to catch timings on raid than it is on Den, Search, and Destroy, especially with the way that UTSA are playing very, very calculated on this map mode combo.
And look at this. It is a 3-man push through Dojo. Can someone pick it up? Summit does. He's going to find Whippix. That is a heads-up play out of Summit. It was a 3-man push. That would have been a flank. They completely gave up B.
Their first blood of the map too. You get bombed down, and Splody's gonna have first contact into Dojo. It's Sam making a full flank, and now they know he's in Dojo.
Yeah, Splody just trying to play his life here. He's bobbing and weaving, and he's able to get out. Fully regen now. Takes the gunfight, and it's D gonna win it. Sam pushed up here at the mid-cut. Ferg shutting him down, so the roles reversed here, and it's the Texas State Bobcats that are able to come out on top here in this round.
That is great call from the Bobcats, especially with Summit finally picking up that flank. 3 rounds in a row, you're just caught by the fast plays through mid from UTSA. This time around, Summit says, all right, guys, don't worry, I got your back. You just look at that B plants. You get the bomb down, you play the post plant, you have Splody get away from what seemed like he was dead to rights in Dojo after getting stunned up. But the fact that he's able to play his life, it really forces UTSA to overextend. And as soon as they do, they just get diced up in that round. And Texas State finally on the board.
Splody, it's going to be another fast push through mid, but I think we're about to have a big-time gunfight here, and it's going to be D winning the first one on Splody. And look how quickly D moves up. Catches one at mid-cut. He's going to get called out. So the question now is what's going to happen with D pushed up in front here on the window. Whippix, big gunfight outer roof, can't connect there.
D's just continuing to linger through mid. You can hover around A all you want. Sam's just waiting for somebody to make a mistake, and someone does it. 4v2. A site kind of open. but it's hard to really rely on the plans here, and this is the right call with D's positioning. You know that you can fully rotate through mid and work together as a team than isolated.
And this is just genius stuff. Immediate knowledge to wrap back. You know B is open. You take the route back. You have to know they're trapped in their spawn. Can Doa and Ferg do anything here? D and Whippix are pinning them. Only opening is Dojo. And they're going to slowly make their way up. Whippix going to be the man to try to draw this flank here. And oh, he's going to just drop back through mid. Ferg caught on the outside. Doa drops. It's all down to Ferg. And Ferg will drop. The Roadrunners speeding their way through Den. 4-1 in the rounds.
Hit him with the meat. As that 2-0 win is starting to look like an Acme 2-0 win at the start of this series. It is blown up in their face, and it has completely been UTSA bringing things back here. 4-1 on the Den Search and Destroy, and you go into the next round back on the defensive side. This is where Texas State on attack finally put an end to what was momentum from UTSA. So I want to see what they do with the bomb. This time it's going to be a push out to the A side for the break-off. Splodey's going to make noise at B.
Yeah, he drops that stun over there, and look at this. 3 pushed up B. They don't see anything. A is wide open. Whippix, the last man on defense here. Can he make a play? He spots one, and he's great information there. It just drops back through mid, gives the info to his teammates. They know that A is completely in the control here of Texas State. Whippix, that's a huge snipe by Sam! Ripping a... Doa will finally pick up his first kill of the game. But gets traded immediately by Demo. Working around, trying to retake it. Sam with one big one, trying to find a second. Not going to be able to. Texas State again on offense answering.
I mean, I was going to say that I wasn't expecting Sam to have a sniper this deep into the search and destroy. We didn't see him take the sniper out at all back in map number 2. And it almost leads to a 5th round for the team. The Bobcats hold strong, though. And it was a great call. Some deception over towards A, or over towards B, dropping that smoke down, rotating quick for that plant at A as soon as you get it down. Again, just like how hard it is to plant that bomb, if you do get that plant down, it's just as hard to retake that site. So many angles to check, and Texas State exposed you for that one. So, back-to-back attacking rounds for them. Can they find an answer on defense? That's the question for Texas State.
And again, Whippix was left in mid all by his lonesome, but he elects to play through Dojo. It's going to be a big fight between Whippix and Summit at the top. The early gunfights, Ferg is going to be the one to drop. Inside Splodey, he says hello to that grenade and backs on up quickly. Taking away positioning on the inside here are the Roadrunners, already up 4-2, trying to extend this lead. Splodey dancing.
He's tagged up for a teammate, too. He gets away, and they get the kill. 3 versus 2, UTSA on the deficit. They get the A plant. Can they hold on? This is the site that you want to play a 2v3.
Splodey in a dangerous spot top. He's going to play on the stairs here. They're going to be able to pick this up. There's going to be 2 in the back. They can't pick it up. But trades come through. Doa answering the call. It's all up to Sam. Bring around the Rosies on the pillars, and it's Sam that wins it. 1v1. Sam and Summit. He's checking the bomb. Sam doesn't like what he sees. Playing it through the mid push. Look at Summit taking up the space.
He's got no time.
Here we go. The fight, and it's Summit winning it. Can he get to the defuse? And it looks like he got it at 8.1. Which should be more than enough time. Wow, ring around the Rosie over there at A, and they finally meet up, and it's Summit that's able to get the round for his squad. And Texas State, the offense is looking strong.
That was a near 1 versus 3. You had a teammate there with you for the pushback thrown, but you almost said, fine, I'll do it myself. And no, it is just an iron gut play at the end to clutch up a big 1 versus 1 to get that defuse in. What a play there from Summit. He's got a 3 streak. and he has gifted the Bobcats a way back in this game 5, now only down by 1. It was a 4-1 momentum to the Bobcats now.
Through mid, the fight goes through. Summit will just back on up. A ton of B control. Did D see the cross? I'm not sure if he did.
I think he did.
So 3 players pushed up into Dojo. And now things get quiet on Den.
And you look at just how patient the Roadrunners are. They know that they have given up B fully. So the patience and the re-clear is the right call here. They don't want to give up this first blood. They're slowly taking the space down, but it's a nade on Demo, and that's first blood.
Working through Dojo. Can they answer back? Texas State trying to even this one up, and it's looking good. 2 kills to their name. Pushing up, Whippix drops. It's a 1v4. D through mid-map. Can he find anything? No. And it's the offense of Texas State that continues to be the impressive factor here in this S&D.
I think they're getting nervous. I think the Roadrunners are becoming a little bit nervous in these plays. The patience is the right call for the re-clear through Dojo, but for D, I was waiting for him to make a play through mid, whether that be a pinch through the jump wall or a full flank. Well, everybody else is a little bit tame on the Dojo side, but as soon as that first blood comes in, D's gotta fly there, Zach, and he doesn't. He waits a little too long. He gives up numbers for his team, and he's given up that lead now. Texas State tie us up 8 rounds in. 9th round to see who can take the lead back.
Look at this. It's a full 4-man push through mid for the side of Texas State. One is going to be pushing through. Big gunfight between 3 and 5. But Doa says Kobe onto the B bomb and connects with the nade onto Sam. Look at this. 8 is going to have great information if he spots him. It doesn't look like he does. D going to come across and find 1. Whippix is there with them, so they find 2. But look at this. In the back. It's going to be Demo picking up the trade onto Ferg. 1v2.
Oh, you couldn't have had any worse timing if you're Ferg there. And you go back in the VOD, you watch that, you're going to be very, very frustrated. Splody doesn't see the bomb is down. Oh, no, he will know the bomb is down. So he's just got to wait. He's got tons of time.
30 seconds on the clock. We see the rewrap here from Whips and Demo. Who is going to be the one to be the savior here? Splody in the corner. He spots 1. Good trigger discipline. Goes straight to the bomb. Gets 1. Can he get the second? No!
Put it on poster. Ship it away. Back of the milk carton. Oh my god, what was that? He ran out of bullets.
It was terrific trigger discipline from Splody. But you gotta think he shot the wrong guy first. You think if he goes after Whippix, you got a free kill on the bomb planter, but no, he tries to go for the bomb planter, runs out of bullets, and Whippix puts his team on a game point.
I was ready to call vet call. But oh my god, he slipped up.
Look
Game
at this
point
play,
for the
though.
Roadrunners. Match point. And it's going to be matched.
Roadrunners don't see anything mid. It's Demo not getting anything at B, so they just initiate and assume that the push is going towards A, but the second they do, the Bobcats, tons of pressure. Whippix taking space. Whippix finds the first.
With the chase, though, doesn't get it, and you don't want to lose your life right now. You're just holding on to this space. And Texas State, this is truly the pressure. Splody is answering back, mirroring the rotation to B to see if he can open up for his team.
It's going to come down to Demo here, pushed deep inside of Dojo. Is Splody going to find him? Splody. Oh, who's going to be the one to peek first? Oh, who is it going to be? Who has the discipline between these two players? And it looks like, oh, Splody held his ground. Now we'll push back into Dojo. Bomb is down. D through mid-hop. Can he find anything? 2 come through Dojo. 1 down. The trade is through. Second opportunity. It's going to be Splody once again making the plays. And Splody finds 3. And, well, these were 2 undefeated teams. Why not? Game 5, round 11.
I mean, you make the fumble in the past, you make up for it the round after, put the team on your back a little bit, 10-7, and say, all right, guys, you know what? People make mistakes. It's fine. Round 11 for the I-35 rivalry between UTSA Roadrunners, your number 18 in CollegeCoD, and the number 10 Texas State Esports. One round to decide how this one goes.
Maintain that undefeated record on the year. And will the Roadrunners continue this dominance in S&D 7-0? As mentioned earlier, Ferg, he's just going to plant the bomb. Whippix tries to get the nade down, but the trophy comes through to block. Still look for the first blood. Whippix can't find it. So we have 40 seconds to decide this round. Whippix sees one. The push through Splody drops. First blood going there for the side of the Roadrunners. The instant trade, Ferg picks up a big second. Sam looking for something through metal. The nades push through. Who is going to be the team to bite first? Big 3v3, 13 seconds, jumping on the outside. And it's Texas State Esport that come from behind and take it here in the S&D. Some scary, scary times for the Bobcats, but they hold on for the victory.
And they take the rivalry on the first meeting here in the CollegeCoD restructure. Down 4-1, no problem. Splody gets put on a poster, no problem. Round 11, you take it, you get the job done, and you look damn good in the series. You deny the reverse sweep from UTSA. And you take the win, remaining undefeated, 8-0 here for the Bobcats. What a series that is. What a tale we got from that, too. Oh, that was such a back and forth, and you just gotta put some respect over towards Texas State for the way that they handled being down 1-4 in a Game 5. They never give up, never surrender. Even after Whippix pieces you up for an ace, you start to figure out how to play this den. Splody puts the sniper away. He says, all right, guys, I'll lead you to victory. And so many strong play calls, whether it be the quick plants over towards A, fast plants at B in round 11. You can see that Texas State, even if they've never played this map mode combo before, they still got an understanding on Search and Destroy, and you can never count them out.
Yeah, it took them a few rounds to get warmed up, but once they were warm, I mean, they were storming from behind. The offense looked sensational, and that was really what propelled them to the victory here in map number 5. This was the play that had us in awe. But how does Splody respond? With a massive 3 kills the very next round. Look at this out of the young man. I think he actually got the ace. He did. Wow. So, you know, things don't go your way in that round 10. So what do you say? Hey, I'm going to answer back in the very next round.
And there were a couple rounds, too, that I think the Roadrunners just started to get a little bit nervous in the way that they were handling these retakes. D had so many favorable flanks that I just think were mistimed with the rest of your squad. You lose out on that little piece of communication, and Texas State, they punish you for it. And I think Splody in that moment, when you get that ace, you kind of recognize, you know, I'm him. I'm that player. It's the same thing on Range Search and Destroy with the takeover potential that he did have. You move it into this dead map number 5, and man, did he show up for his team. That is going to feel good.
Yeah, and you see it there on your line map. Rounds 6, 7, and 8. I mean, that was the turning point.
Oh yeah.
The attacking. You look at this. They won all but one round on attack. When you look at Texas State Esport, that I-35 series trophy, well, it's going up north to Texas State. They hold off the Roadrunners here in this one. What a series.
I counted them out after map number 2. 250, 165, 6-2. You thought the Bobcats had this in their hand, especially going into back-to-back scars where the Bobcats were 8-0 between the Overload and the Hardpoint that they had for choice in maps 3 and 4. But Roadrunners, man, did they weather that storm. You go into that Scar Overload, you got to put some respect onto my guy Sam. And in the Scar Hardpoint, D as well, DMO, the Hill Kitten, just so many moments for the Roadrunners that I think they very well deserve to be here in this position for the top cut of the Midwest Division. The restructure has already given us so many banger matches in College COD, and we are just 1 week into it. So to look at these two teams, the chance that the Roadrunners did have is the number 18 team in CCL taking on the number 10 in the Bobcats. Surely we look to the top 25 community to see, do we push the Roadrunners a little bit higher up that standing, or how will this equalize the two in terms of their separation?
I think you got to put a little bit of respect on the Roadrunners' names. And what I'll say to one thing is that all the analytics, throw them out, because these two teams did the complete opposite. When you look at the map counts for early on, I mean, you'd think, okay, Roadrunners' first 2 maps, that's their favor. If this goes 5, they have the advantage in that Den S&D. And then on the other side, the Scars, you know, you'd look at the side of the Bobcats and think, hey, they have what it takes. They have the record of 8-0 on both the Hardpoint and Overload combined, but those analytics just toss them out the window, because at the end of the day, it's Call of Duty, and anything can happen in this game.
It's a day-to-day esport, and everybody in chat as well, we gotta show some love to Zach too. This is his first ever Call of Duty cast of all time, and the guy just walked out into Game 5 and absolutely crushed it. So big shout out to Zach for jumping on with me today. Absolute blast, partner.
Oh, I mean, it was sensational. I mean, is this what College COD is like every time? There's thrilling Game 5s. Can't wait. It was super, super fun. I mean, terrific stuff on both sides. I mean, both these teams should be very happy with how they played. I mean, obviously, if you're the side of the Roadrunners, the loss, it's going to sting. You were up 4-1 in that S&D, but I mean, you came back from 0-2. You played terrific on 2 maps, or 2 modes, I should say, that, you know, everyone looked at the Bobcats as the favorites, and you just turned things around and really just dominated on Scar.
Yes, you did. And honestly, I'm excited, Zach, to see what we got going on for our last match of the night for College COD as well. We still got one more match on this Tuesday. It's 11 p.m. We got to get this ball rolling, so let's send it to a break and get this third match set up.
I go to Conestoga College, and I'm currently studying a business program. I'm in my last semester. I've been playing Call of Duty as long as I can remember, honestly. My first one I can really remember playing was Black Ops 1 with my dad specifically. He was kind of the one who got me interested in it in the first place when I was, I'd say, 11 or 12. And then as I got older in the teens, we'd always play it around Christmas time, just kind of play all the retro CODs. It kind of was my stepping stone into competitive Call of Duty. I would say the first time I realized I had, you know, a little bit of talent is when I was playing AW, Advanced Warfare. I had a little group I would be playing kind of game battles, UMGs with when they were still around, and we did pretty well. We were usually on the top of those ladders, so that was kind of the first inkling to me that I thought I might be able to do something competitively. So I've always seen the CCL like from afar. I've been competing in challenges for a long time, since World War II almost, or since Black Ops 4 was my first competitive Call of Duty when I went to challengers events. But I've been seeing College COD grow for a long time. One of the last Toronto XPs that I attended, I believe it was the one last summer, Potsy reached out to me afterwards, our coach Potsy. He expressed that he had some interest in me going to the college. I was kind of on the back tail end of my career at that point, or competitive career, and I thought that it would be a good opportunity to kind of continue it a little bit longer. I have some interest background in kind of starting my own business, which is why I wanted to do the business course in the first place. So the stars kind of aligned for it to happen. You know, I wanted to play competitive COD a little longer, as well as while furthering my personal life, getting a business degree, being able to help me in the future. Honestly, one of the main things I'd say is just make sure it's right for you. You know, I've seen a lot of scenarios where kind of someone's has a general interest about college, but once they get started, they kind of, that interest starts to fade away, and they kind of, you know, some people end up wasting their own time with it. So one thing I would say, just be sure about what you're doing. You know, I know life's never certain, but do some research into what you want to do. Like I said, the stars aligned for me. I went to college in the past for a different degree. Didn't exactly work out, kind of life changes. But the stars aligned for me to go to CollegeCoD and go to Conestoga. Very grateful to Posse for the opportunity that he gave me. But again, you want to be sure about what you're doing. You want to be passionate about what you're doing. You know, even if you're passionate about just COD, you don't want to be going to college for just COD. You want to be setting yourself up for the future. So that's one of the biggest things that I would suggest is just try and be as prepared as you can be. You gotta have a lot of time management skills. Sometimes you gotta make sacrifices one thing for another. Me personally, I can't always scrim when I'd like to just because, you know, life gets in the way. I have a daughter at home, I have a wife and kid, I got a job as well. So, you know, it's all about finding the best balance for you. Everyone has different timings that works for them. Everyone works different hours, has different schedules. So it's all about finding the right balance. You know, we have a very flexible team that we can work around. You know, we practice when we can, but we all understand at the end of the day, life comes first, school comes first. You got to make sure you're finding that right balance while also finding the time to practice at the same time. We have 3 new players with Cole, Mintz, and Sweep. 2 of them, it's their first year playing Challengers, or I think it's Cole's first year and a half. We have a lot of young talent coming up this year. I'm very proud of what our roster last year was able to do and the progress we made. But the ceiling this year, man, it's pretty different. These guys have a lot of skill. I think we showcased it a little bit at Toronto XP, the most recent one. If you didn't see us there, yeah, we're really excited for this year. We got a lot of hungry talent. We're just looking to showcase our skills. I'm kind of the unk of the roster this year. I mean, I was last year too, but I'm just trying to give these guys, give them the best advice I can, lead them to victory, because they're really talented, man. You're going to see them in Challengers this year. You're going to see their names, I promise. Oh, he's been a real pleasure to work with, honestly. I think me and Eric have a really good relationship, starting, you know, back from last year. He's taught me a lot. He's kind of, you know, even at this stage in my time here, he's teaching me a lot about myself competitively as well. And he adds a very good structure. You know, he supports me with the structure that we provide to our team. He has a lot of analytical things that he provides, a lot of stats that, you know, kind of help us break down some of the issues that we need to figure out. He's a great presence, you know, in the locker room, honestly, like, you know, before games, you know, before LANs. He's a great presence to be around, and honestly, I consider him a friend. He's a really great guy. For sure, we're always streaming on Twitch and YouTube. I believe it's Conestoga Esports is the Twitch at. But yeah, we stream all of our NACE matches, all of our CCL matches when we can. You know, myself, I don't stream as much, but my teammates Cole, Sweep, and Mince, they all stream. So yeah, we're streaming all the time. Like I said, we're always looking to get better. We're looking to showcase this year in CCL, you know, build up on our T25 performance last semester and show why, you know, Conestoga is a force to be reckoned with.
Welcome back, everybody, to College COD as we're getting ready for our last series of the night, last series of our first week of the restructuring. We got the Arizona Wildcats and the California State University Fullerton Titans Blue going head-to-head right now in the Midwest Metro Top Cut to see who's going to close out the night here. My name is Seymour, Colin Moore on stream. I got my full name, my Govey out here today, Verdict, but I'm joined by Verdict, and this is our first time cast together. I'm pumped, brother. How you doing tonight?
Oh, after watching that series with you and Zach, man, I am absolutely ecstatic. I'm pumped. I'm hoping that we get a knockout, drag out, but for the sanctity of your health, 2 back-to-back best of 5s going the distance. Let's just pray this one's short and sweet.
Look, we don't worry about my health here. This is College COD. I just said to you, we don't got safe words over here. We roll with what we got, and we roll with the show. If the show blesses us with game 5s, then we got the game 5s to enjoy here. Series record in the head-to-heads between both the Wildcats and the Titans. 5-2 season record heading into the top cut of our Midwest Metro. And Verdict, realistically, like when you look at these two, it might not be flawless, but it's not really separated between these two teams. Very similar in their records.
Yeah, just a handful of maps in each of the game modes. Obviously, have a little bit of precedent of the S&D for the Wildcats, for Cal State Fullerton. You know, maybe just a few more maps played there in the hard point as well. Overload looking pretty solid there for the Wildcats, so we'll see as things are going to get a little different. This is battling for the top portion of their region. Obviously, anybody who is winning this matchup is going to be sitting in a better realistic position when playoffs come.
Yeah, of course, and that's kind of what all these teams are looking at now. As we're into the restructure, the next thing is going to be those playoffs, and that's kind of what these teams are worried. Going into the series, though, for the best of 5, we get the Den, Colossus, Exposure, Scar, Exposure, and for a handful of these maps, I'm really excited because it's truly a chess veto between these two teams. Arizona Wildcats 1-0 on this Den hardpoint. CSUF are 3-2, so much experience on the Den. We go into the search and destroy for that Colossus, 3-1 for Arizona, 3-0 for the Titans. Exposure Overload, the Wildcats are 3-1. CSUF, not too much experience on that map, 1-0. And that's just for our guaranteed maps, which makes me excited because CSUF and Arizona both have map picks of their choice.
Yeah, they do. And if we did get the distance to that Game 5 Exposure Search and Destroy, this would be the first time we'd see Cal State Fullerton Titans Blue. If it does get there. We'll start off with map number 1. Some great reps out of Titans Blue. As a matter of fact, one of their most recent performances against Arizona State led them to a quite an nail-biter win, 250 to 249 on this map in particular. So most reps, does that necessarily equate to being better? I don't quite know. I mean, obviously one time being played from Arizona, so toss up in that category. Maybe that they're getting their feet wet and allowing it to come through. As you said, this is a chess match. Who is going to take the king hostage first? Will we get past that game number 3 is a question. Got to get past game number 1 first.
You know, to answer your question on does experience matter, if we're going off of our I-35 rivalry between UTSA and Texas
Absolutely
State,
not.
Absolutely not. Each team that was preferred on the map lost. So you go into this one, and maybe that's something in the back of your head, like, oh god, these guys just got smoked on their map picks. So, like, are we going to get smoked in this series too? Surely hope not if you're the team that's been more prepared for this map mode combo. But hey, you know, anything truly can happen in the game of Call of Duty when you show up on that day. I think Den is like a great map, in my opinion, to kind of always kick a series off. It's very fundamental, very easy to flow through. Not too many hills that are difficult to break per se, but there are hills that you, as like an early rotator, can lock down and get a good chunk of time on. So that's kind of where the test of Den is. It's just who's going to be the first ones on these rotations, and if you are losing them, how does your team handle that pressure for the break?
Yeah, this is one of those maps that are going to test those rotations. First set of hills, we'll see how experienced these teams are as we get into that second set. But Den, one of my favorites here in this rotation, kind of a in-between map between that Exposure, which is massive, and Scar, which is a little smaller. There's still some money hills here to be gathering up. Right now, we're going to be focusing on P1, very mixy in the middle of the map. If you're this Team attacking, we're going to be looking at getting at least right around 30-second splits. We'll see what happens now as the hill's going to be hopped in red. Wildcats trying to do so. Loco going to be involved, is going to get taken down, and it's, I mean, all-out mixy P1 so far.
Already, this pressure through 10 that you got from Sentio wins the fight against C-Self and flips those spawns out. So Loco inside couches, gonna see if you can hold these P2 spawns for Arizona. And it doesn't matter what you give up to the Titans, you got full focus on where these spawns do happen for your team.
Yep, go ahead and get those influences early on. You want to get that top left side of the mini-map. Loco and crew trying to get onto the objective too. Can't give away the point for free. For the time being, it is going to be collected. The rotation's now trying to be broken. Big gunfight on the backside. Matt going to drop. Crack got to play his life. Is going to be able to win the gunfight, and that might be the backside of the rotation, though will be the Wildcats all over the objective for the time being.
Yeah, good for the Titans to kind of break those back spawns, but Wildcats recognize their issues, and they kind of fix that just by flooding through the front of the hill to go down again, trying to hold down this time, pin the C-Sub Titans in these back spawns, and so far, this is great from Arizona.
Cloudy forced back. Great hit, hold, and firm, solid grips around for the side of the Wildcats. Not having the spawns, no worries, no fear. They gathered up pretty much all of P2 so far. Crack still trying to throw a body at it. Is going to be contesting for the time being, and well, it's a back and forth mixy affair as we get geared up for that P3 rotation right now. Last 10 seconds looking like it's going to go in favor of Titan Blue.
Now, Verdict, I'm not really a professional when it comes down to cats. Would you say like a Wildcat is scarier or not as scary as a Bobcat?
I mean, they look awfully similar, in my opinion. Maybe if we got like a little bit more of an edgier, you know, Wildcat, that one looks too clean, in my opinion.
Yeah, just a little grittier in the logo, whatever. Yeah. I would say an elephant, a Titan per se. Like Toffee is definitely scarier than a Roadrunner, but you know, a Wildcat and a Bobcat is still up, you know, for. You know, which one is scarier in my mind. But the Titans have a good rotation over to P3. They've completely cut this lead. They've tied us up, flipped it. And you can see that the Wildcats are answering with their rotation into the new hill, just trying to take over those throne spawns.
Absolutely. Big body still being thrown at old. P3 about to end. Last 10 seconds lead. Transferred back over into the tusks of the Titans blue. Well, DNAC and crew looking to cut the rotation through as well, too, as we've got a little bit of a surrounding on the outskirts, but DNAC not being able to win the gunfight there could be huge. Backline still going to be secured. It's going to be lighting up in red for the time being.
Cloudy's got a slow start to this game, but that second kill is at least going to take the Wildcats out of the hard point, not going to take them out of the spawns. And this is kind of what I was talking about for Den. If you lose these rotations, it really puts pressure on to see if you can break these hills. And so far, the Wildcats are doing such a good job at locking down these troublesome times. P2, P4 has just been so good for Arizona.
Oh, Bob! Getting some reinforcements there, too. The assist coming through. He's going to be able to reach in. Time has been collected almost damn near perfect. 40 seconds through. Lead transferred back in the hands of the Wildcats. And, well, they are certainly edgy. They have been able to secure a majority of this one. Is going to get the last little scraps over to the Titans blue. And, well, the Tusks starting to finally pick up the slack. And surely enough, it's going to be able to eclipse that gap as we get geared up for the next set of hills.
Yeah, back into B1. This is where Titans found a good chunk of time, but the Wildcats put so much focus on the spawns that they didn't even get to keep. Tie game. Exactly where I think both of these teams feel comfortable with how close they played so many teams in the hard point. Arizona just fighting from the outside in. Somebody's got to hop in to contest. They haven't really seen anybody throw their body at this hill yet.
Okay, Cloudy, I see you, buddy. Starting to light it up. Is going to get shut down. Rotation being one arm towards new. 20 seconds left to go. Feed is lighting up blue as well as the objective. Cloudy trying to fill up where he left off. And well, if you take a look at the mini-map, the focus again is for the spawns for the side of Titans blue. But if you remember the first set of hills, we didn't quite see anything pop even with the spawns for Titans. We'll have to see if they can change and adapt throughout this matchup.
Immediately, Clack's going to get found out, so fight to the front. The Titans get to show their mettle for this break. 2 gonna flood in. DNAC's gonna get the break for the team. Spawns in the back for the Wildcats. Now see if they can break back.
Trophy down for DNAC. Looking to hold down. Saddle up for this one. 2 push on through the staircase, and that's going to be enough for the break. Wildcats back in control here in P2 with plenty of time to play.
They forced the spawn to the back, so it's going to be a good time for the Wildcats if they can kind of replicate what they did back in the last set of rotations. This time, Titans, a little bit more noise from Fullerton. And they won't go down easy, they say. Rotation to new is what I'm looking for with 20 seconds left on this old hill. It looks like it's going to be a battle between Sentio and Cloudy.
Sentio Cloudy, battle of the big right now. Last 10 seconds. Titans Blue going to be able to rack it up. A little bit more of a mixier hill here as we get geared up for the third hill on this rotation.
Is that a hellstorm?
Everything being a hellstorm. Yeah, here it comes.
And Bob's going to force the play inside Couches. Doesn't find anything with that hellstorm, but he is going to allow the Wildcats for the set up. Sentio not able to win his fight out towards tower, but rest of his team has the hill. And that's what you like to see from Arizona.
DNAC, 2-man push, pistol out here. Is he going to be able to get the kill? He's not. It is going to get shut down, and well, Bob and crew trying to clean up for the backside. It is going to be the Titans Blue here for the hill for the time being. The contest is going to come through for Mac, but unfortunate for him, he's going to be tucking his tail. Sentio now, next man up, shut down as well. Cal State Fullerton, Titans Blue have literally held down this P3 objective from beginning to end, damn near.
Yeah, on both times we've seen that hill, so as they got about a 30-point lead going into this P4, Wildcats, they dominated this hill in our first set. We can go into listening to see what the Titans can do this time around.
One more, there's one more.
I'll help you crack, I'll help you crack.
They have to stay in the back. They have to stay in the back.
One more in the back on you.
He's not challenging.
I got you.
Window, move window, half health.
Right.
No, local back front.
I got the back. I got your back.
I spawned out.
Yeah, I was playing a deep out.
I got one.
Nice.
On tree.
He's half. Yeah, more than half. He's sitting prone under the tree. Wonder. Yeah. I spawned out. Did I go with you?
Server.
Weak time.
You fell off. Fucking idiot.
I'm scammed, bro.
I'm dead.
Work together, guys. Work together. Turn around.
Server.
Nice shit.
Another one.
I'm looking at the. About her.
Okay, I'm watching your server.
Someone hit a row.
Top blue.
Pretty sure they're already dead.
Top.
Yeah. I'm looking server right now.
I'm couches right now. I'm couches by the way.
It should be one more.
One back P2.
I'm looking server on shit.
I should have P2.
Good.
Oh yeah, one you.
I heard you.
When you went to make cut.
Hey, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna secure.
Okay, one window.
Nice. Couches out.
Yo, I'm pushed up. You guys need to block me.
One shot make cut. Absolute make cut, guys. Bro, absolute.
Pick it up.
Oh, top.
Mid-cut weak. One shot.
Yeah, the Titans Blue there, listening, looking solid. As a matter of fact, Colin, what you were talking about while we were in the mix was how cool, calm, and collective they were on that initial break attempt and how they were able to be resilient throughout this, and as a matter of fact, just continue to get better throughout it as well.
Yeah, that P4 break, it was no panic on the side of Fullerton. They had no worries on getting back into that hill, and they really dissect the Wildcats at multiple different times in this map. I think for the Fullerton, they've just been impressing me at how well they are playing around this objective, where Arizona are more focused on the rotations than they are the hill time itself.
Seems like that was the case for Fullerton off the rip in the first set of hills. In the second set, the roles kind of reversed. Right now, the roles are kind of reversed in the early setup. Wildcats capitalizing on some map positioning here, or some spawn control. Get the collapse. Sentio's finally going to be able to capitalize on some time. Is going to get a little bit antsy on the outskirts too. Is able to find another kill.
Seth Taxix and the Wildcats turning up on P2. 3 players going to flood through Couches. Arizona should be able to clean this one up, but Dipe and Cloudy, how about that? 3 kills, leaving Loco alone. 20 seconds that, although won't buy the Titans a lead, it's going to call game.
It's going to be a close one indeed. Now race over to new. P3 is where we could see this very much in. Sentio looking for any and every exit kill. They need to be flawless moving forward. This one's looking like it is said and done. Cal State Fullerton, 4 points to take it.
It's a good nade, Sentio. Backing him up there, still Crack and DNAC. Only 4 points they need. They get the kills, they wipe it down, and you see Titans want to take this down. They want to take it now.
Got to do it here. Last 2 seconds up for grabs. Bob doing everything he can to prevent it from happening. The Arizona Wildcats still holding on. DNAC knocking on the front door, waiting for the cavalry to come.
Even if you don't get this break, all you got to do is rotate, but it's going to be a flood through the front. Pressure from Dojo. DNAC gets traded. It's 2 players still inside, and you do have Moo watching over you. So Fullerton, got to be careful here not to give up too much.
This 2 seconds has seemed like an eternity. What's going on? Cal State Fullerton, only 2 seconds needed. Since that P2 objective ended.
They're going already.
And yeah, they're going ahead and get that early setup too. The Wildcats might be able to do the unthinkable.
Oh my god, DNAC. He might have just won them the game. It's going to be a race over, and you just can't even let them get on. Dive's going to go in behind. Yeah. Nobody's going to hop into contest, and the Titans take it. I said it. All you got to do is rotate to new. Even if you don't get that P3, it's near impossible to deny 2 seconds away from a team for that long. So, you got to give the Wildcats some respect in the way that they held on to it. You never give up even towards the end of the game, no matter how far behind you truly are. But Fullerton, I mean, they come into a dead hard point. The team that is 3-2, now 4-2 on this map mode combo. You see that experience does truly pay off in the end.
There you go. You get those reps in. You translate that, you get the VOD, and it did show up. And, you know, it really was a shaky start there for the Titans Blue. Going back and forth, the P2 setups were not there initially, but you take a look at it the second and third time around, it is good as gold. Harvesting over 35 points in that second set, and just about the same there in the third. So the adjustments made, Cal State Fullerton Titans Blue come through with a big map one, securing their record to 4-2, as you mentioned. The Wildcats starting off in a little bit of a slump.
Yeah, and I was looking at kind of my point that I was making for the Wildcats and really how I want to vocalize this towards the broadcast. It's just, you notice it even in the graph in the second rotations from P3 to P4. When you're going back to P1, you start to notice the Wildcats are putting so much focus on trying to steal away those P2 spawns. Playing from the outside, you get your ARs to the half wall, to top window, and you're just shooting out Fullerton from that hill. Although it's nice to get those kills, nobody's jumping on the time, nobody's playing that hill, and even though you're caught in a little bit of a lull there, Fullerton aren't really losing anything from that. They just know that even if they can't win these rotations, as long as they keep a body on this hill, keep Wildcats behind, that's good enough. It's pressure that Arizona have to deal with, and as that pressure kind of builds up, you just see the Titans just exploding in situations where the Wildcats truly are kind of falling all over each other.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see who's falling all over each other as we get geared up for game number 2. Cal State Fullerton taking map number 1. Resilient effort out of that second and third set of hills. Pressure makes diamonds, or you can get crushed. One or the other. Fullerton, Titans Blue. You see the ladder. Take a look at the stats here momentarily as we take some, just amazing steps towards that end game. We'll see who stood out and shined there. No, 250 to 205 is where that one ends. We are going to be picking up on a Colossus Search and Destroy in our next step.
Yeah, you go into this next map, you slow things down a little bit. 3-1 are the Wildcats when you're going to this map, obviously feeling a little bit better than a Den in terms of experience, but Fullerton are no strangers here either, 3-0. And you kind of look at those wins from Fullerton on the Colossus. It's a 6-2 win over Washington State Cougars, a 6-2 win over CSUDH Toros, and a 6-3 win over the Arizona State Sun Devils. So for the Wildcats, yeah, you're coming into this one and you're like, all right, we got some wins on this map. And I think Fullerton have dominated this map whenever we've seen them, whereas for the Wildcats, you play CSUSB Coyotes, you win that map 6-4 on the Colossus. Arizona State is a 6-1 win on this map mode combo. And then for Fullerton Orange, the other CSUF team, it was a 6-4 win on this map too. So you're hoping that, you know, with that, you can kind of hop into this one and see if you can get some revenge against Fullerton Blue.
Oh, absolutely. As you mentioned, both teams look pretty stout here on this matchup. Has the Wildcats actually been tested on it? I know we've seen, and you called out some score lines, not really close in any particular points. Of 6-2, 6-3 is what I heard. On the flip side of things, Titans have gotten some pretty dang good reps here on this one too. So your map selection for map number 1, I believe that was Arizona Wildcats pick. You lose your first map pick, you roll into the Colossus, which, I mean, it looks good for you on paper, but have you really been proud, and have you actually gone through against a team that has a reputable record on it as well?
And I think that's for mixing in divisions now and kind of taking the top cuts and the bottom cuts and who's going to be where and what is what. It's really fun to see. It's like, okay, like, yeah, this team's been winning on Colossus Search and Destroy, but have their wins really been as impactful as the other division, or has the other division kind of been a breeze? So you go into this map number 2 for Wildcats, you know, you've been here, you know how to play this one. You want to go 1-1 in this series, so I want to see what kind of strats they bring through to take down Titans Blue.
Well, buckle up for an A hit. Here it comes. Bomb's going down really quick. No initial opening shots as of right now. Here comes the first engagement. Mac opening up with a big one.
The trade comes through, so you're backed off. 33 seconds for this retake, and you got a full flank from Moo that I think player 5 and player 7 want to wait for, but Moo gets shut down, and you need these players through mid to pop off. Bob got the trade 2v2.
2v2, Bob. Tip of the spear. Centillo. He's defusing. Shots are going to be rained on through. Centillo's going to be able to get the defuse. Absolutely. What are we doing?
What?
Wildcats snag around with the ninja.
Centillo comes out so clutch in that moment. He hops the bomb. He says, okay, Bob, just like tag him up a little bit. Make sure that they don't look at me. They don't even think I'm going to be on this bomb. And neither player from Fullerton thinks that Centillo has the goal to make a play like that. But it's full distraction from Bob. He wins his fight through mid, follows up on Moo's pressure that he's trying to hit through that flank. And Arizona Wildcats with a little bit of a quick one there. You just pull the sheet right off the table.
The plums on that guy. Bronze. Solid start here for the Wildcats. Striking early, snagging around for themselves. Centillo gets a little bit of help out of Bob there from some tandem shots, and, well, payoff round here as we flip sides. Bomb's trying to make its way through, but the nade shot's baked to perfection there for DNAC.
2-on-3 for Fullerton. See how these guys work together. Bomb going down at A. And at least for Dipe, he has some kind of watch over for when this bomb does get planted, but he isn't going to get eyes on the player. Has to win his fight up top, and he does. 2 versus 2. But DNAC's got to worry about some pressure through P4. Fortunately enough, he stays alive.
Dipe. There just in case the aggression comes through. DNAC taking plenty of shots, giving away his location, firing some for himself as well. Bob gonna be spotted on through his tag. Not gonna be back just yet. Is able to play his life. No, he's dead. Crack. There for the collection, and now it's down to Centillo in a perfect spot. You've got to hop it. Oh, well played, Centillo. Played it to perfection. Got the ninja defuse in round number 1, too. An MVP performance out of him so far.
The clutch plays coming through from Arizona at these last second rounds. Incredible to open up this Colossus. Yeah, you just see him just waiting it out. Play your time, slide in, you get the kill, and before you know it, the teammate's like, come on, I can't believe I let that just happen. 2 versus 2, and you make sure that you just don't tweak in those big moments. And Arizona answering back from that map number 1 perfectly in the search and destroy. So Cal State, Fullerton, we move back over towards the offensive side. Last time it was a quick plant over towards A. This time, looks like it's going to be similar pressure with 3 players. And Dipe waiting it out over towards mid.
Dipe. Lower shoulder, not going to give anything away for free. And while they're just content with playing as conservative as possible, maybe getting this bomb plant down towards this A site now is the hit through the first round. Pan successfully for the bomb, but nobody there to protect it. DNAC getting aggressive, is going to be able to clear out the bottom site.
Opens up B.
And while the audible is going to come through, it is going to be a B side hit.
Do you have smokes? Do you have anything to kind of block off Arizona for this bomb plan? So, well, you got crack, and that's all you need. 4v2 as the bomb goes down for Fullerton. Looking for the first round of the map.
Can't muffle this one, right? There's no way. Centillo, last player alive, as cerebral as he is, does have the boomstick. Can't hit the shot, and that's surely going to be it. One more is all that's going to do it. Shoulder's going to be thrown. No one's really going to want to throw their shoulders at that one too aggressively, and surely enough, they collect there. No Ninja Defuse for Centillo this round. Couldn't get the job done. Nonetheless, a round on board for Titans Blue.
Even round one, I mean, Ninja Defuse with a little bit extra help there.
Yeah, a little bit of
without Bob.
cheese.
Yeah, without Bob there, you don't really get the chance this time to sneak something out of that 1 versus 4. So, I mean, Fulton, they get their answer, they get their first on the board, and that call to wrap out from B, especially the pinch play into tunnel, perfect from Dipe, the way that he played that with DNAC. So, see if they can answer back on defense now to tie us up. Still looking at Cloudy to put one up.
Dipes on a burner. 4 streak in hand. Again, conservative. Looking for the freebies through the middle of the map. Nobody going to peek as of right now. Bombs being held back. Local Mac keeping them in check. Dipe going to be forced back now as everything's just developing slowly through here. I'm sure it'll be speeding up here really quickly now as we start to see the motion towards the middle of the map here for Arizona Wildcats.
Bomb is going to be down in yellow, recollected by Moo. You've given up green, and I don't think that you've actually spotted Cloudy in this position. DNAC, P1. Can he get away with this one? He does. And he's got full information up there. Cloudy's going to double down. 4 versus 2. Fullerton again in numbers advantage.
Oh, just bullying him right now. DNAC. Gonna get some assist there, or crack, and that's gonna be it. 2 down instantly. 2 rounds in a row. Back to back there for Cal State Fullerton Titans Blue. Able to strike. No cheese here. No Ninja Defuse. Just good old-fashioned search and destroy. And surely enough, even with the aggression here out of the Titans Blue, they're able to win their ones and able to take the 1 round advantage.
I'd be surprised if we see 2 Ninja Diffuses in the same map. I'm sure they're very vigilant on not letting that happen again. So, I mean, Fullerton answer back with 2 rounds in a row. Dipe is 5 in a row, 7-1. He is popping off. And I know Cloudy's got a kill. He got a kill last game, unless there was crack in disguise, as we got 2 fourths on the minimap. Yeah, it's probably just fooling me.
Yeah, they got me my first time around too. I think Cloudy's the one who's got 3. Crack has got maybe 1.
I think Crack's got 3, all 3 of them. He just shows up as Cloudy in the kill feed.
Oh, that makes sense then.
And then DNAC shows up as Crack, and Dipe doesn't have a name.
Well, DNAC and Cloudy in the kill feed. Oh, Centillo. Little quick shot right there, buddy. We love it.
And too bad it comes at the worst moment.
Yeah.
Need some of those shots off the start of the round, not the end of the rounds. 1v3. You got DNAC laying inside of green. Free kill into Cloudy.
What?
Hold on a second. Whoa, you got a sniper, not a pistol, buddy. Flashback to swapping your secondary might be quicker than reloading your primary, but not when your secondary is a 50 cal.
Like where your head's at, kid. Obviously not going to get the job done, though. Cal State Fullerton 4 rounds in a row. No answers back here from the Wildcats. As a matter of fact, everyone's kind of gone Mike silent. Bob's picked up 1 kill since, and Tio, he picked up 1 kill since. And it's been the struggle bus so far here for the Wildcats. Kind of the journey of the hardpoint, too. It was a rocky start for Titans Blue, and, well, we saw how it ended.
DNAC going to make sure that there's no surprises with the red barrels. Quick wrap into tunnel over to B. And you're going to have some traffic there if you're the Titans. Crack calls it out. He stays alive, stunned up. Back behind Blue. Can Crack be the difference maker? As soon as he pops out, he does. 3 down for Fullerton. It's all down to Bob. Up and over. DNAC going to lose his life, but he's still got numbers here. Bob's still got a chance. 50 seconds in the 1v2.
Bob still got a chance. 45 seconds on the clock. He's getting naded. 2 players left standing on. Push up is coming through. This could be the collection. Perfect positioning. They'll never see it coming. The sniper still on the back line. Doesn't need it. Cal State Fullerton, flawless after the first 2 rounds. We're on map point already. Jesus. This one's going quick, Colin.
It's just a moment like that from Cloudy that you just like to see the reposition. Actually, that's Crack. My bad. Cracking it again. But 4 in a row for Fullerton. It's the way that, you know, you played that backline if you're Crack was perfect. Just staying behind that blue box. You get stunned up. You don't get to go away, but you just call for the assistance and you back them up with some damage, throwing some shoulders. Play of the game right there from Crack as he's on 5 in a row. Looking to put the Titans Blue on map point with just 1 more round.
I knew I couldn't add for the life of me. Jesus. It'd be like that sometimes. DNAC getting aggressive through the middle of the map. They have literally just been running without any consequences for the time being. He's going to hop up 2. There's 1. Whoa! There's 2. Whoa! Well, that should be illegal.
Should be illegal that he's still alive. No trades from the Wildcats, and they just continue to be sidelined. DNAC has to let go of his sprint button. That's number 3 of the round. Won't get the ace, but the Titans find their round. They are red hot on Colossus. 5-2 up after losing the first 2 rounds. It has been flawless.
See, I wasn't wrong. I was just early, Colin. All right, I saw this coming. Saw Crack on a hell of a streak. Cal State Fullerton just letting him have it. DNAC 11-3, 9-3 for Dipe, who has been, relatively quiet since his streak ended. Letting the boys just run the map as freely as possible. Arizona Wildcats now on the back burners. This could be the last round.
They know Moo Meadow out here. 1-7 from him and Loco. Struggling. Cloudy hiding away. Oh, no. He's not able to make it 2. Shaky shots around the bomb, and Wildcats have numbers for a moment. They pump the brakes. Bomb is down. And Dice's going to find the equalizer. No trades either. Loco gets caught jumping up to mid, and it's Sentio in the 1v3. Things quickly falling apart.
Seen the clutch a few rounds here. Well, a couple actually. Few is 3. They only have 2. Can he do it? Bombs collected. 45 seconds. He's going to survey the backside of the map before making any kind of decisions. Clearing out any and every corner. There's a lot of time. Finds 1. Looking for the second up top. Shot's already there. And now he's going to be forced to collapse on that last player. What's the play here?
The play's wrapped through tunnel. Not a bad play either. But as soon as Dipe goes and checks this one, he should realize that it's not going to be an A plant, but he's still sticking in top mid. Bob goes down at B, and Sentio's giving himself a real clutch in this 1 versus 2. 40 seconds.
Dipe. Can you stop the clutch? Doesn't cross this, or spot the cross, doesn't matter. The timing is just going to go his way, ladies and gentlemen. Dipe shutting down the clutch. Cal State Fullerton Titans Blue go up 2-0 in this series.
A very anticlimactic end to that 1 versus 2 for Sentio after getting that really good read over towards B. Sets up in the back and a little too antsy in the movement. 7 kills for Sentio, still not good enough. When you look at the kind of tail of the tape there at the end of that map number 2, after losing first 2 rounds, C-Sub said, okay, yeah, you know, we can play this map as well. We have just as much experience as you do, and maybe even a little bit more. 6-2 at the end, After losing those first 2 rounds, they only lose one other first blood, and that was back in round number 6. Still win the round, by the way. So for Fullerton, Tuffy, the Titans, they're feeling good right now, Verdict. They're feeling very good in this 2-0 lead that they do have. Even looking back, it's Dipe and DNAC together putting up 22-7 scoreline.
They were literally just running around the map, doing whatever they wanted to. 6-2 to go along with it there for Crack. Cintio had 2 nice clutches. Gave them 2 rounds and a little bit of early confidence that was false to begin with. The Ninja Defuse was great. The clutch in round number 2 was also perfect timing. And ladies and gentlemen, I might have spoiled us earlier when I was talking. I have been wrong all night. I've just been early, okay? When I said it, maybe we get something short and sweet. I think Titans Blue might have heard that and been like, Verdict, hold my cup, I got you. We'll just go ahead and speed run this search and destroy. We'll get you right into the overload.
A quick one so far through maps 1 and 2, you're right. And even just looking at some of these highlights, I imagine we're going to be seeing a lot of DNAC and a lot of Dipe, but I'm waiting for that round where Crack just absolutely pops off in the back of the map playing his life. It is just so good fundamentally from C-Self. After losing those first 2, they lock in. DNAC's play through mid, he stays alive. They just dismantle the Arizona Wildcats over and over again. Even in this play here, Cintio just completely dives out. He's surrounded, no fear in his eyes. He's trying his best, but here's that play I was talking about from Crack. And dipping, dodging over towards that blue box. He stays alive. You called this one illegal. I agree with you. And DNAC even gets one more after a first 11th kill. It was a slow start from Cloudy. Maybe not some great shots coming out, but for the round that they put it away with, he drops that bomb over towards A. He makes it a little bit harder for Arizona to have a free picture on what to do with that round. And Dipe calls game, closes things out in 8 rounds. 2-0 lead for C-Self. Looking back at this one, 250 to 205 on the Den hard point, 6-2. Loss of search and destroy. This exposure overload, man. Can the Wildcats do it, Verdict?
It's a tough task. I will say I did see Cloudy come in chat. He said that, just excuse my that was my cat jumping on my controller. I see that. That is exactly what happened. We know nothing
say that?
more. I believe that. I mean, I don't do good math at times.
He did.
I counted a little too early, but it was just my premeditation coming through. The force is too strong with me here in this one. Maybe that's why I'm a bit shaky myself. Nonetheless, we still got time to gather our ourselves and put our best foot forward here on this exposure overload. Will the Wildcats be able to step up and step out? This is going to be an interesting one. I will say only one rep in for the Titans Blue. It was a 7-2 victory over Washington State. This is the most rep and convincing map for Arizona Wildcats thus far in any game mode. Very convincing victories for themselves too, but again, we mentioned it earlier before the hardpoint started, or before the search and destroy started, were those numbers inflated because of who they played? I mean, I'm not trying to...
I'm kind of worried when I look through it and I see that they lost in their 0-3 loss to Cal State Long Beach. They lost this map mode combo 7-2 for the Wildcats. So it's like, really high highs, really low lows on the exposure overload for, C-Self. It's business as usual in the way that you've been handling this. I mean, experience or not, they've just been walking through this game. It's been DNAC and Dipe, Crack at times too, just full takeover mode in terms of that slaying. And exposure is one of those maps, Verdict, that we know for overload that it's very easy to grab that overload device and just completely wrap it to the other side of the map. Easy to hold that mid-map control. You get 4 down, more than likely that's going to lead to a capture. So for the Wildcats, you really have to make sure you're stepping up your game in the slaying aspect, because Fullerton have had your number.
Yeah, they've called your bluff. I mean, even when you had a strong start in the hard point, or I say a competitive one, or the last time we've seen it be competitive. Search and destroy was, 2 rounds in, and then 6 straight rounds in favor of Titan Blue. I mean, you could be checked at this point, or this could be the turning point. This could be where, you get your wits about yourself. You turn things around, you start plugging in the controllers, right?
One's got to guess.
I'm fishing. I'm just.
One's got to
throwing
guess
it
at
out
that
there.
boy.
Who's gonna take the bait?
I think I'm looking at the Moo Redemption map right now.
Let's go.
He had a stinker in map number 2, so
Hit him with the mad cow disease.
I'm trying to see him go to Moo Moo Meadows right now. Full takeover. Blue shelled him.
Cintio. Aggressive push to the middle of the map. Is going to find one. That does look like the player was stuck in the side of the wall. Big gunfights there on the insides too as well. CMP is going to be collected. Cal State Fullerton looking to pick up where they left off the pistol. Heard it's a pocket rocket. Absolutely lethal in the right hands. Crack calls the audible to the left side of the mini map, or the top side rather. Looking for the reinforcements, looking for the score.
Look at this one too. So even if Loco does find that kill on the dice,
Jesus,
Crack can just pick up that objective and move through mid. He's not able to get across the tank as that overload device is going to be dropped out. I like this from Sentio. He's trying to find some space towards that portal. A couple members of the Titans are getting it through. Sentio trying to be that lead blocker. He does enough. Bob gets the detonation at B. Portal is going to be captured, and Arizona up 1-0 to start off this exposure.
I like that, Cintio. I mean, if anybody's going to be your tip of the spear, it's got to be that man. The gun's been hot. Cheeky position from Cloudy as he's looking for any and everybody off the respawn, looking to put him pinned back deep. Able to win another, not able to win the third, though. Nonetheless, damage is done. Moo, the only one on this side of the minimap, and well, he said he can get the job done. The redemption arc is true.
The Wildcats definitely look a lot better on this map than we've seen so far in the past two. Oh, I mean, gotta give them a little bit of love for that 10 hard point. Well, Search and Destroy, it seemed like they were tapped out of life, so back into the device. You got a flank coming through from Loco. He's behind Solars, but he's losing out on his teammates. He shoots his gun. He's not going to collect that kill, and now everybody's hunting for him, so CSUP doing a good job of just slaying out.
Bob and crew holding on for the goal line. Oh, hello, 3 right there. He is able to take down 1. No, Cintio is able to get the credit for the kill, and the pistol's out 2 is they collect everybody. Full wipe there. Arizona Wildcats now collecting the EMP, looking to get another score in their pockets here in this first half with 2.5 left to go.
Snatch it up and running through mid now. It's going to be a quick pivot over to the A side of the map, and you got a couple players even pushing through the backside of Ring. Nobody's going to get here in time. That's a second capture for the Wildcats. Are we in the upside down? Steve's brand new.
They're hitting the business right now. As a matter of fact, they got a full court press on.
They're going again.
Yeah, I mean, let's just go ahead and run it. I mean, why you got it?
It's 3.
Yeah. Cintio, I mean, when he's gunning like this, it's difficult. 3-0 lead. Wildcats striking while the pot is hot.
The Titans just haven't had an answer to it so far, even though they're not really behind in terms of kills. They just haven't been able to get through the solar panel so far. Loco on the inside. He's got the Hellstorm, but it doesn't seem like he needs it just yet. Cloudy's going to trade things out. Loco going to drop, but he hasn't been able to find this player. Cloudy, DNAC, they turn things around. The pistol's going to collect that kill, and they wrap it back through mid, but DNAC is solo in this adventure, and the close ones from Arizona nearly take him down.
I love it when we call audibles, but when they don't work out like this so far, it's...
Looks like panic.
It's like, hey, we got to do something, we got to change something up, and you had a lifeline on towards that back lines to the B side, and the spawns were getting influenced back towards right, and surely enough, they were waiting for you. And now your push is dead to waters, and surely enough, Arizona's looking to capitalize on it yet again. Bob gunning in the middle of the map. EMP's finally going to be collected in blue. Cal State Fullerton looking to get something to roll in here. Cintio shut down, and this might be a lifeline towards this B site.
And even just one capture would be a good takeaway from this. You got to show some trust here for the Titans on this B attack. Bob going to get laid down. He gets absolutely gunned. Crack on 5 in a row. He's going to finally capture the first overload for CSUF. 20 seconds left. There is going to be time to force an overtime. Can you rally it?
You could. You've got spawn pressure, and you are absolutely cramming them back, but Bob and crew cut in the middle of the map. This one should be free. Everyone is pushed up.
He gets the
Finally,
touch.
we're going to see that. Yeah, he does get the touch. That's going to extend it. Will he be able to hold off? It's 30 seconds added to the clock. Ball's dropped. It's done.
That's such a good call, too. Wait for your teammates. No need to rush it. 20 seconds. I don't want to see the pivot to A. Sentio's going to be on the flank. He gets caught. First blood there. 2 go down. It's a race in. Mo hiding behind the boxes. Can he find a second one? He doesn't need to because his teammate kills the carrier. And it's a 3-1 lead for Arizona going into the second half.
Great goal line defense right before the half. What could have been, what should have been a 3-2. Big. Crack hitting hard, though. 13 and 10, 1,400 damage and counting. Is going to be able to snag that one and only point that Cal State Fullerton's been able to put on the board. Titans Blue up 2-0 in this series. Down 3-1 here. And a bounce back now as we flip sides. Let's see what the Wildcats can do.
And right away, I think this is a good moment where I want to see how Wildcats decide this break-off. Let's go in with a listen-in to see how they deal with the second half.
Zig, zig. Out of here. Ball, zig, one zig.
One dirt, crack.
Yeah. P2 cut dead. Just play ball.
Good shot. Yep.
Play ball, guys. Play
But-
ball.
yep, yep.
Watch him make cut. Watch him make cut.
Alright, black box. Death. Hey. I'm working out right here.
Pitch and P2.
Black Lots.
Underwater.
He's top water.
I'm going office. I'm office right now. One going top office. Not going office.
One top water. One goes with top water. Yo, if you die back, cruise off one. Just keep control of the map. Yeah, got one.
They're going right.
Going
Yeah, they're going right. Take your rep, guys.
right.
Yeah. We got mid pinch.
They're gonna
They're yeah. One dirt. Two dirt. They're both balls back to it.
Mid.
One more front dirt.
I'm on the pitch. You're good. I'm on the pitch.
Go.
Grab that shit.
They're spawning B, guys. They're gonna be quick. Yeah. I'm gonna try to pinch your zig. Quick.
Stun one, mid cut.
On cut. I can pinch zig. Never mind, he's looking for
one
zig.
more.
This kid's out of play. One zig. One pitch, you're gonna pinch your zig.
Good shit, Bob. I spawn B.
Yeah, trying to hit it out left.
Come on.
They got me from their hop up.
One tank. P3. 2 P3. P2 cut.
I'm dead.
All right, comm checks through. Arizona Wildcats clear. You heard the comms there. Not successful on getting anything rolling towards that A site, but some cool, intel coming through. The audibles mid-map, obviously not panning out perfectly, but surely enough, keeping, the important thing, which is the pace of the game as well as the control of the EMP out of the hands of Titans Blue.
Yeah, you even heard a moment there where you go for dead and immediately you say loco. Off spawn, use your Hellstorm, see if you can get some map control back for the team and slow down that push for C stuff. He doesn't end up burning the Hellstorm, so fortunately enough, he still has it, but it's things like that for Arizona. I like the small talk that I'm hearing from them. It still worked out that they stopped it. They didn't allow a second push in, and even from the better side, C-Stuff still haven't really been able to get some good attacks going. They're just continuing to let one player through enemy lines.
Just kind of letting the pressure roll through as that Hellstorm comes down for Mac. Able to mitigate a little bit of damage in the middle of the map, looking to take advantage of it. DNAC just trying to pester and play for new as that reset does come through. DNAC crosses the midway point.
Uh-oh.
Now looking for a complete wipe. They get it.
So here's your rally chance too. But what are we doing on the back of Ring? 2 players on the mega flank, and that forces the close spot on Solar. This could be a major oversight for the overload device trying to get captured, but instead Cloudy's going to be behind the play. He's going to try to play some offense, and the overload device resets?
No. That's a huge misplay. One player at 8 in red. Cintio is going to get cut in half there. Now a Cloudy with map positioning for days. Nobody able to capitalize. And we'll go back and look back at that moment in particular. If this one goes south here for Cal State Fullerton, what could have, should have been a deep wrap towards that A site, and nobody there to escort the EMP carrier towards that A or B site. More importantly, you're spawning them right in front of the bomb carrier, too.
We're going to party the bus. Yeah, by all means, Arizona, you've earned it. And that moment, Fullerton 100% should have been able to cap that at B. Going for a 2-2 split for a double flank through P4 is just, that's a call you don't normally see in Overload, especially these days. I mean, 3-1 split, let your guy do the flank, let him try to be that difference maker for a play like that. By all means, that would be the right play. And instead, you got 20 seconds to see if you can rally 2 points on the board. Close spawn over towards Solar. You're going to get the capture, but do you get the spawn in time is the question.
It's crunch time. Gotta have time for it to develop. Gotta pick it up as soon as it goes with everybody going down. I don't think there's gonna be enough time. And surely enough, look at all the red arrows across. They are just not even going to attempt to pick it up. Why would they? They've got the map win. Overload coming through in the clutch. 3-2 victory. Arizona Wildcats coming up and showing up to play here in this map 3. Buying us that game number 4. Mounting a little bit of a reverse sweep of their own? Question mark?
Look, I'm just watching it back on stream to see exactly what happened with that play, and I can't wait to see it in the highlights too, because Titans made such a major fumble on that offensive play over towards B. I don't even know if they know how big of a fumble that was. It is crazy looking at the positioning of some of these players, but Arizona Wildcats, I'm not going to take away from this win. They prolong the series. They get themselves a Scar hardpoint, and they bring us to a map number 4. Putting themselves on the board here in this best of 5 and saying hello to the Midwest Metro top cut. I know Titans have been giving them a hard time so far, verdict, but at this point, you're playing to see if you got what it takes to take on Tuffy, and right now with an overload like that, yes, you do.
You're absolutely right. And I'm sure Titans Blue is going to look back on the VOD and be like, man, we overthought this play. This just could have been, I mean, a freebie. Obviously, it could have even been more than 1 point with as much map positioning as they had. And surely enough, that's not the case. Wildcats coming through, snagging victory. We'll take a look at the post-action report. Cintio started hot, led the team in kills. As you can see, I mean, they got all on the map. Crack was running rampant. As well as Dipe, who has literally led this series in both the search, the hard point, has been the point man, has been, I mean, the main slayer, there's been everything at this point. But in an objective-based game mode, which, I mean, we've been playing it for a while now, there's playing exposure. You've got to know when you're pushing that much pressure on the top side of the map that it's going to influence the spawns.
You outslayed them. You outslayed them by a large margin too. You just weren't able to turn those kills into objective pressure, like you said, verdict. And you know, you get the redemption Moo Loco match and the respawns there. Both of them dropping 1 and 7 in the search and destroy. They got their get back here in map number 3 for sure. And I mean, that first round, I'm just so impressed with the way that Arizona Wildcats handled their offensive plays, just constantly putting pressure towards the objective. Every single time they had a chance to get 3 down, you immediately saw somebody go for that overload device, pick it up, run for the portal, and more often than that, I mean, as long as you're forcing those spawn outs, as long as Cintio is kind of pushed up, and we look into the replays to kind of make sure that they were doing that, you had a great rally here for score 2 and score 3. CSUF just came out so flat in this game.
Yeah, they did. It wasn't a bad map by them by any means. A few mishaps, you know, mitigate, you know, where you were overthinking it, and maybe you start a little hotter. We start to see that one. That could be a good map for you down the road. You obviously know where you gotta be at to get the kills because you got plenty of them, but kills does not equate to score. As we see that last little timer come through, there's 4 arrows literally watching this bomb as hostage. As soon as you picked it up, you're dead. The game's over regardless. It didn't even get to that point. We've got ourselves a game 4. Scar Hardpoint up on the agenda, ladies and gentlemen. Arizona Wildcats finally getting on board.
Yeah, so I mean, you go to the map where you're least experienced on for Fullerton, and you're like, okay, like we're trying our best here, guys, but it's just not coming together. Close exposure overload. Arizona Wildcats now 4-1 on that map mode combo. CSUF 1-1 there. We move to Scar, and you know this is where Arizona 1-2 on this map mode combo. CSUF they're 1-0. Big one here for both teams, considering that Arizona Wildcats, again, although they haven't been here or like found success here for the most part, 1-2 is a negative score line. That loss that they had came to the hands of Cal State Long Beach in that smoke show of an 0-3 that they had in the one series. They lost at 205 to 250 against SJSU Spartans Gold. So those 2 losses that they had, I mean, you lose to the best team in your division, and you lose in a nail-biter 45-point difference game. Like, that's not really bad here if you're looking at it from the perspective of Arizona. The Wildcats definitely have an opportunity here to push 5.
Opportunity will it be taken? They've already put themselves in a position to be here at this particular moment on the chopping block from that overload. Able to benefit of the misfortunes from that Titans Blue roster. We'll see if mistakes are being made here in this one. As you start, stumbling here in this series at a best of 5, things can get a bit crazy. We've seen wild things already tonight. We've seen reverse sweeps denied. Reverse sweep starting here. And Arizona Wildcats looking to stake their claim. Said it's a tough uphill battle for them. They've lost twice on this map in both of their series losses against better opponents, one of the better in this region as well. Fullerton show them the ropes there in the den after that first set of hills. We're going to see another similar situation here. Can they close it out?
That's the test here for Fullerton. This is not just any test for them as well. This is revenge for their sister team in Titans Orange, getting beaten by the University of Arizona Wildcats in a 3-0 fashion back in the restructuring time for CollegeCoD. I mean, that did have a Colossus Search and Destroy on there too for the Wildcats, so able to win it against the other Fullerton team, not against Fullerton Blue, but going into the Scar Hardpoint, it's kind of got to be a little bit of a cleanup. I mean, look back over towards that map number 1 we had, and albeit pretty close to Den Hardpoint, I think for the Bobcats, the biggest issue I had for them was the fact that they were doing a whole lot of slaying, not a whole lot of focus towards the objective itself. So I want to know if somebody's actually going to sit down with them and say, all right, guys, for the hard point going into the Scar, you need to make sure that if you do get 2 kills, if you do get 3 kills, make sure you're bumping the hill, make sure you're putting pressure on that objective, because that's where they really fell flat in that den.
Oh, here we go. Scar, round 4, let's fight. Off the rip, first blood coming through in red. It's Cincio trying to contest through the middle of the map, is going to get shut down. Dyke, point man. 8 seconds time collected, is going to be obliterated as well. Now it's time for Arizona Wildcats to strike. Bob is hot on this map, so I've heard. Right now he's got 2 in the streak as well, make it 3.
Bobcats coming out swinging now. A couple of points off of this P1. Fullerton do bounce back, and already see some focus over towards red for DNAC. He's got the Drovic up top. He's not really going to be favored in this fight, but he still does back off the player from Arizona for the re-rep. 3 players from the Wildcats trying to get this rotation locked down.
DNAC trying to get lost in the middle of the map. He's done. Cincio going to get caught lacking. Now the transition towards that P2 objective, red, is going to be gathered by the Wildcats. DNAC taking up plenty of space in the middle of the map, though. And surely nobody is going to be able to pass through as long as he's there. He's picking up the heat right now. Time's being collected in blue. Cal State Fullerton Titans Blue staking their claim. Top side control as well as the check.
Oh, in for the Cadets. He's going to be taken away. Fullerton battling their way through this P2, but outside in, Wildcats still soaking up this hill time. Flank's going to be caught too for the players at the respawn, so Fullerton, if they want to break this one, it's going to be from the front of this P2. In for the contest, not able to get through. Crack drops on down. It's Loco to make the plays. He gets a little extra time for Arizona, and Sentio wins his fights over to the New Hills. So you look at the Wildcats keeping this one testy.
Yep. 12-point lead, or 11-point lead, rolling into it. Sentio is everything. 5 kills, is going to get caught out on the hop through the window seal. Matt now trying to pick up where he left off. Trying to read where everybody is coming through, is going to get stunned and gone right there along with it. Time is still being collected in red, and so the Arizona Wildcats are sitting pretty for the time being. Who slipped the net in player number 6? Okay, Dyke going to be dealt with. No damage, no harm, no foul.
And you're losing the flights in the plane wing, which definitely going to leave things a little bit testy. And who's going to hold off for this time? Wildcats still break through. Good pressure to the middle of the map. Crack trying to flip things, but not going to get through those players off the respawn. And from Arizona, just continuing to stay steady against CSOF on the rotation. We look at DNAC to get involved.
Okay. Doesn't peek the shoulder. Whoa, hello. Doesn't peek the corner. They're just going to bump backs and just keep it rolling. DNAC finally going to be able to collect now. Still backline spawns. He's one man on a mission and is dealt with. 4 players there in red. Arizona Wildcats going to open up with a big P4 advantage as the first 15 seconds going to be left uncontested. The backlines are going to be slipped for 2 players from Titans Blue. One going to be dealt with. Second going to be able to get the tree.
And I'm already more, I'd say, impressed with the Wildcats and the way that they're handling a lot of these hills. A lot of fights towards the objective, making sure that they're contesting at the very least. So what Fullerton did to them back in map number 1, and what led to Fullerton continuing to just ramp up that pressure through that den. So they're going to maintain this lead going to P5. You can already see that Moo's going to be working his way through back green. He's caught, though, by DNAC. And for CSOF, it's just if you can hold off these back spawns and win this rotation, that would be huge.
We'll see if it pans out. Early rotation being made for Titans Blue. Dyke doesn't get the good timing. That's going to be a bad, unfortunate Loco Mac going to be able to slip on through topside. It's got control. Can't influence the spawn, but they're going to be able to play it through the front.
Trophy's down. Good clinch from Dyke off the respawn. Now you just got to worry about player number 4, Moo, inside of top green. He's going to take Cloudy down and scurry away to see if he can just continue to be an issue. Spawn in the back for Cloudy, and he goes down yet again. This time it's Bob. Won't get 2. Dyke makes it 4 down. And 25 seconds on this hill. Fullerton looking to tie us up going into the second set.
Oh, B.O.B. Doing everything he can here. Looking to tie us up is Cal State Fullerton. And surely enough, they're going to be able to gun him at a distance and as well up close. Sentio not looking for the early setup for New, looking for any and every exit kill through the middle of the map. Cloudy looking to figure out where he's gone in the midst of the chaos. Lead transfer in hands of Cal State Fullerton, 111 to 110 through the first set of hills. Opening objective here on the reset. It's Arizona Wildcats. I like the resilience. They have looked like a different ball or a team here in this hard point. Off the rip, this one has gotten close. It has been their lead to lose, and well, just like that, Titans Blue going to be able to snag it again off of mixed CP1.
You remember back on that den, it was a slow start from Fullerton. They took a little bit of time to get warm, but as soon as they did, it was quick takeoff for the Titans. So you can't take your foot off the gas yet if you're the Wildcats. You want to make sure that you're focusing on these rotations, getting set up onto the power positions, and locking down this hill time, because the Titans are going to test you to the very end.
Contest comes through. It is going to get shut down. Cal State Fullerton took a time to get warmed up. Moo. Redemption arc coming through at 11-11 in the stat feed. 1 kill. He is 11 HP as well. That's triple 11. That's got to be some kind of luck for him as well, too. Big Red's now being controlled. P2's open up for business. Moo and crew mowing through him for the time being. Crap, trying to get Mixie on the back lines.
Oh, Moo still gets his 10-point lead for Wildcats. Here comes DNAP over the top. Lots of damage on the cross, 4 HP. not able to win that fight. Type, however, gets his 2. Won't take Arizona out of the hill just yet, but is going to put some pressure there on the player sitting behind the generators. Crack turns around. He's overwhelmed. 3 players here from Fullerton looking to pick up this last 20 seconds. With a kill onto the player in the back there. Bob goes down. That is going to be a lead change now for Fullerton heading into P3, and DNAC already set up to see if he can catch a few more.
Here we go. Cutoff man getting paid. Oh, gets a bit too aggressive there. Gets shut down on the top side of fire. Cloudy looking for anybody scraggling on through. Line has been drawn in the middle of the map as we get geared up for P3. 155 to 151. We've got ourselves a classic on our hands. Cloudy. Hello. Someone's right behind you, buddy. They are spawning over here. Yes, good read. Good positioning here for Cloudy. Time's now being collected in his hands, but can't really read the split. Is going to get caught out from top window, and surely enough, Crack able to get the trade.
Tight game on P3. Bob on the wing. He's got 3. Swaps the pistol. Won't find his 4th split kill feed. And Dipes looking to just continue to keep presence in for Fullerton. He stays alive long enough for the rest of the team to be there to help out. As back and forth just continues to trade haymakers on the map. Titans have the spawns over to New. You can see Sentio in the middle of the map trying to slip through.
Bob. Yes. Yeah, he's him. Ego Chow, 1 shot. Go ahead and push it on through. Regen. Does lose Sentio. He is now a lone man on a 1-man mission. No, he's got plenty of help too. They've cleared out the backside spawns. And just like that, Arizona Wildcats slipped the advantage. Cloudy trying to shake things up. Able to take down 1. Now has to wait for the cavalry.
Oh, DNAC takes his teammate down. Still back spawns for Arizona. They're just going to be able to layer this with players. 20-point lead and still 30 seconds. You're trying to get through. Crack the timing over the walls. Works out. See if he can find a little bit more. He's got help out with the player on his wing. 3 go down for the Wildcats, and the Fullerton Titans are in.
This has been a battle of attrition here in P3. Back and forth we've gone. Lead still in the hands of the Wildcats. Bob. Yeah! Just go ahead and push up. Doesn't anticipate the front side approach, though, so the last little bit of scrap time is going to be collected in blue, but that's all going to be a sacrifice as we get geared up for P5. Wildcats already getting saddled up for it as well, and well, the first 10 seconds doesn't look like anybody from Titans Blue are going to be able to cross that threshold.
Oh, wait. Look at number 6, the Stipe, top green. See if you can find some damage into the setup, and he will pull some players away from the hill. Timing for Crack in the back line. Not an easy fight to take. And he's surrounded by Wildcats. Finally goes down. 2 in the feed for Arizona. Oh, and Dipe almost gets caught. 30 seconds on this hill time. It's going to put you in striking distance, just seconds away from a map win. And a map 5, Arizona ready to steal this one away. The Titans, can they hold on longer?
Oh, DNAC can't win the 1. Trade there for Dipe. Spawns coming through, but it's a day late and $1 short. Sentio there to contest, and it's enough. Last 6 seconds finally going to be collected. Everything earned here. Nothing is free. Moo here on the rotation. 224 to 194. Last set of hills coming up. Only 25 needed for the Wildcats.
A lot of time to give up here. And DNAC, he knows this one. He's fighting in. Keeping a toe on this hill. Down by 27. Shot in the back, and Arizona's going to pull them away. Pushing forward. Sentio not able to find anything more. Type has to hop in to contest. Just flank after flank. Flip after flip. Nobody locking down control. It is pandemonium on the map.
Last 20 seconds here for the P1 reset. Gathering up and saddling up for New. Sentio is just going to throw his body on the objective to contest as much as he can, denying as much. Dipe winning a bin through the middle of the map. Now where are they spawning at? Can't get the read, as already there is a presence in Bob. The man himself able to find a 2-piece there on towards this rotation. DNAC now trying to play spoilers. Doesn't have anybody here just yet. Is able to take the gunfight from afar. Now has to play his life up top. And is forced to hop down and is instantly shut down. Colin, this might be it. It's Crack, the last attempt.
Yeah, Crack's got to hop in, though, to contest. As perfect play on the crossfire from Sentio. D-Dac's gonna be in, but only 2 seconds left. As soon as he drops, so will the map Arizona. Welcome to the Game 5. As it is back-to-back chances for a reverse sweep on this Tuesday night College COD. Can the Wildcats do it? They got the fire.
Sentio with a play of the game here. And a massive team effort. I mean, this is not the same Wildcats team we saw in Din. Granted, this is not Din. And we've got ourselves a potential reverse sweep on our hands. I might have spoiled, I might have cast or cursed us, I guess. You know, I did say, I tooted my own horn. I did say that, you know, I made the right call. Obviously, I know nothing. All right, I know nothing. Right now, Arizona Wildcats, they know plenty. As again, it was a back and forth affair. You start to see things saddle up in that second set of hills. Things got very close. But again, when you get that early rotation to P4 and the connection to P5, that was game-changing for the Wildcats.
Just look at how close this whole game was the entire time. 250 to 220 at the end. Fullerton never really stopped battling, but you can see in those moments towards the end that the Wildcats started to figure it out. I mean, it's just those moments in 10 that you can notice where they're finding the kills, but nobody's hopping onto the time, and that was my issue with them that really bugged me, is that you never really saw a player try to play the objective. This time around, game number 4, they flipped that around. A minute in time for 3 of the players. Mo, he was absolutely slaying out around the hills, making sure that his teammates were safe and sound. And you have Bob, who's 33, 23, 26 non-traded, 4,000 plus damage, and a minute 52 in the hill. He really was takeover in this map 4.
Yo, whoever dropped game and chat, huge shout out. That was massive. BOB coming through with a massive game 4. 15 objective kills to go along with it. And Colin, man, I don't think we could have seen a better retaliation. That's a lot of momentum, a lot of swagger coming through after I mean, well played. It was a piss poor play from Titans Blue, but whenever you're able to capitalize on the misfortunes of your opponent and you're able to expose them in, of course, exposure overload, follow it up with just a banger of a Scar hardpoint, you got to be feeling it going into that game 5.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you definitely do right now if you're the Titans, because you came out swinging in maps 1 and 2. You get really kind of shut out in that overload, and did that kind of swing things away from you. You get tested a little bit, and you're antsy in this map number 4. So many opportunities where you could have held on to a rotation, and then you just kind of fell flat on your stomach in a lot of those holds. I think the Wildcats know that they've made a mistake there in that search and destroy. They really struggled in that Colossus, and this map number 5, exposure, search and destroy, I do not expect it. Just listen to their comms. These guys are on fire right now. They are passionate,
as they should be. I mean that Den hardpoint, as we called out, I mean, it wasn't so much that we were downing the Wildcats. It was all about the Titans, right? They started slow, they picked up the slack. The search and destroy was a blowout. I mean, it wasn't even close. You sure you have the 2 rounds that Sentio, and I'll continue the harp, because I mean, you don't get to see too many ninja diffuses here, as well as, perfectly played time. It's just cerebral gameplay like that needs to be awarded whenever it is played, but it's often just going to get lost in a matchup like this where you're getting beat so badly. You turn things around on the exposure, which, again, capitalizing on your opponent's misfortunes is the name of the game. If your opponent can't play it as well as you, why not gather a little bit of momentum and then roll them there in that Scar hardpoint towards the end? Leads us to an exposure, search, and destroy, ladies and gentlemen. Colin, thoughts? We already seen 1 reverse sweep denied, and I know it went to a round 11. I don't know if we're going to get that here, as that was a top 25 matchup, top 20 matchup. I mean, with the way you guys were talking about it, that the team that won might be moving up in the rankings just of how they played. They didn't win the series, but it was a damn good series.
No, I think that you look at that round 11, game 5, and it's everything you could have asked for. You had chokes from Floaty, you had clutches from Splody, you had aces from Whippix, you had like we checked the box on quite literally everything in that den search and destroy. It's not going to be a den search and destroy for this map 5. Exposure will be a little bit different, especially considering how difficult one might say we've seen that a bomb plant can be if teams aren't really versed in these opening breakoffs. Of course, we look to see if those plays can be picked up out towards dirt, a solo player trying to pick up that first blood, anything that can like give yourself some kind of an anchor to allow that bomb to reach over towards A. A lot of people do throw some quick plays over towards B when you're on the attacking side, being that you could toss a trophy down, overwhelm with some stuns, and play with some pace with those Dravix in hand. There's a lot of tests that we could see on this exposure, and I think I'm really curious what these two teams can bring, because even when we talk about the history of them, just in CCL in general, we've never seen the Wildcats play exposure search and destroy. We have seen an exposure loss from CSUF, and when I kind of break through to see where that loss does come from, I'm not actually seeing it here in there. I'm actually not seeing where this loss even is. It was a loss even from their side.
Oh, yeah. Looks like they won that map. Exposure S&D from Arizona. It was not a loss. It was not a loss. It was a win, unless they lost it and then recorded it improper. 6-5 against the NAU Lumberjacks. And it was a 3-0 win, so technically that should actually be a win in their favor. So the Colossus, this is what I'm thinking. Colossus was picked. Clearly it was picked by Cal State Fullerton. Right? And then this map 5 was picked by Arizona. So this is Arizona's map pick and their map to lose.
Yeah, this is
they've traded both of their hardpoint maps that they picked too. So I mean, we don't know anything. We don't know what's going to happen.
Look,
but
they were 3-1 on Colossus Search and Destroy. So if that wasn't a map that you were comfortable with against this team in Fullerton, go to the map that you don't really have any experience on. Go to the map that you might be working on in your scrims, just kind of working on together as a team. And, your debut into the restructure of CollegeCoD, you say, hey, we're going to game 5. Let's throw the exposure in the mix. Show them what we've been working on. That's what I'm looking for here. And map number 2, it was really, really tough from Moo. 1-7 on that one. He was not having a good time. I think he was 0-5 at one point. He's definitely a player in my mind that needs to turn things around if the Wildcats want a chance to steal away this series from Cal State Fullerton Blue. But it's not going to be easy. It's not going to be easy at all, Verdict.
Not going to be easy at all. But anything that is worth winning shouldn't be coming the easy way, right? This is something we've been wanting all night. I said short and sweet. I lied, Chad. Of course, it's 12:30 Eastern.
Hey, you caster curse that.
You know what? I like to speak things into existence and then also out of existence. Or it's kind of like a double entendre of mine. Like it comes with the territory.
Anybody wanted an early night on CollegeCoD? Blame Verdict.
Hashtag blame Verdict. I'll take it. We got a banger on our hands. Back-to-back game 5s. Second and third final series of the night. Of course, we'd have to go out in the bang before we cinch y'all to the next week. Should be fun. I know we got spring break coming up. I'm an old guy. Colin, I don't know how old you are, buddy, but I ain't seen spring break in some years. I'm just going to go ahead and tell you. I don't want to sell you a dream here that I'm, just some young, hip guy. I'm not.
Look,
matter of fact, anybody who's young and hip, don't say young and hip.
I never thought I'd be saying these words, but I'm pushing 30 almost, and I'm sitting here and
I've been past 30.
I never even had a spring break of my own. I mean, we get March break here in Canada. What? Man, I'm ready for some kind of a break right now, but we don't get no breaks on this map number 5. We go right into it. And chat, if you guys are Fullerton fans, do remember it was Dipe and DNAC, the double D's of Fullerton. dropping 22 and 7 on that map number 2 Colossus. So, can they do it again?
Double D pressure. Can Moo redeem himself? Cloudy stunned in the middle of the map. Bob lighten up the feed early on here in this search and destroy. He said, hold my cup verdict. I'm not done. I'm the man here as well. First blood. Arizona Wildcats.
Fast flank from DNAC. He's already behind the play. Read by Loco.
Ooh.
This is the other guy that struggled in map number 2. Already showing better things here in map 5. Kicked into gear after 2 map wins. Numbers advantage for the Wildcats and a deep flank from Bob already in the spawn.
That intel should be going perfectly for Wildcats. Cracked there for the trade. 1v2 clutch up. He's 2-0. Oh, he can't lose a gunfight. Holy hell, Crack for the ace. Brother. Let him have it.
Bomb rotated over towards B. Gonna have a chance to plant this one, so we will have time. No need to panic. Crack, though. An ace in round 1. Surely to ice the momentum of these back-to-back map wins.
Backside rotation, Crack clearing and everything out. I don't know if he spotted them there, but surely gonna wait to take his perfect fight. 25 seconds on the clock. Now is better than ever. And it's just Moo who has gotten lost on the map. The timing just couldn't go his way, ladies and gentlemen. An ace to go. We saw one in that second series in that game 5. We've got one here too. Crack hitting them streets hard here in game number 5.
Oh, man. I mean, Arizona come out, do everything right, and then fall at the very end of that round. 4 kills for Crack. Loco picks up the flank to start things off. You think everything's falling into place, and no, they search and destroy woes just continue to show up for Arizona. Back onto the defense, or starting their defense now. Round number 2. They gotta answer back. That's a sniper out. Who's got the sniper? It's Sentio.
We saw him snipe a little bit in that game number 2. We also saw a few things that showed he was a cerebral S&D player. Crack. Hotter than a Florida summer right now. Much needed here in this game 5. Trying to prevent that reverse sweep. We see it once tonight. Might be seeing it a second time. Sentio looking for the cross. Gonna get tagged up. Gets pushed and dealt with. Sniper not a factor as of right now. Moo is gonna be forced on back. And well, this could just not be the worst of timing. They're kind of just crammed to the backside of their spawn for the time being with player number 3, Loco Mac, looking to try and make something happen with a backside rotation.
36 seconds. Bob doesn't clear his corner. 2v4 for the retake, and Fullerton have everything locked down in the round. Loco, 1v4 in 30 seconds. It would be glorious. It would be delicious.
Oof.
And it just looks like it's not going to be possible. Gets one, traded out immediately, and C-Stuff get back-to-back rounds to open up this game 5. And first one was a little testy. Second one, oh, that was flawless.
Confidence starting to slowly slip out of this Wildcat roster. We saw that in game number 2. And how quickly things can just flip on its head. You do have a great contribution attitude with players, and I think that's where the struggle has been. I can't really say anything differently about, the right-hand side of the map. Crack has literally been everything. 6 kills through 2 rounds. Hasn't fallen victim just yet. And you've only got 1 from Dipe and DNAC who combined for 22 in the second game. Kind of hard to do so when Crack is picking up aces and finding 2 pieces left and right and center. Loco Mac opened up with the first blood, getting on board this round. Looks like they might be striking for a B-side hit. Cloudy just...
Oh?
Playing perfect timing.
I mean, Cloudy with a chance of kills. 1 and 2. But Crack, who sometimes disguises himself as Cloudy in the kill feed, has been making his name sing. Nice shot sent. Yo, wow. Slides across. Numbers for Arizona Wildcats. Player in the back, Bob, will give away that numbers advantage. And Moose got to be careful here. He's in a great spot just to hold on. He better not get too antsy.
Oh, shots coming through. Cloudy. Shaky at first. Does clear it out. Door frame or not. And I was about to say, as long as Crack is alive, there is always a shot here. Bulletin blue. Spots coming through. Cintio. Not enough ice in the veins here to shut this one out. Crack gonna get credit for the 8. That's the Hellstorm in the 3rd round in the row. This one. We're gonna go from bad to worse. If you're looking for a close game number 5 right now, close your eyes if you're an Arizona Wildcats fan.
Hey, you know what? Bobcats were down 4-1. Just gonna say that. Texas State got pressured in their game 5. Still managed to come back. Wildcats have had so many good chances, Verdict, in these rounds.
Yeah, they haven't looked bad.
It's like they're right there. They just cannot close out these rounds. And a play like that from Mo, like somebody just needs to sit there and say, hold that angle. He can spot the Jenny push. He can spot the cross. He does not need to jump around as much as he did. And you've given up the Hellstorm. You've given up the 3rd round. Crack's just going to wait it out. Use this Hellstorm to try to win another round.
I was just trying to steamroll him, man. When it's hot like this, go ahead and take it. Helly's out. Map's getting pushed. B-side hit is where it should be. Nothing going to happen here in this. Yeah, he finds one. Threads the needle on the backside, and that's going to be opener towards that B site. And a free plant nonetheless.
2v3. Wildcats working the flank here. Sentio's getting caught. Kill number 9 for Crack. He's 10-0, it says. Bob, try as you might. Crack doesn't want to give up his life. He's on too good of a streak. Rotate away, and there's always a toughy Titan somewhere in the shadows. As big an elephant can be, they are as slippery as a snake.
Yeah, I don't think that stat line is lying. 10-0. Was that 11 to pick it up? He's doing more damage than he did in the 80s. We'll just say that. Crazy.
Wow.
Crazy work out of Crack here in this Search and Destroy, making a very close series, tight-knit series coming down to the wire. The Search and Destroys haven't been, so I'm not sure what to call it.
Quick play over towards B. Let's see if it works out this time. It's Crack gonna go down. No, it's Stenak, not Crack. He's still flawless. Trade, though, from Dipe. And Crack's gonna notice all the pressure over towards the B. Bomb down. Mid-map. Undeterred from C-Suff. Now trying to work their way back on the retake. It's Dipe and Cloudy. See if they can dismantle the setup.
A lot of focus there on Crack, who's on the back line now. Pressure being added. Dipe not able to reach in, able to find one. Done his damage. Crack now trying to collapse. Whoa! The one gunfight I wouldn't expect them to lose. Shoots first. Gets obliterated. Cloudy. We've got ourselves a Wildcats victory for the first time here in this Search and Destroy. I don't know what the stat line was for your matchup earlier. You said they went down 4-1, was it?
Yeah, they were down 4-1, but it was 3-1 before it was 4-1.
Okay, all right.
So it was 3 rounds in a row to tie it up, not 4 rounds in a row. So it's a more difficult job for the University of Arizona, but it's not impossible. The one guy who's struggling is the one guy that you least expect to struggle on the Wildcats. Sentio, 1-5, truly needs to wake up in this game 5.
We know who is Woo. Or wait, Krat, 10-1 stat line. He is beaming, man. You throw a shoulder at him, he is shooting pixels. It is going to force that player onto the backside down. Okay, ego shell it if you might. Nonetheless, a little bit of a stalemate here in round number 6. Wildcats striking victory there, and that last Crack gonna be forced to reposition.
Oh, Dyke might have found some timing here. There's going to be a player directly to his left, but does he clear it? Oh, he shoulders it, and now he's got space. Focus from the Wildcats on Dyke, pushed so far forward. Enact's got a timing. There's the first blood. Fullerton find a second one. And all you got to do is stay alive.
All of a sudden, we got a 2v2. Bombs have been planted. 38 seconds, and that thing will go boom. Crack looking to be...
Look at Sensio.
Preservation. Are they going to be able to read this wrap from Sensio? His gunny hasn't been super hot here in this series. Doesn't need to be when you're not shooting back. Cloudy looking to now collect. Is able to do so, but loses his life in the midst of it. We've got back-to-back rounds. Nice wrap from Sensio. May not have had the most kills throughout this one, but the impact nonetheless here on this one.
Yeah, Loco and Sentio going huge in the 2v4. Denying the full flank through P3. And that full wrap. I was a little bit scared that that wrap was going to take too long and a couple players from Fullerton were going to sniff it out, but not even aware that that's a possibility. And you get the moment there if you're Sentio. Loco falls off for the trade. He's got 3 in a row, 6-4 in this game 5. Also had a pretty stinky game number 2, so it's good to see Loco here playing.
Cats clawing themselves back into this one on the backs of Loco Mac on a 3 streak. Starting to get hot with it. Sentio, oh my god, I was about to say he's starting to get heated up too. Overheated, fell off the map. We've been there, done that.
Minute 5. Dype. Looking to get active, but doesn't want to overheat. Has to play his life. 11 HP. Gets away sneakily. Arizona would love to get this kill. They should know he is not far.
Bob. Okay, there we go. Follow-up shots. Be able to shut him down. D-Neck dealt with. Dype still right here in the middle of the map looking to press the agenda. They've forced everybody backside of this P2 site. Tank's been cleared. Everyone is powwowing towards that B site. 30 seconds now. As the time ticks, something's going down. Cloudy suspects it. They're not going to be able to prevent this bomb from going down, but a lot of positioning on the backside. Could be some damage. Cloudy not able to win the 1.
2v3. The Titans to ice up yet another clutch would be heartbreaking to the Wildcat fans, and just like that, they don't even leave it to question. 3 rounds in a row. Arizona just continue to hold on. Knocking them down there. This is such a good call, too. As soon as the pressure comes up on Platt, they do not leave it any space to move forward. The immediate collapse is a good call.
Love that. You push up, you get all of that map control on the backside. You get the 1 there on the back line, and DNAC not able to find 1 before he goes. I love the aggression out of this Wildcat offense. Last round, 3 rounds in a row they've been able to take, and things starting to be a bit shaky. Crack hasn't been able to find a single kill for 3 in a row now. Let's see if he can get the gunny back a rolling. Gonna definitely need him on board if they want to prevent this comeback here in the search and destroy. Don't want to show it over on the top side of the panels. Looks like it's a B-side hit.
Oh, first blood for Tuffy. DNAC's gonna get traded 3-on-3. Sentio on the deep flank. Is anybody gonna be ready for this? It is happening so fast, but the bomb's going down at A. Sentio nearly gets the turn on, but numbers advantage for a moment. DNAC's trying to make a play. He's gonna tuck on down bottom P3. And he needs Sentio to make something happen here. DNAC just waiting, makes it a 1 versus 2. Move won't be able to trade it, and Seesaw find themselves on match point in game 5.
Desperate time, needing those shots to hit. Momentum now at a halt here for the Wildcats. Match point. Trying to deny that reverse sweep. Could very well do it here and end it on this next round. Crack's starting to finally get some help there. Big round for the boys in blue. Let's see if they can get the job done. Could be the last one here for the Wildcats. Momentum or not, it's got to have to happen here.
Quick dash over towards dirt. Cloudy has himself a stun check. He's burned both his lethal and his tactical. Sentio might have a timing in through zigzag. DNAC hasn't even seen him. Sentio's just waiting for the play. He's made no noise still. Not able to get by.
Wow.
First blood from Date. And nobody from the Wildcats has made a move behind that. Still stuck on their side of the map. Loco finally pushing up through mid.
He's been the route man. It is very unfortunate he doesn't get the timing there in that instance. Cintio, the mastermind behind some of this. Dipe, gonna get spotted. Tag. Not gonna be bagged. Yeah, he is. Trades it through, but it's 2 for 3, or make it 3 for 1. And this is it. Bob. Down to a 1v3, able to take down 1. And well, it's just not enough. Cal State Fullerton. Brooms out for the reverse sweep, going to be shut down. A 6-3 victory. Arizona Wildcats flew so close to the sun. Very unfortunate those last 2 rounds. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a series that goes the distance, but Fullerton able to reject another reverse sweep coming through.
Back-to-back series that go all the way to a game 5 and a potential reverse sweep, and both times the team that forces the reverse sweep is shut down. Arizona, I mean, typical plays for the 3 and 4, but you get to those search and destroys, and obviously even going into this restructure, work needs to be done. Even looking at the history for this one, a couple first bloods for Arizona, especially early in this map, that you just don't transition into a round 1. Gotta look back at clutching up some of those games that Crack just did not want to let you have, and you finally get some success in the S&D. You put 3 rounds in a row, and it still isn't enough. CSUF just have all the time in the world to make those adjustments. Crack goes 14 and 4, and I will say that too. He slowed down at the end. He was 10 and 0 at one point, so the fact that he goes 4 and 4 in the back half of this search and destroy just shows that even when Crack's not there, you got Dipe, DNAC, Cloudy still picking up some major plays in the last couple of rounds there. 5 first bloods total for CSUF, 4 on the side of Arizona. A really, really fun series to watch between these two teams.
It was the Crack show through the first 6 rounds, and well, he's got to have, let the team have fun, right?
Yeah.
Obviously, a lot of slack needed to be picked up towards the end as a lot of motion was being made. Wildcats stumbling through 3 rounds in a row, find themselves on the chopping block, can't get the job done. This is, he was just on a burner. That first round, the ace, man, that gunfight was outrageous right there. Gets the God timing to go along with it, and that one, you heard the comms there too to go along with it. Just, all hypes for the boys.
I think of it, maybe if Sentio doesn't take that sniper out in the first couple of rounds, maybe Arizona just have a little bit more pressure in the guns, but so many if-ands across this entire series, you might say, for the Wildcats. They played well versus CSUF, and for the Titans, they showed incredible resilience. So many chances that they just punished, so many mistakes from Arizona that CSUF never let go. They started the series strong, they finished the series strong, and I think that you're going to look back at this one and feel really good at the start of this restructure for CollegeCoD. Just one more look at the scoreboard there. Shout out to the players for Fullerton. The Titans take tonight's match. We see it here, 250 to 205 on the Den Hardpoint, 6-2 on the Colossus Search and Destroy, 6-3 on the Exposure Search and Destroy, and they shut the door on that reverse sweep. They don't let it happen, and they close the night off with yet another banger series.
Absolutely. You take a look back on it too. Could have been ended in 3. We got treated to and delighted to a Game 5 reverse. Denied, of course. Cal State Fullerton the Titans Blue not going to allow this one to happen. A back-to-back series we go. If you missed out on that second series, it was an all-out banger from beginning to end. Just, I mean, great games all the way through. I heard production when I joined VC earlier, when you guys were casting, or Electric, by the way. Even production was jumping in their seats. You couldn't have an off moment in that series. It was excellent. You're gonna have to go back and rewatch it. We'll have to see if you're interested in seeing this one series back. Colin, that one was a banger. It started off a little slow, but we got into it after that overload again. Cal State Fullerton, go back and rewatch that exposure overload. Quite mishaps on other, like, kicking themselves in the foot, but hey, they got the victory nonetheless.
And look, guys, we know this one from last year too. The restructure happens in College COD. Teams get a lot closer in the skill that we're seeing from either side. Yes, you might have a few maps that you don't practice, you don't feel comfortable on, and you're going to get punished there. In Arizona, they showed their grit towards maps 3 and 4. I cannot wait to see this team hit the lab, talk about their S&D. What can they fix? What can they change up? These are two teams that, come playoffs, I imagine that a lot of these mistakes are going to be fixed. A lot of change-ups towards that game number 5. And, although Titans came out on top, I think even still the Arizona Wildcats have a lot to look forward to in the coming weeks. But verdict, that's going to be it for us tonight. A late one here. It's almost 1 in the morning on the East Coast. I'm ready to go to bed, guys. And I'm sure a lot of people in chat are too. So make sure you guys go show some love to College COD on X, on all social platforms, YouTube as well, because we've been throwing in the content. We got Andy Proper Casts on the top 5 as well. So make sure you go show some love to the top 5 plays we got on YouTube. A couple more interviews to come out next week that I look forward to from some of these College COD players, and we'll see you on Tuesday and Monday of the next week. I almost skipped that Monday action for some more CCL, guys. Have a great night. We'll see you next week.